welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. In a room unknown to me, I awoke with a start, my heart drumming a rapid beat in my chest. The walls stood stark in their whiteness, devoid of warmth or familiarity. The air carried a faint scent of disinfectant, sharp and clinical. Through a small window with worn blinds, a feeble light filtered in, casting a dim glow on my solitude. Bolted to the floor was a bed, accompanied by a metal chair and a modest table. My phone, wallet, and keys had vanished without a trace. Bewilderment enveloped me as I struggled to piece together the events leading to my confinement. My memory trailed off at my usual routine, a tranquil evening at home, lost in a book, setting my alarm, and slipping into slumber. Everything had been mundane until this disorienting moment. Panic surged as I staggered towards the massive steel door. Despite my frantic efforts, the handle remained immovable. I pounded against it with clenched fists, calling out for aid, my voice reverberating in the empty room. Silence greeted my pleas, save for the incessant thud of my racing pulse. With a conscious effort, I regulated my breathing in an attempt to quell the rising fear. Desperation urged me to scour the room once more, seeking any clue to my predicament. My gaze fell upon a small table near the bed, where a plain notebook and pen lay. Hands trembling, I seized the notebook, hoping for enlightenment. Instead, what I discovered sent a chill down my spine. The pages were already filled with the minutiae of my life. Each entry meticulously chronicled my daily routines, the precise hour I departed for work, my breakfast choices, the path to the grocery store, even snippets of conversations with friends. Every detail was painstakingly dated, the handwriting sharp and methodical. Someone had been observing me, for weeks. Before I could fully grasp the implications, a sudden metallic clank resonated from the door. Startled, I recoiled, my heart pounding. The lock disengaged, and the door groaned open. A man clad in a white lab coat entered. He was of middle age, his eyes cold and calculating, partially obscured by reflective glasses. His demeanor was unsettlingly composed. "Good morning," he greeted smoothly. "How are you feeling?" Struggling to steady my voice, I questioned, Where am I? Who are you? How did I get here?" His thin smile remained unwavering. "You are safe. We have been monitoring you closely. You experienced a temporary loss of consciousness and required observation." "Observation?" I stuttered. "For what? I recall nothing." He nodded, as though anticipating my confusion. "There are external factors influencing your perception and memory. You have been under considerable stress. We are here to ensure no grave issues are at play." His clinical detachment sent shivers down my spine. External factors? What did he mean? Before I could demand clarification, he withdrew a small, unfamiliar device from his pocket, a sleek metallic object reminiscent of a high-tech recorder. "We will conduct some assessments shortly," he informed me. "Please remain calm." With that, he departed without further explanation, the heavy door sealing shut with a chilling finality. I stood frozen, my thoughts spiraling into a vortex of dread. None of his cryptic statements made sense. External factors? Monitoring? Tests? I needed to break free. Frantically, I scoured every nook of the room. The window remained sealed, the walls unyielding. Tracing the bed frame with trembling fingers, I felt a sharp object graze my palm. Crouching down, my heart pounding, I discovered a folded paper taped beneath the frame. In jagged, uneven handwriting were inscribed 6 words: "Reality is subjective. Trust no one." The message seared into my consciousness. My breath quickened as I read it again, seeking understanding. Reality is subjective? Were they attempting to manipulate me? Was I losing my grasp on what was real? Time blurred, hours or mere moments passed indistinguishably. Abruptly, the door swung open once more, admitting a woman into the room. Tall and composed, she exuded an air of calculated precision, her eyes sharp and assessing. Dr. Elise Carter, her name tag revealed. "I am here to assist," she spoke gently, her tone measured and professional. "I need you to answer a few queries." Her presence unsettled me more than the man's had. Inquisitive, probing questions followed about my recent activities, memories, and emotional state, leaving me on edge. I demanded answers. "Why am I here? What is happening?" Dr. Carter offered a faint smile, tinged with an unsettling quality. "Let us focus on you for now." Her inquiries delved deeper, uncovering details only an observer could know. A realization struck me. She wasn't gathering information, she was testing me, guiding my responses, directing the conversation towards a predetermined narrative. Was this a twisted psychological experiment? When she departed, I knew waiting was no longer an option. I had to escape. Seizing the pen from the table, I thrust it into the lock of the door. After several frantic attempts, the lock yielded with a click. My palms slick with sweat, I cautiously pushed the door ajar. Before me stretched a chilly, sterile hallway, long, dimly illuminated, and eerily quiet. My heart thundered in my ears as I crept forward, scouting for an exit, every shadow seemingly in motion at the edge of my vision. This was more than a bid for freedom from a room. It was a battle to reclaim my reality. The enigmatic tests they subjected me to remained unfinished, and so was I. Story 2. In the hush of a cool autumn morning, a whisper of mystery drifted into my life. The first clue arrived quietly, nestled in my mailbox. An aged envelope, its once white hue now tinged with a golden patina, bore the name John Doe. A name unfamiliar to me, a name that sparked a flicker of curiosity in the stillness of the morning. With a casual glance, I brushed it off as a simple mix-up, a common occurrence in the world of mail delivery. Yet as my fingers traced the edges of the envelope, a peculiar sensation prickled at the back of my mind. No stamp adorned its corner, no return address graced its back, no trace of the Postal Service's touch lingered upon it. An anomaly, a deviation from the expected. Intrigue beckoned, and I succumbed. With a delicate motion, I unfurled the mysteries held within. A single sheet of paper, pristine in its simplicity, awaited my gaze. The words etched upon it stood stark and unyielding, a message from the shadows of anonymity. As my eyes danced across the lines, a shiver skittered down my spine. The letter wove a tapestry of my own existence, recounting with eerie precision the mundane details of my days. A morning stroll through the whispering trees, a pause at the familiar coffee haunt, a fleeting exchange with the coffee artisan, all laid bare upon the page. A chill descended, tendrils of unease curling around my thoughts. How could someone, a stranger in the shadows, possess such intimate knowledge of my life? Rationalizations fluttered in the recesses of my mind. A prank, a jest gone awry, a misplaced manuscript. Yet beneath the veneer of logic, a seed of doubt took root. Days unfurled like petals on a fragile bloom, each bringing a new missive from the enigmatic sender. The letters delved deeper, peeling back layers of privacy with a relentless hand. My evenings on the porch, a solitary dance with a book, a fleeting encounter with a passerby, all captured in ink, all scrutinized with a voyeur's eye. The crescendo of intrusion reached its zenith with the final letter, a violation of sanctity. My inner sanctum laid bare, my private musings exposed to the unseen beholder. The rearrangement of furniture, a whispered contemplation of change. Details only whispered to the walls, now echoed in the letter's cruel embrace. Paranoia blossomed, a shadow cast across the canvas of my days. Every rustle, every creak, every flutter of movement became a specter haunting my thoughts. I sought refuge in the arms of authority, presenting the letters as evidence of a silent stalker. But even the guardians of order found themselves ensnared in the web of mystery, powerless against the faceless adversary. Desperation birthed vigilance, turning my haven into a fortress of surveillance. Cameras watched from every corner, silent sentinels against the encroaching darkness. Routines twisted, patterns shattered, yet the letters persisted, a relentless drumbeat of intrusion. Then, as abruptly as they had begun, the letters ceased their haunting cadence. Silence descended, a shroud of uncertainty veiling my days. Had the watcher retreated, or merely bided their time in the shadows of my life? A revelation dawned in the aftermath of the storm. The sanctuary of my home had become a battleground. Privacy, a fragile veil easily rent asunder. The scars of intrusion lingered, a reminder etched in the recesses of my mind. Though the letters had faded into memory, their legacy endured. The specter of surveillance lingered, a ghostly presence in the corners of my perception. The lesson learned was a harsh one, a reminder that privacy once lost is a treasure reclaimed only through vigilance and the unyielding defense of one's sanctum. Story 3. The notification appeared on my phone, a friend request from a stranger named Jessica Mitchell. In this new city, where unfamiliarity loomed around every corner, I saw it as an opportunity to broaden my social horizons. With a moment of hesitation, I pondered over the accept button, my thumb suspended in midair. Intrigued, I tapped it, observing as the request transformed into a new connection. Almost immediately, a message from Jessica materialized in my inbox. Her words were warm, too warm for someone unknown to me. Hey there! Thank you for accepting my friend request. I've been eager to reach out and get to know you better. I hope you're adjusting smoothly. I replied with a courteous yet wary message, introducing myself and expressing gratitude for her kind welcome. The conversation commenced on a typical note. We discussed shared interests, local eateries, and the trials of settling into a fresh environment. Jessica exuded a friendly demeanor, genuinely invested in my life, a comforting presence amidst the loneliness that had enveloped me post-relocation. As the days unfolded, her messages delved into more intimate territory. She inquired about my family, my pastimes, and even specific details about the new home I had recently purchased. Initially, I responded truthfully, assuming her intentions were purely friendly. Perhaps she, like me, sought a connection in this vast new world. Then an unexpected twist emerged. One evening, while scrolling through my social media feed, a message from Jessica appeared. This time, it contained a photo of my living room. My heart skipped a beat. The image was crystal clear, capturing my couch, coffee table, and the painting on the wall, all unmistakably mine. The angle of the photo hinted at someone's presence inside my house. The caption read, "Looks like you've settled in nicely. I adore the new couch." I stared at the photo, my mind ablaze with questions. I had not shared any images of my living space online, nor had I disclosed such details to Jessica or anyone else. With trembling hands, I hastily typed a response. "Where did you obtain this picture?" Her instant reply arrived, "Oh, don't worry about it. I simply wanted to say hello and assure you that I'm thinking of you." A knot of unease settled in my stomach. I tried to dismiss it as a bizarre coincidence or a cruel prank, yet the disquiet lingered. Days later, another message arrived, a photo of my kitchen captured from a completely different angle. It revealed the dishes left on the counter after breakfast. The caption read, "Hope you're enjoying the new kitchen. I noticed you're still unpacking. Need any assistance?" This was no longer harmless. Someone was observing me. I confronted Jessica directly, demanding an explanation. Her responses were flippant and evasive. She attributed the photos to a supposed mix-up from a friend working in a photography studio, an implausible excuse that failed to convince. Despite her reassurances, the sense of intrusion refused to dissipate. I took action, scrutinizing my home's security measures. No signs of intrusion were found, and the locks remained intact. I consulted my neighbors, inquiring if they had noticed any suspicious activity. None had seen anything out of the ordinary. I attempted to distance myself from Jessica, responding less frequently and keeping my messages curt and detached. Nonetheless, she persisted. Her messages grew more demanding, as though she sought to forcibly re-enter my life. Her tone shifted from friendly to concerned, eventually morphing into something much darker, insistent. The breaking point came when she sent me a video, a recording of me inside my own home. The camera angle suggested a hidden vantage point, likely situated in the living room's corner. I watched in horror as I moved about, oblivious to the surveillance. The accompanying message read, "I hope this doesn't upset you. I only wish to ensure your safety. I understand the isolation that comes with moving to a new place." My sense of security shattered. I reported everything to the authorities. They took my concerns seriously, launching an investigation. Jessica's account was traced to a disposable phone, but the trail turned cold. Her digital footprint was meticulously erased. No real identity, no discernible location. Days turned into weeks as the inquiry lingered. Despite bolstering my security with additional locks, new cameras, and hiring a private security service, the sensation of being watched persisted. Then, after a prolonged silence, she resurfaced. Her final message held an apology, a lengthy, convoluted explanation rife with twisted justifications. She claimed her actions stemmed from friendship and concern, driven by her own loneliness and emotional turmoil. "I never intended to harm you," she penned. "I only wanted you to feel less alone." Her words offered no solace for the wounds she had inflicted. My trust lay shattered. I blocked her account and resolved to move forward, focusing on rebuilding a sense of safety within my abode. However, some scars proved indelible. The ordeal left behind a permanent mark, a lingering shadow at the edge of my consciousness, a reminder that a seemingly innocuous notification on a device can unveil a darkness far more profound than one could ever envision. Story 4. It all began with a note. I can still recall that day with crystal clarity, a brisk autumn afternoon, where the golden leaves danced along the sidewalk, guiding me back home from a day's toil. Wearied but anticipating a peaceful evening, a small envelope caught my eye, slipped under my door. No return address, just my name delicately scripted on the front. Intrigued and somewhat flattered by this unexpected arrival, I picked it up and crossed the threshold into my sanctuary. The letter, a gift from a reader of my online musings, exuded warmth and kindness, admiring my recent delve into the intricate dance of modern relationships. Their words painted a picture, almost like poetry, yet beneath the surface, a subtle unease lingered. I dismissed it as mere fancy of my mind, attributing my unease to an overactive imagination, and proceeded with my evening rituals. With a modest following, it was not uncommon for readers to extend a hand of connection. A week passed, and another note graced my doorstep. This time, the message delved deeper into the personal realm. The writer intricately detailed my daily routines, how they observed my midweek strolls to the coffee haven, my unwavering love for cappuccinos, and my preferred spot by the window. "Perhaps our paths will cross one day," the letter softly whispered. A flicker of concern sparked within me. How did they come by such intimate knowledge? I tried to rationalize it, convincing myself they must have glimpsed me at the cafe, recognized me from my digital haven, and felt compelled to connect. Yet the notion of being observed in secret sent a shiver down my spine. As the weeks unfolded, the letters arrived with increasing frequency. Each message delved deeper into the recesses of my life, each observation more intimate and intrusive than the last. They painted a vivid picture of my abode, mentioning the trinkets on my walls, the tomes that adorned my shelves, and even the struggling plant by my window. Initially, I entertained the notion of a prank. However, the precision of their descriptions, details only a resident of my haven could possess, sent a chill through my bones. The tipping point arrived when the letters began to reference my nearest and dearest. One note recalled a recent heart-to-heart with my dearest friend Maria about her impending relocation. Another recounted a phone exchange with my mother, discussing plans for my approaching birthday. How could this stranger be privy to such intimate conversations? With each letter, my anxiety swelled. Seeking solace, I confided in Julia, a trusted ally embedded in the realm of law enforcement. Her worry mirrored my own, urging me to retain every missive, meticulously documenting every detail. "We shall unearth any patterns," she assured me. The subsequent letter I received sent a chill down my spine. "Watch your steps and your words," it cautioned. Julia implored me to take precautions. I altered my routines, avoided my customary coffee haunt, diversified my paths homeward, and withdrew from sharing personal anecdotes online. Yet, despite my efforts, the letters persisted. And then the map arrived, enclosed in an unassuming envelope like its predecessors. Unfolding it, my breath caught in my throat as I beheld my residence pinpointed alongside other frequented locales. My market, my gym. At the map's base, scrawled in crimson ink, a haunting message taunted me. "I'm closer than you think." Tremors gripped my hands as I gazed upon the ominous blueprint. Without delay, I reached out to Julia, who urged me to notify the authorities. The police took the matter with due gravity, intensifying patrols in my vicinity and advising me to maintain unwavering vigilance. Alas, lacking tangible proof, their hands were tied. The letters dwindled in frequency, yet their contents turned darker. Cryptic messages surfaced, taunting hints that pierced through to my deepest fears. I felt suffocated, ensnared within the confines of my own existence. One twilight hour, as I sat in solitude, a shadow loomed beyond my window. Panic seized my heart as I dialed emergency services. By the time the authorities arrived, the specter had vanished into the night. A thorough search ensued, yielding no trace of any malevolent presence. The following day, the ultimate epistle arrived, a photograph of myself, captured from a distance. In the image, I sat at my desk, engrossed in my digital chronicles. Beneath the picture, a solitary line echoed ominously. "I am ever watchful. Do not forget." That letter marked the breaking point. Unable to withstand the ceaseless dread and invasion of privacy, I gathered my possessions and sought refuge in a new neighborhood. The transition proved arduous, yet a semblance of peace settled within me as I acclimated to my fresh abode. The letters ceased with my departure. Silence enveloped me, a comforting shroud, yet the sensation of being surveilled lingered, a phantom haunting my every step. The ordeal had left an indelible mark, a shadow of paranoia trailing in my wake. Though I eventually resumed my online discourse, I did so with caution. The experience had transformed me, instilled a wariness, heightened awareness of the delicate balance between public presence and personal security. Those letters wove a haunting chapter in the tapestry of my life, a stark reminder of how easily our vulnerabilities can be exploited by those shrouded in secrecy. Yet, they also imparted a crucial lesson, the significance of safeguarding one's privacy and the strength found in seeking aid when the shadows draw too near. Story 5. The Whispering Shadows. It began as a subtle whisper of unease, a sensation that lingered, a feeling of unseen eyes tracing every step I took. At first, I brushed it off as mere figments of imagination, fleeting shadows dancing at the edge of my vision as I carried on with my daily rituals. But when I turned to confront these invisible watchers, only emptiness greeted me. Then came the dawn of my daughter's 7th birthday, a day filled with promises of joy and celebration. We had arranged a simple gathering in our backyard, adorned with colorful balloons, a play area alive with laughter, and a cake adorned with her beloved cartoon characters. As I stood beside the window, putting the final touches to the festive decorations, a figure caught my eye once more. Mr. Thompson, our enigmatic neighbor, peering through his window, his gaze piercing through the glass and fixated on our little celebration. This time, his scrutiny felt different, almost intrusive, like a silent specter observing our every move. My husband Alex and I had settled in this quiet suburban neighborhood 3 years prior, while Mr. Hank Thompson had been a long-standing resident, a solitary figure with a weathered presence. Despite a few polite exchanges, he remained a mystery shrouded in shadows. As the day progressed, I noticed Mr. Thompson's watchful eyes never straying from our backyard. His face barely visible through the narrow gap in his blinds, yet his presence loomed palpably. I tried to dismiss it as mere curiosity, perhaps a lonely soul seeking solace in the lively happenings next door. But as the days unfolded, his vigil became more pronounced, his gaze following my every move as if tethered to my presence. With each passing day, his observation grew more intrusive, more unsettling. Whenever I stepped outside, there he was, a silent sentinel behind his window. Whether I tended to the garden or carried out mundane chores, his eyes seemed to track my every gesture. It became increasingly difficult to ignore, to rationalize away the discomfort that nestled in the pit of my stomach. One crisp autumn afternoon, I mustered the courage to confront this enigmatic watcher. With a heart weighed down by a mix of apprehension and resolve, I approached his door and knocked, the sound echoing through the stillness. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing Mr. Thompson's gaunt figure standing before me. His piercing blue eyes held a depth of knowledge that sent shivers down my spine, framed by the creases of time etched on his weathered face. Despite the dimness of his abode, his appearance was immaculate, a stark contrast to the disarray that lay beyond. "Mr. Thompson," I began, my voice a fragile thread in the silence. "I couldn't help but notice your frequent gaze upon our home. Is everything all right?" His eyes narrowed ever so slightly, but his demeanor remained composed. "I apologize if my observations have unsettled you," he replied in measured tones. "I have merely been observing." "Observing?" I echoed, masking my unease behind a facade of composure. "Observing what exactly?" His gaze wandered, as if seeking the right words amidst the shadows of his past. "I have always had a keen interest in those around me," he finally spoke, and with each word he uttered, a chill crawled down my spine. The conversation took a chilling turn as Mr. Thompson unveiled details of our lives, intimate moments and private conversations that lay beyond the reach of prying eyes. He spoke of Alex's routines, our struggles concealed from the world, and even our unspoken plans that lingered in the recesses of our minds. I felt a storm of emotions raging within me. "How do you know all this?" I dared to ask. "Have you been spying on us?" His expression remained unchanged, his gaze unyielding. "Not spying," he clarified with caution. "Simply observing. It grants me a sense of connection to the world around me." I stood there, torn between anger and pity, grappling with the implications of his unwavering gaze upon our lives. "It is not normal," I whispered, the words heavy with accusation. "To watch so closely, it feels like a violation." A shadow of remorse flickered across his face, a ghost of regret that lingered in his eyes. "I understand," he murmured. "I never intended to cause discomfort. Perhaps I became too involved." Despite his composed facade, the intensity of his observation left me unsettled. Thanking him for his time, I retreated, leaving behind a storm of questions that thundered in my mind. In the days that followed, I sought to bury the encounter in the depths of memory, to shield myself from the haunting gaze that lingered. But as the sun dipped below the horizon in hues of crimson and gold, a flicker of movement caught my eye. There he was again, not merely watching, but engrossed in scribbling notes within a weathered notebook. A shiver ran down my spine, a premonition whispering of unseen dangers that lurked in the shadows. Realizing I could no longer bear this burden alone, I sought solace in the authorities. The following day, a kind officer visited Mr. Thompson's abode, only to reassure me of its ordinariness. An elderly man with peculiar habits, but no cause for alarm, he concluded. Despite their assurances, my unease lingered like a shadow cast by unseen hands. Though Mr. Thompson's vigil eventually waned, the scars of his watchful eyes remained etched in the fabric of my being. Weeks turned to months, and the echoes of his presence grew fainter. Yet the memory of his unwavering gaze lingered like a haunting melody. I often found myself glancing towards his dwelling, half expecting to see his figure in the window, a silent sentinel of the past. And in those moments, I pondered the enigma of Mr. Thompson. Was his obsession born of benign curiosity or harbored darker intentions? His presence became a phantom of the neighborhood's history, a testament to the thin veil that separates curiosity from intrusion, and a reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy, darkness may dwell. Even now, as the whispers of time weave through the fabric of our lives, I cannot help but cast a fleeting glance towards his abode, a silent question lingering in the air. Was Mr. Thompson merely a curious observer, or a shadow cloaked in mystery and solitude? And as the night descends, shrouded in velvet whispers, I find solace in the gentle embrace of slumber, where mysteries fade and shadows whisper tales untold. Story 6. As I settled into my new apartment, a subtle sound tiptoed into my awareness, a gentle scratching that danced on the edges of my hearing. At first, I brushed it off as the playful whim of an aging building, the settling sighs of wooden floors and tired pipes. But with each passing day, the whispers of sound grew bolder, more insistent. What began as a mere scratch evolved into a haunting presence, a ghostly echo that toyed with my senses in the dead of night. I lay awake, straining to decipher the origin of the sounds that crept around me like shadowy specters. Exhaustion from the move clouded my thoughts, allowing me to dismiss the noises as figments of an overactive imagination. The sunlit hours offered respite, but with the cloak of darkness, the unseen intruders returned, now with a chilling intensity. Soft drags, distant whispers, a symphony of unease echoing through the stillness of my apartment. I embarked on a quest for answers, scouring every nook and cranny for signs of pests or structural secrets. Yet my search yielded no tangible explanations, only deepening the tendrils of fear that wrapped around me. It felt as if the very walls held secrets, secrets that whispered of unseen forces at play, toying with my sanity. One fateful night, a new sound pierced the veil of silence, a child's laughter, followed by the ominous scrape of an unknown force on the move. Panic gripped me as the noises encircled my room, a spectral presence that defied logic. Clutching at my covers, I battled against the rising tide of terror, the unknown looming like a specter in the dark. Determined to unravel the mystery, I sought aid from a paranormal investigator, hoping for clarity in the realm of the supernatural. Their tools captured whispers and rustles, but no concrete evidence surfaced, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Doubt gnawed at me as I confided in loved ones, their skepticism a weight that dragged me further into isolation. In a desperate bid for proof, I set up surveillance, capturing elusive whispers and faint movements that danced just beyond sight. The recordings painted a chilling portrait of a presence that reveled in its invisibility, a phantom that taunted from the shadows. Paranoia consumed me, each sound a dagger to my fraying sanity. Seeking solace, I turned to a therapist, delving into the depths of my fears and anxieties. Through their guidance, I unearthed resilience, learning to face my demons with courage rather than retreat. Slowly, I reclaimed my life, forging a path back to serenity amidst the lingering echoes of the unknown. Months drifted by, the disturbances fading like wisps of a fading dream. Though the source remained a mystery, I emerged stronger, tempered by the crucible of fear and uncertainty. The journey taught me the power of confronting darkness, the resilience found in reclaiming control of one's own narrative. In the end, it was not the whispers that defined me, but the courage with which I faced them. Story 7. Inheriting the old house from a distant relative wove an unexpected thread into the tapestry of my life. The house, a sprawling Victorian mansion perched on the edge of a quiet town, held silent echoes of generations past. It was as if time itself had chosen to dance around this grand yet melancholic structure, preserving its faded elegance and whispered secrets. The passing of my great uncle ushered me into a realm I had never known, a realm of creaking wooden floors and dusty relics yearning for revival. Amidst the halls steeped in the scent of aged wood and forgotten memories, I felt a pull towards the attic, a realm cloaked in dim light and the weight of history. Within its cluttered confines, a peculiar door stood sentry, its surface solid, its bolts a silent testament to mysteries locked away. The urge to unravel the enigma tugged at my curiosity, igniting a flame of determination within me. The locksmith's arrival brought a glimmer of hope, his hands deftly working to unveil the secrets veiled behind the door. With a hesitant creak, the door yielded, revealing an emptiness that defied reason. A pristine void, untouched by time, stared back at us, its silence echoing like a forgotten melody. As days unfurled into nights, the mystery of the empty room wrapped its tendrils around my thoughts, refusing to release its grip. The house seemed to breathe with a life of its own, whispers of the past weaving through its walls like ghostly apparitions. Shadows danced in the corners, unseen footsteps echoing through the empty corridors. Delving into the house's history only deepened the unease that gripped me. Dark whispers of vanished souls and eerie phenomena painted a portrait of the mansion's shadowed past. The attic, once a sanctuary of secrets, now loomed as a chamber of foreboding, its mysteries beckoning with a siren's call. In a moment of revelation, hidden beneath the attic's floorboards, I unearthed a cache of aged documents, their words a cryptic dance of intrigue and deception. Yet, the room's purpose remained shrouded in obscurity, its emptiness a veil, veiling a presence that defied comprehension. As the decision to depart the house loomed, I locked the door to the empty room, leaving behind a chapter unresolved. Some secrets are destined to linger in the shadows, their whispers carried on the winds of time. With a final glance at the attic window, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a phantom of the past, a specter of the unknown, vanishing into the mists of memory. Story 8. On a cool autumn evening, a subtle shift began to weave its tendrils through the fabric of my existence. The leaves crunched beneath my feet as I strolled along the well-trodden path leading me back to my sanctuary, the sky painted in hues of deep oranges and purples. Beside me, my faithful companion Max sauntered with a gentle rhythm, his tail swaying in harmony with my stride. This moment held a tranquil stillness, a serene conclusion to an unremarkable day. Little did I fathom that it served as the tranquil lull before an impending tempest. As the sun's rays kissed the horizon, I awoke to a deafening silence. Max's bed sat empty, devoid of his usual morning greeting. Initially dismissing his absence as mere exploration within the confines of our abode, the weight of the stillness grew oppressive with each call of his name. Panic crept into my being. Every nook and cranny was scoured, my voice growing hoarse with each desperate plea. Time blurred as I frantically combed through the house, reaching out to neighbors in a flurry of phone calls. Just as despair began to settle in, a glimmer of hope emerged. There he was, down the street. Relief surged within me, propelling me towards him with a racing heart. Yet, as I knelt to embrace him, a peculiar sight caught my gaze. His usual faded red collar had been replaced with a thick, archaic leather band adorned with intricate carvings and a gleaming brass nameplate. A knot of unease twisted in my stomach as I tentatively reached for the collar, my fingers brushing against a small note tightly bound with twine. With trembling hands, I unfurled the paper to reveal hastily scrawled words. I have witnessed what you choose to overlook. Your haven is not as secure as you believe. Be cautious of the enigma concealed beneath your facade of comfort. The cryptic message quickened my pulse. What clandestine truth lay buried within my familiar surroundings? Who was this enigmatic R with an intimate knowledge of my life? A sense of foreboding settled upon me as I scrutinized the blank brass nameplate and the ancient, foreboding carvings etched into the leather. Max appeared unscathed, albeit unusually subdued. No visible wounds marred his form, yet a lingering disquiet persisted. Determined to unravel the mysteries shrouding us, I resolved to retrace Max's nocturnal wanderings. Each step mirrored his path, my eyes scouring for any semblance of a clue. The tranquil neighborhood, once a source of solace, now exuded an unseen tension. The winding streets led me to the local park, a place imbued with memories of shared moments with Max. A figure sat upon a weathered bench, their gaze flickering nervously towards me. Though a flicker of recognition danced across their features, their identity eluded me. Summoning my courage, I approached the figure. "Excuse me," I began, my voice steady yet laced with apprehension. "Have you noticed anything peculiar in this vicinity? My canine companion vanished last night and returned adorned with this peculiar collar." The figure's eyes widened, hands fidgeting restlessly as they averted their gaze. "I know naught of any collar," they stuttered, evading direct eye contact. "Exercise caution, for appearances often deceive." Their enigmatic words sent a shiver down my spine. Thanking them, I retreated, a maelstrom of thoughts swirling within. What trials had Max endured in his absence? Who was the elusive R, and what lay veiled beneath the facade of my life? Upon my return home, an exhaustive search ensued, every nook and cranny scrutinized for anomalies. Yet all appeared as it should, familiar, comforting, yet concealing an enigma beyond my grasp. An intangible watchfulness enveloped me, a sensation of unseen eyes peering into my very soul. Days melded into nights, the eerie sensation refusing to dissipate. Vigilant over Max's every move, I sought solace in the semblance of normalcy he exuded. The collar remained tucked away, its inscrutable message a constant reminder of the enigmas haunting me. Who was the enigmatic R, and what truths did they allude to? The sanctuary that once cradled me now harbored a veil of doubt and unrest. With each falling leaf, a sense of foreboding deepened. The serenity of autumn's embrace had been eclipsed by an unsettling prelude, hinting at mysteries yet unveiled. Story 9. On a typical Saturday morning, a seemingly mundane event unfolded in my bathroom. In a careless moment, I knocked over my trusty, old mirror, shattering it into a myriad of glinting fragments that scattered across the tiled floor with a sharp, tinkling sound. The broken pieces resembled cruel, glittering confetti under the light, a stark contrast to the familiarity the mirror had brought to my dimly lit bathroom for years. The sudden loss of this constant fixture left me with an unsettling sense of emptiness. Cleaning up the shards became a tedious and nerve-wracking task. I gingerly collected the larger pieces, wary of their razor-sharp edges, and meticulously swept the smaller bits into a dustpan. After ensuring the floor was clear of any remnants, I disposed of the broken mirror and turned my attention to finding a replacement, hoping to easily resolve this inconvenience. Opting for a sleek, modern design, I ordered a new mirror online to infuse the space with a fresh aesthetic. A few days later, the replacement mirror arrived in a nondescript package. As I greeted the delivery driver, his fleeting smile seemed forced, almost eager to depart. Carefully unwrapping the new mirror, I discovered a small note from the delivery service nestled inside. "Hope this one doesn't crack." The casual yet oddly ominous message gave me a moment's pause, sending a subtle shiver down my spine. Dismissing it as a peculiar joke or coincidence, I proceeded to mount the new mirror on the wall, admiring its pristine, reflective surface that brightened the bathroom. Initially, everything seemed normal with the new addition, but soon, a peculiar sensation began to creep in. Each time I glanced into the mirror, a subtle feeling of being watched engulfed me. Initially subtle, this unease intensified over time, sending a chill down my spine, as if unseen eyes lingered just beyond the glass. Attempting to attribute this discomfort to psychological remnants of the previous mirror incident, I tried to ignore the sensation. However, my avoidance of the mirror only served to intensify the eerie feeling. One evening, Driven by curiosity and unease, I decided to investigate further. Returning to where the old mirror had hung, I meticulously examined the wall and floor with a flashlight. Amid the cleanliness, I noticed a dark smudge in a corner that failed to reflect light like glass. Vacuuming every crevice and meticulously wiping down the area, my thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the note, its seemingly innocent nature now appearing as a hidden warning. That night, plagued by haunting dreams, shadowy figures moved behind the mirror in my mind's eye, their forms flickering like candle flames. Cold, unblinking eyes stared back at me from the reflective surface, causing me to awaken in a cold sweat, the unease lingering into my waking hours. Seeking resolution, I turned to friends and family, but their reassurances of overthinking or stress fell short of comforting me. In a final bid for clarity, I reached out to a local paranormal investigator who meticulously examined the mirror and bathroom with an array of tools, finding nothing out of the ordinary. Despite their reassurances, the sense of unease persisted. The investigator attributed it to heightened anxiety stemming from the mirror incident and the cryptic note, emphasizing the mind's ability to exaggerate fear in times of vulnerability. Slowly, through facing my fears head-on, spending time in front of the mirror despite lingering discomfort, the intensity of my unease began to wane. The note and remnants of the old mirror remained tucked away, serving as reminders of a lesson learned, the power of suggestion and fear's ability to distort reality. The mirror itself held no malevolence. It was the circumstances surrounding it that had evoked fear. Over time, I confronted my anxieties, realizing that the shadows and eyes that once haunted me were mere figments of my imagination. The mirror, once a source of unease, became a symbol of resilience and self-discovery. The experience taught me that the most formidable fears often stem from within, serving as a poignant reminder that our minds hold the true power over perceptions. Story 10. On an ordinary Tuesday morning amidst the mundane clutter of bills and junk mail, a single puzzle piece emerged, hidden within the folds of a glossy catalog. It nearly escaped my notice, but the edge of an unmarked envelope beckoned me. My name delicately scripted on the front, devoid of any sender's address. Within, a weathered puzzle piece portrayed a house weathering the elements, entwined with vines and surrounded by barren trees. The house stirred a strange sense of recognition within me, a memory just out of reach. Etched on the back of the piece, a cryptic message danced in elegant calligraphy. You remember this, but you don't remember why. Dismissing it as a peculiar jest, I set it aside and carried on with the day's routines. Yet, come the following morning, another envelope materialized. Inside rested a second puzzle fragment, this one depicting a cluttered desk adorned with aged letters and faded photographs. Inscribed on its reverse side were the words, "Piece by piece, you'll remember." As the days drifted by, an unsettling pattern emerged. 5 more puzzle pieces arrived, each revealing a different aspect of a haunting tableau. A dimly lit study, furniture cloaked in dust, and a cracked family portrait askew on the wall. With each new addition, a sense of disquiet deepened within me. The scene felt achingly familiar, like a fragment of a dream long forgotten. Weeks slipped through my fingers, the pieces arriving in succession. Compelled by an unseen force, I cleared a space on my dining table and began assembling the puzzle. Piece by piece, the fragmented image coalesced into a disordered yet detailed study room. The same desk, the same faded portrait, and a leather-bound book bearing an ominous inscription in an ancient script unknown to me. The more I gazed upon the puzzle, the more the tendrils of recognition tightened their grip, though the origin of this familiarity remained elusive. Then a final envelope materialized, bearing the last puzzle piece and a typed letter that pierced through my defenses. "You've done well. Now you must understand. The house in the puzzle belonged to someone dear to you, someone who vanished under mysterious circumstances. The answers lie within the book depicted in the image. Find it, and the truth shall be revealed. Frozen in place, my heart drumming a frantic rhythm, I could no longer deny the gravity of the situation. This was no mere prank. This was a descent into the shadows of the past. My thoughts turned to my family, seeking forgotten fragments of memory, untold tales that might shed light on this spectral message. That very night, I sought solace in the presence of my parents. As I unveiled the assembled puzzle and the enigmatic letter, a shared unease flickered across their faces. My mother's voice quivered as she traced a trembling finger along the puzzle's edge. "That house," she murmured, her complexion drained of color. "It belonged to your Aunt Margaret before she vanished." A knot twisted in my stomach. Aunt Margaret, a specter from my childhood, said to have departed after a rift within the family. Yet her disappearance had always been veiled in a cloak of silence, devoid of explanations or closure. "It's the book," my father interjected, gesturing to the aged tome within the puzzle's confines. Margaret had a penchant for old books, but that one was different. She claimed it harbored family secrets, discoveries she made before her departure. Driven by a blend of dread and resolve, I knew my path lay clear. I sought out the abandoned house, a relic entwined with vines, its windows vacant and hollow like eyes drained of sight. With a trembling hand, I pushed open the decaying door, stepping into a time forgotten. The interior mirrored the puzzle's depiction with eerie precision. Dust-laden furniture, forgotten relics, and scattered papers adorned the room. My flashlight cast quivering shadows as I approached the desk from the puzzle, strewn with ancient manuscripts and weathered volumes. And there, resting as if awaiting my arrival, lay the book from the puzzle, untouched, pregnant with secrets. Hesitation lingered before I dared to unclasp its weathered cover. The initial pages, shrouded in cryptic symbols and faded ink, proved inscrutable at first glance. Yet deeper within, a handwritten journal beckoned, Margaret's testament. Her entries chronicled the unearthing of buried family truths, betrayals, hidden lineages, and a malevolent legacy entwined with the very house I now traversed. The final entries teetered on the edge of desperation. They are aware of my revelations. The book is both the answer and the curse. Abruptly, the entries ceased, leaving a void pregnant with untold horrors. Before the weight of discovery could fully settle upon my shoulders, a whisper of movement stirred behind me, a soft rustling, akin to fabric brushing against aged wood. My flashlight quivered as I whirled around, but the house stood silent, its depths swallowing the feeble light. Clutching the journal, I fled into the night's chill, breath hitching in my throat. The house loomed behind me, a sentinel of secrets unveiled yet far from comprehended. Returning home, I secured the book within a locked chest, its weight a constant reminder of the shadows looming over my lineage. The puzzle pieces, once mere fragments of a macabre game, had guided me toward a truth long shrouded in secrecy. Aunt Margaret's vanishing was no act of volition. She had been ensnared by the same enigmas now laid bare within ink-stained pages. The past, a specter lurking in the shadows, beckoned with unfinished tales waiting to be unraveled. And deep within, I sensed that the puzzle's final piece had yet to fall into place. Story 11. The eerie stillness enveloped me as I stepped inside, my cat, Whiskers, noticeably absent. Her usual purrs and playful greetings were nowhere to be heard, leaving a void in the familiar comfort of my home. Frantically, I called out her name, the sound of my voice echoing through the silent rooms, met only by silence. A thorough search of every nook and cranny yielded no sign of Whiskers. Not under the bed, not on the windowsill, not even in her favorite closet hideaway. Panic began to gnaw at my insides as the realization of her disappearance settled in. Venturing outside, I called out into the empty yard, shaking her treat bag in a desperate attempt to lure her back. But the world around me remained hushed, devoid of her presence. Hours turned into an evening of dread, a relentless cycle of searching and calling out into the void. Days stretched into a week, filled with the weight of uncertainty and fear. Flyers adorned with Whisker's photo were distributed throughout the neighborhood, my heart heavy with worry. Kind neighbors offered support, promising to keep an eye out, but no concrete leads emerged. Just as despair threatened to consume me, a faint meow pierced the silence one evening. Rushing to the front door, my eyes met Whisker's battered form on the step. Relief washed over me, quickly overshadowed by horror at her condition. Her once gleaming fur was now matted and dirty, her movements marked by a noticeable limp. Gently cradling her in my arms, I discovered the extent of her injuries, raw paws, cuts, bruises. Despite my efforts to comfort her, she recoiled from my touch, a shadow of her former self. A chilling discovery awaited as I removed her collar, a cryptic note hidden within declaring she was ours for a while. The unsettling message raised more questions than answers, sending a shiver down my spine. Seeking help from authorities proved fruitless, their hands tied by lack of evidence. A visit to the vet unveiled the physical toll of Whisker's ordeal, though her emotional wounds ran deeper. In the weeks that followed, Whisker's slow recovery mirrored my own journey of healing. Her tentative steps towards normalcy were a beacon of hope in the lingering shadows of uncertainty. The mystery of her disappearance remained unsolved, a haunting presence in our lives. Yet the bond between us grew stronger, a testament to resilience and the enduring power of love. As I watched Whiskers drift into peaceful slumber, her breath a soothing rhythm in the quiet house, a sense of gratitude washed over me. In the face of darkness, her return stood as a beacon of light, a reminder of the strength found in love and the unwavering bond we shared. Story 12. It all began with a solitary note slipped under my door, a simple piece of folded paper, lacking any signature. Intrigue sparked within me as I retrieved it and unfurled its contents. The message, typed in precise, orderly handwriting, conveyed, "Remember to collect your dry cleaning today. I am aware of your 2 p.m. meeting." Initially, I dismissed it as a peculiar prank or perhaps a mistakenly delivered reminder from a neighbor. The mention of my dry cleaning and the exact timing of my meeting unsettled me, yet it appeared harmless on the surface. Maybe it was just someone playing an odd joke. I cast it aside and proceeded with my day. Several days later, another note materialized, this time slipped into my mailbox. It made reference to my gym routine and even remarked on my choice of workout attire. "You appeared splendid in blue today. Perhaps consider something lighter next time." A sense of unease enveloped me as I perused the words. The individual behind these notes possessed a disconcerting level of knowledge about my life. They were observing me, but from where and for what purpose? Subsequently, the notes increased in frequency. Each one delved into disturbing specifics, snippets of conversations with acquaintances, visits from family members, and even a disagreement with a colleague. It seemed as though they were meticulously tracking my every action. What unsettled me most was the polite and familiar tone of the notes, as if the sender believed we shared some intimate connection. One evening, upon my return from grocery shopping, I discovered yet another note waiting for me on the kitchen counter. My heart nearly ceased its beating. I had locked the door upon my departure. "I see you are replenishing your pasta supply once more. Comfort food is only a temporary solace." Filled with terror, I contacted the authorities. Detective Davis, a seasoned officer exuding a composed, pragmatic aura, took my account seriously, yet maintained a cautious skepticism. "Do you have any inkling of who might be behind this?" he inquired, leafing through the stack of notes I had presented. "None," I replied, my voice quivering. "I do not harbor any adversaries. No one comes to mind." He assured me of their investigative efforts and advised me to safeguard the notes while documenting any future although the fear persisted like an indelible shadow. Days turned into weeks, and the notes took a menacing turn. They transitioned from passive observations to thinly veiled threats. I am aware you skipped the grocery store last night. Exercise caution. You are becoming predictable. Following a social gathering, another note arrived. Your companions will not shield you when the moment arrives. Be discerning about whom you place your trust in. The burgeoning paranoia was inescapable. I fortified my abode with new locks, makeshift alarms, and meticulous checks of every entrance point. However, the notes persisted, sometimes affixed to my car windshield, nestled in my mailbox, or concealed within my work bag. One fateful evening, after encountering an especially chilling note containing a photograph of me exiting my apartment, a realization dawned upon me. The angle of the image matched that of my personal security camera. They had been surveilling me through my own system. In a state of panic, I contacted the private security company responsible for the camera installation. Following a thorough inspection, they uncovered evidence of remote access to the live feed. My supposed bastion of security had been turned against me. The investigation took a somber turn as Detective Davis collaborated closely with the security firm. After relentless tracking efforts, they traced the breach to a local contractor entrusted with security installations in my building. He had exploited his position to monitor and stalk several clients, fixating on me with meticulous precision. Upon his arrest, a disturbing cache of surveillance footage, detailed logs of my routines, and drafts of unrevealed notes were revealed. The revelation was a blend of horror and relief. The nightmare had reached its conclusion. The notes ceased. The shadows that shadowed my every move receded, leaving behind a residual echo of fear. Although life gradually resumed its normal course, the violation lingered in my consciousness. My once secure abode now bore a faint sense of insecurity. The ordeal taught me the vulnerability of privacy and the extent to which certain individuals will go to breach it. While justice was served, the memory of those meticulously written, chillingly intimate notes would forever linger, a perpetual reminder that even behind locked doors, true safety remains elusive. Story 13. The unraveling of the clandestine laboratory hidden within my neighbor's dwelling commenced with a mere spark of curiosity. Mr. Hargrave, a recluse who had recently taken up residence in the grand, weathered mansion adjacent to mine, was a mystery shrouded in enigma. The dwelling had stood abandoned for an age, its towering presence becoming a fixture in the tales whispered among the neighborhood's residents. His abrupt appearance stirred a flicker of intrigue within me, yet I paid it little heed, until peculiar occurrences began to unfold. It all began with peculiar noises that pierced the stillness of the night, metallic clangs, the hum of unseen contraptions, and indistinct murmurs. Initially, I brushed them off as mere echoes of renovation work or the idiosyncrasies of an ancient abode stirring from its slumber. However, as the weeks drifted by, the sounds grew more frequent and disquieting. They bore an air of mechanical precision, hinting at something far more sinister than mere home improvements taking place. One autumn day, while Mr. Hargrave was away, I noticed his front door slightly ajar, a fact confirmed by a chance conversation with his gardener. Driven by a blend of curiosity and unease, I succumbed to the tug of curiosity and ventured inside. The interior greeted me with an eerie hush, enveloped in shadows that seemed to hold time at a standstill. Dust-laden furnishings and faded portraits painted a portrait of a frozen past. Following the faint mechanical hum that thrummed through the walls, I navigated a dim corridor that led me to a heavy, ornate door, partially veiled by an ancient tapestry. With a racing heart, I pushed it ajar, and what lay beyond sent a shiver down my spine. Before me sprawled a stark, sterile laboratory, bathed in the harsh glow of fluorescent lights. Metal tables littered with scientific apparatus, vials, syringes, and enigmatic mechanical devices bewildered me with their unknown purposes. Glass jars housing grotesque biological specimens adorned the shelves, mutated beings suspended in murky fluids, some bearing an eerie resemblance to humanity. At the heart of the chamber loomed an immense machine, a labyrinth of wires and gears humming with latent energy. Its design straddled the line between futuristic innovation and grotesque nightmare, sending a chill down my spine. Amidst this unsettling sight, my eyes fell upon a stack of folders neatly arranged on a steel desk, each bearing names and dates. Trembling, I perused their contents to discover detailed records of medical histories, psychological profiles, and behavioral studies. To my horror, I stumbled upon a file bearing my own name, its chilling contents detailing intimate aspects of my life, routines, medical records, and even private conversations held within the confines of my home. Notations on my unexplained ailments, mood fluctuations, and memory lapses stared back at me, meticulously documented. The realization dawned upon me like a bolt of lightning. I was a subject of Mr. Hargrave's experiments. Details of genetic alterations and behavioral amalgamation leapt from the pages, accompanied by diagrams depicting grotesque adaptations blending human and non-human DNA. A particular file outlined Project Integration, with my name etched under the title of Primary Test Subject. Panic gripped me as I scanned the room for answers, my eyes landing on a logbook atop the central console of the colossal machine, revealing the extent of Hargrave's abominable experiments. His objective was clear: to forge hybrid entities by forcibly merging disparate strands of DNA, a revelation that chilled me to the core. A soft rustle behind me shattered my reverie, a gentle sound akin to a presence shifting within the shadows. My breath hitched as I slowly turned, only to find the room devoid of life, or so it seemed. Heart pounding, I fled the laboratory, retracing my steps through the labyrinthine corridors. Each creak of the floorboards felt like an ominous omen of pursuit as I raced back to the safety of my abode, securing every entrance behind me. The ensuing days blurred into a harrowing nightmare, as a pervasive sense of being watched clung to me relentlessly. Paranoia gnawed at my sanity, compelling me to glance over my shoulder incessantly, half expecting the looming specter of Hargrave or something far more sinister to materialize before me. Desperate for aid, I sought the assistance of the authorities. Detective Davis, initially skeptical yet intrigued by my accounts, consented to delve into the matter. However, lacking tangible proof beyond my escalating descriptions, I knew that concrete evidence was imperative. In a bid to unearth the truth, I enlisted the expertise of an old acquaintance, Dr. Lenora Hayes, a molecular biologist. Upon scrutinizing the documents and diagrams smuggled from the laboratory, her countenance contorted in horror. She affirmed that the experiment surpassed mere ethical boundaries, delving into the realm of monstrosity. To my dismay, she conjectured that my inexplicable afflictions might stem from genetic meddling, a hypothesis validated by subsequent medical examinations. Anomalies within my DNA surfaced, defying conventional explanations, heralding a rapid deterioration in my health. Whatever machinations Hargrave had set in motion had wrought tangible consequences that proved irreversible. Determined to unveil the truth, Dr. Hayes and I allied with investigative journalists, divulging the details of Hargrave's atrocities to the public, sparking a maelstrom of media frenzy. Outrage from the populace compelled the authorities to take decisive action. A raid on Hargrave's mansion laid bare the full extent of his ghastly experiments as the clandestine laboratory was dismantled, its contents seized as damning evidence. Hargrave himself was apprehended while attempting to flee justice, facing a litany of charges ranging from illicit human experimentation to multiple counts of criminal collusion. Though justice was meted out, the aftermath left enduring scars upon my being. My well-being necessitated ceaseless monitoring, and the psychological wounds inflicted by being utilized as a living guinea pig proved harder to heal. I grappled with the arduous task of rebuilding my life, haunted by the specter of Hargrave's transgressions and the nightmarish legacy he had nearly brought to fruition. The mansion, now condemned and razed to the ground, entombed its dark secrets beneath the debris. Yet its looming shadow endured as a grim testimony to the perversion of scientific zeal into unspeakable dread. I emerged from the ordeal a survivor, yet the memories of that fateful night and the monstrous inheritance left in its wake lingered as indelible imprints upon my soul, a reminder of the fragile line between ambition and atrocity. Story 14. The morning dawned like any other, with gentle sunlight filtering through the curtains and the familiar hum of the coffee maker in the background, a soothing melody of routine. But the tranquility of the day was shattered by a small, unassuming, package resting on my doorstep. A plain brown box, devoid of a return address, bore only my name inscribed in an unfamiliar, neat script. Curiosity mingled with a subtle unease as I brought the mysterious package inside my home. With a knife, I carefully cut through the tape that sealed the box, unveiling a stack of photographs meticulously arranged and bound together by a simple rubber band. As I flipped through the images, my heart quickened with each passing scene, a snapshot of my life captured in still frames. The first photograph depicted me seated on a bench in a local park, engrossed in a book on a peaceful afternoon just a week prior. A sense of unease crept over me as I realized the photograph had been taken from a distance, capturing me in a candid moment I had believed to be solitary. Subsequent photos revealed me at various city locations, exiting a grocery store, enjoying lunch at a cafe, browsing through the library, always alone, with no trace of another soul in sight. It seemed as though an unseen presence had been shadowing my every move, documenting my existence with eerie precision. The disquiet within me deepened as I reached the final image, a chilling portrayal of myself in my living room, caught unawares with a look of surprise etched on my features. The photo, taken through the window, exposed an intruder's gaze fixed upon me, freezing a moment in time that had felt private and secure. A note nestled within the package unfolded a cryptic message that sent a shiver down my spine. I see you, and I know you see me. These photos reflect your life, observed and foretold. Pay heed, and you shall witness the future unveiled. Your choices shall shape what lies ahead. My pulse quickened as I grappled with the implications of the unsettling message, realizing that someone not only watched me, but also sought to influence the course of my life through these clandestine photographs. Seeking clarity and resolution, I turned to the authorities, sharing the package and its contents in hopes of unmasking the sender or gaining insight into the enigmatic situation. The officers, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, pledged to investigate the matter, recognizing the potential threat posed by an unknown voyeur or manipulator. Yet as days passed, the haunting images lingered, casting a shadow of paranoia over my daily routines, compelling me to scrutinize every corner for signs of impending intrusion. One fateful afternoon, amidst the mundane task of sorting through my mail, I encountered another envelope bearing a striking resemblance to the earlier package. However, this time, it contained a solitary photograph, a snapshot of me traversing the park trail marked with a conspicuous red X. The cryptic message inscribed on the back beckoned me to a pivotal rendezvous. The path you choose shall mold your destiny. Meet me at the X, and all shall be revealed. A potent blend of curiosity and trepidation seized my thoughts, torn between the allure of unraveling the mystery and the fear of walking into the unknown. Determined to confront the elusive figure behind the unsettling charade, I ventured into the park as twilight descended, guided by the ominous guidance of the red X. The park lay cloaked in a hushed stillness, punctuated only by the rustling of leaves and distant urban echoes that whispered of hidden truths. Upon reaching the designated spot, where the path curved into a secluded clearing, A figure materialized from the shadows, a man cloaked in darkness, his countenance partially veiled by the brim of a hat. His presence exuded a commanding aura as he acknowledged my arrival with a solemn nod. "You have followed the trail," his voice resonated, deep and velvety. "I see you have embraced the enigma." Seeking clarity, I demanded, "Who are you? What is your purpose in this elaborate charade?" With measured steps, he drew nearer, his features etched with wisdom and intrigue. "I am but a watcher of your journey, an observer of your choices in the face of uncertainty," he disclosed. "The photographs were a mirror to reflect the patterns of your fate, a test of your mettle." A whirlwind of emotions swept through me as I pressed for answers. "Why subject me to this ordeal? What do you seek to gain?" Softening his gaze, he imparted a profound truth. "Our destinies are etched by the paths we tread. The images were not mere prophecies, but a beacon to guide you towards self-realization. Your responses, your decisions, they sculpt the tapestry of your existence. I wanted you to grasp the power of shaping tomorrow through today." His enigmatic words lingered in the air, infusing the moment with a profound sense of revelation. "So this was a trial, a revelation," I murmured, grappling with the weight of his message. "Not merely a test, but a revelation," he affirmed. "You have faced the shadows of uncertainty and emerged resilient. The canvas of your future awaits your strokes. How you confront the unknown shapes the tapestry of your destiny." With a final nod, the enigmatic figure receded into the veils of dusk, leaving me to contemplate the profound lessons learned amidst the shadows and echoes of the park. The cryptic journey, the orchestrated trials, and the enigmatic encounter converged to unveil a newfound understanding, a realization that the future lay not as a fixed certainty, but as a realm shaped by the choices we make, the dilemmas we confront, and the courage we muster to embrace the veiled unknown. As I departed the park, a sense of closure and liberation enveloped me, a poignant reminder that within the labyrinth of uncertainties, I held the key to charting my course. The unsettling odyssey had not only tested my resolve, but also affirmed the potency of choice and the imperative of confronting the enigmatic with unwavering courage. The future remained an open expanse of possibilities, a canvas awaiting the strokes of my decisions, the hues of my actions, and the unwavering resolve to sculpt a destiny shrouded in the mysteries of tomorrow. Story 15. It all began on an ordinary Tuesday morning. The sun had just started its slow ascent, and I, still half asleep, reached for my phone out of habit. A missed call from an unfamiliar number caught my eye. No voicemail left behind, just a silent, unanswered ring that stirred my curiosity. Dismissing it as a wrong number or a pesky telemarketer, I carried on with my day. The following day, that same mysterious number called once more. This time, I hesitantly answered. "Hello?" I spoke into the phone, met with silence on the other end. For a brief moment, only the quiet hum of the connection filled the air before the call abruptly ended. A chill ran down my spine, but I quickly brushed it off as a glitch or a juvenile prank. As the days unfolded, the calls persisted, always arriving at odd hours, disrupting the flow of my daily life. Initially, they were nothing more than an annoyance, interrupting meetings and moments of solitude. However, one fateful evening, everything changed. While tending to a pot of bubbling pasta in the kitchen, the phone rang once again. I nearly ignored it, but a strange compulsion led me to answer. "Hello," I uttered tentatively. The voice on the other end was eerily calm, almost conversational. "I see you're cooking pasta tonight. Don't forget to stir it, or it'll stick to the bottom," the voice remarked before the call abruptly ended. Frozen in place, I stared at the pot on the stove, steam swirling upwards, heart racing with disbelief. How could they have known? My kitchen blinds were drawn shut, ensuring no one could peer inside. It must have been a coincidence, I reasoned. Someone making an educated guess, or perhaps a slip of information unknowingly shared with a friend. Despite my attempts to rationalize, A lingering unease settled within me. The pattern repeated itself the next day, the caller's voice now more intimate, more unnervingly accurate. "I noticed you had a long day at work. That client meeting must have left you drained. Remember to take it easy tonight. Maybe watch that movie you were discussing." The voice murmured. My grip on the phone faltered. Earlier that day I had indeed mentioned a movie to a coworker. The details were too precise to dismiss as mere chance. It felt as though the caller was not just aware of my actions, but intimately familiar with my life. With each subsequent call, the intrusion deepened. "I see you have plans for coffee with friends tomorrow. Don't forget to inquire about Jamie's new job," the voice stated calmly, sending a shiver down my spine. It wasn't merely the knowledge of my schedule, it was the unsettling intimacy, as if the caller inhabited the very room with me, observing my every move. Growing increasingly unsettled, I sought help from my phone provider to trace the number, yet all efforts led to dead ends. The authorities were unable to intervene without substantial evidence, prompting me to take matters into my own hands. Security cameras were installed, routines were altered, and each call meticulously documented in a desperate attempt to discern a pattern. But no matter my precautions, the caller remained one step ahead, disrupting meals, work, and even the fleeting moments of respite. As anxiety consumed me, paranoia began to take hold, casting doubt on every interaction and prompting fearful glances over my shoulder. Following yet another cryptic call during dinner one evening, I reached my breaking point. "Who are you?" I demanded, voice quivering with fear. "How do you know so much about me?" A pregnant pause lingered before the calm voice responded. "I've been watching over you because I care deeply for you. You must understand that." Nausea churned within me at the cryptic declaration. "Why are you subjecting me to this torment? What is it that you seek?" I pressed urgently, only to be met with silence as the call abruptly ended. Haunted by those unsettling words, I grappled with confusion and dread. Was this a twisted form of obsession? Desperate for answers, I enlisted the aid of a private investigator, divulging every detail, from call logs to security footage. Promised diligence, but warned of a lengthy process, I waited anxiously as weeks stretched into months. Slowly, the calls dwindled, eventually ceasing altogether. The investigator eventually unveiled the truth. A tech-savvy individual had orchestrated this elaborate intrusion, driven by a deeply personal fixation shrouded in mystery. Despite the closure the investigation offered, the fear persisted, leaving an indelible mark upon me. Hypervigilant, I found myself constantly checking locks, scanning my surroundings, questioning the very essence of safety. Though the calls had ceased, their impact endured. The memory of that calm, detached voice lingered, a spectral presence in my thoughts. They had breached boundaries, delved into the depths of my privacy with unsettling ease. The harrowing ordeal taught me a poignant lesson: the fragile line between solitude and intrusion, the shadows that lurk just beyond our awareness, waiting for their moment to encroach upon the light. Story 16. In the quiet of a typical evening, I returned to my bedroom, seeking solace in the familiar embrace of home. The day's weariness clung to me like a shadow as I tossed my keys on the kitchen counter and made my way to my room, craving a moment of peace. Yet, as my eyes drifted over the usual array of books and trinkets adorning my dresser, they alighted upon something unexpected: a camera. Initially, I dismissed it as one of my own tools, a relic from my photography passion. My room often bore witness to an assortment of equipment, from lenses to tripods. But as I drew nearer, a sense of unease crept in. The camera was positioned just so, capturing a wide view of my room, including the bed where I had recently reclined. Its unassuming lens shimmered faintly in the dim light, sending a shiver down my spine. Surveying my surroundings, I searched for any other signs of intrusion. All appeared normal, yet the unsettling sensation of being observed lingered. My heart quickened as I tentatively reached for the camera, discovering a small SD card nestled within. With trembling hands, I inserted the card into my laptop. The screen flickered to life, revealing a series of video clips. Initially, the footage was mundane, scenes of me lounging on the couch, discarding a book, or engrossed in work at my desk. These glimpses into my private moments, though innocuous, felt like a violation. Then, the videos shifted. Family and friends materialized on the screen. My sister at home watching TV, my best friend engaged in conversation at a cafe, my parents unwinding in their living room post-dinner. Each clip, seemingly ordinary, carried an undercurrent of disturbance. Someone had been watching them, observing their lives as intimately as mine. As I scrolled through the clips, a growing unease enveloped me. The surveillance extended beyond my own realm, encroaching upon those I held dear. Questions swirled in my mind like shadows dancing in the night. Who was behind this intrusion, and why? Fueled by desperation, I sought answers, racking my brain for any peculiarities or oddities that might shed light on this mystery. But nothing emerged. I had no foes, no conflicts that would render me a target. Attempts to reach my sister, parents, and friends only led to voicemail, intensifying my sense of isolation and dread. Feeling ensnared and powerless, I reached out to the authorities. Upon their arrival, I shared the unsettling discovery, showcasing the videos. Initially skeptical, the officers' demeanor shifted as they watched the footage of my loved ones. They delved into the camera's origins, determined to trace the surveillance to its source. Despite their involvement, the feeling of being watched persisted, every creak and shadow seeming part of a malevolent scheme. Days turned to weeks, the investigation yielding scant progress. The absence of answers left me exposed, vulnerable. Though I tried to resume normalcy, the sanctuary of my home had been tainted. Every sound, every flicker in the periphery set my nerves on edge. One evening, a chilling realization dawned upon me. Was the surveillance meant to harm or to manipulate? The notion of being a pawn in a psychological game, of my safety being toyed with for mere amusement, sent a fresh wave of dread crashing over me. Determined to regain agency, I meticulously documented every anomaly, fortifying my home with security measures, cameras, motion detectors, reinforced locks. My once safe haven transformed into a fortress of vigilance. While the mystery of the camera remained unsolved, the identity of the surveillant elusive, the experience left an indelible scar. The violation of my privacy, the intrusion into the lives of those I cherished, etched a profound awareness of vulnerability within me. Yet, amidst the shadows of fear and uncertainty, a newfound resolve blossomed. Though the origin of the hidden camera remained shrouded in mystery, its presence compelled me to confront my fears, to safeguard what mattered most. While vigilance could not replace true peace of mind, it marked a beginning, a small triumph in a battle thrust upon me, a battle I vowed to face with unwavering determination. Story 17. The night was hushed, enveloped in a blanket of quiet, broken only by the shrill ring of the phone echoing through my living room once more. Casting a glance at the screen, a furrow creased my brow. The number displayed belonged to an unfamiliar area code, persisting in its persistence. Weeks had passed since the calls commenced, starting as mere unsettling silences before morphing into something far more disquieting. Whispers of revelations about my daily existence, spoken in a voice foreign to my ears. This was no ordinary prank, of that I was certain. With a hesitant breath I answered, the throb of my heart reverberating in my chest. "Hello?" I uttered, striving to maintain composure despite the tautness in my voice. Silence greeted me, save for the faint echo of breath on the other end. Goosebumps prickled my skin as I ended the call, fixating on the screen as if it held the key to unraveling the enigma before me. The number etched itself into my memory, defying my attempts to block it out, persisting like a haunting specter. I confided in friends and family, seeking solace in shared bewilderment. yet none could offer explanations. Pushing aside the disquieting thoughts, I gravitated towards the kitchen, finding solace in the familiar ritual of brewing tea. The kettle sang its gentle melody, drawing my gaze to a small, unmarked box perched on the counter, its presence a mystery to me. With bated breath, I lifted the lid, revealing a delicate silver bracelet adorned with an intricate design. Holding it up to the light, I scrutinized the unique engraving, a pattern unfamiliar yet strangely resonant. However, what sent a shiver down my spine was that this bracelet mirrored a passing desire, an offhand mention in a conversation long forgotten, shared with a trusted confidant, a detail confined to the realms of memory, never disclosed elsewhere. Setting the bracelet down with trembling hands, I pondered the implications, the tendrils of unease tightening their grip on my thoughts. Perhaps a gift, but the question lingered, from whom and for what purpose? Later that night, while tidying my bedroom, another anomaly revealed itself, a pair of luxurious leather gloves, a rich hue of dark brown exuding elegance. Their craftsmanship bespoke of quality, yet they were a possession alien to me, unspoken of in any conversation. Anxiety welled within me, a question mark looming over the silent bestowal of these items within my sanctuary. Who trespassed upon my domain, leaving behind these mysterious offerings? The sequence continued, each day unfurling a new gift. A designer scarf draped casually over the sofa, a premium coffee maker adorning the kitchen counter. Each item meticulously tailored to my preferences, yet never purchased by my hand. Accompanying each gift, a succinct note bore the initial A, offering cryptic messages of warmth and indulgence. Vigilance became my ally as I installed security cameras, hoping to capture the elusive benefactor. Yet each dawn brought naught but empty recordings, void of any intruder or forced entry. The items materialized as if by magic, defying the laws of logic. Authorities, sympathetic yet powerless, advised caution as I meticulously documented each gift and note, seeking patterns in the chaos. One fateful night, as I combed through my logs in the dim glow of the living room, the phone rang once more, the familiar number taunting me. Trembling hands lifted the receiver. "Hello?" I ventured, my voice a fragile facade. This time, a voice responded, dripping with eerie calmness. "Good evening," it intoned, a chill tracing down my spine. "I trust you're relishing the surprises." A demand for answers surged within me. "Who are you? What do you seek?" I implored, met with a soft chuckle on the other end. "Merely a companion wishing your happiness," the voice cooed. "Your discerning tastes deserve the finest. Should you desire further discourse, a meeting can be arranged. Until then, savor the mysteries." The line fell silent, leaving me ensnared in a game of shadows, a pawn in a cryptic spectacle. Resolute in my quest for truth, I delved into the labyrinth of clues, dissecting each gift, each note, each call. Sleep became a fleeting luxury as days blurred into restless nights, consumed by the unraveling enigma. On a rainy eve, a chilling revelation awaited me. A grand mirror, ornate and foreboding, stationed in the heart of my living space. Its frame gleamed in the dimness, a folded note nestled in its corner. Fingers trembling, I unfurled the message, its words etched with ominous intent. The mirror reflects not just the present, but the shadows of the past. Meet me at the midnight crossroads of time. The enigmatic summons beckoned, stirring a primal unease within me. Midnight loomed, a pivotal moment where resolve clashed with trepidation. The time had come to confront the orchestrator of this elaborate charade, to pierce the veil of mystery shrouding my existence. With each step towards the unknown, a haunting question lingered. Was I stepping into a trap, or unraveling the enigma that had ensnared my very being? Story 18. The rain beat persistently against the windows, a rhythmic drumming that seemed to echo the tension hanging in the air. I sat at my kitchen table, watching the clock's faint glow on the wall inch closer to midnight. The mysterious phone calls, odd gifts, and the unsettling feeling of being watched had consumed my thoughts for weeks. But today, everything took a turn beyond my wildest imagination. It all began that afternoon at a local coffee shop. Seeking solace from the heavy atmosphere of my apartment, I sat there sipping my coffee when an elderly man approached. His gaunt figure and haunted eyes held a depth that spoke of secrets long buried. Clad in a dark coat, he placed an old leather satchel on my table, containing a weathered leather-bound journal. "Excuse me," he rasped, his voice commanding. "I believe this belongs to you." I eyed the journal warily, asking why he was giving it to me. His gaze pleaded almost urgently. "There's no time to explain. Read it. You need to know before it's too late." Before I could question him further, he disappeared into the rain-soaked streets. Frozen, I held the journal in my hands, feeling its weight. Back home, I lit a single lamp and opened its pages with trembling fingers. The yellowed, faintly inked entries spoke of my life with uncanny accuracy. Details of my routine, favorite spots, even unspoken thoughts were meticulously recorded. As I delved deeper, a sense of unease crept in. The journal detailed the strange phone calls, the mysterious gifts I had received, and the feeling of being followed and watched. The entries grew darker, describing eerie encounters and a looming sense of dread. My heart raced as I turned to an entry dated tonight, August 12th, 2024. "The time is near. The darkness encroaching upon your life will soon reach its climax. The Watcher has seen all and is coming to collect. At midnight, the final act begins. Beware." Trembling, I dropped the journal as a cold sweat broke out on my skin. My eyes darted to the old mirror in the living room, the same mirror left at my door weeks ago. The clock showed 11:57 p.m. Seeking answers, I grasped the journal and cautiously approached the mirror. Its reflective surface seemed to hold a malevolent presence, as if it were alive. The room grew colder, shadows dancing around the mirror. 11:59 p.m. The house fell silent, a heavy stillness enveloping me. Ding. Midnight struck. I gazed at the mirror, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. My own reflection stared back, distorted in the dim light. Then a soft rustling behind me made my heart race. I turned, finding nothing. As I faced the mirror again, a figure appeared in the reflection, gaunt, shadowy, with hollow eyes fixed on me. A voice echoed from the mirror, chilling and familiar. "You've arrived, but the final act is just beginning." The figure stepped out of the mirror, morphed and twisted, revealing the elderly man from the coffee shop, now dark and malevolent. "You shouldn't have interfered," he hissed, his voice dripping with malice. Paralyzed with fear, I clutched the journal and flung it at the mirror. Crash! Shattered glass scattered across the floor as the twisted figure shrieked and dissolved into fractured reflections. Gasping for air, I sank to the floor, surrounded by broken glass and the torn journal. The pages fluttered, whispering their dark secrets. Silence settled, but the chill lingered. The mirror was gone, but so was my sense of safety. I survived the night, but I knew it was far from over. The journal's warning echoed. The final act is about to unfold. Story 19. Late one evening, as the final traces of sunlight slipped behind the horizon, Sarah found herself restless in her suburban abode. Within these walls, where she had always felt secure, tonight carried an unsettling energy. It was as if a shadow loomed over her tranquil routine. As she readied herself for bed, I awaited her. A small, unfamiliar device nestled among her kitchen appliances. A sleek, unassuming black camera perched inconspicuously atop the microwave. Frozen in place, confusion and a hint of fear gripped her as she realized it hadn't been there before. The tiny lens seemed to peer back at her, prompting her to swiftly power it down, her hands trembling with unease. Seeking solace, Sarah retreated to her bedroom, hoping rest would ease her nerves. But as she entered, another chilling shock awaited her. A second camera discreetly fixed in the corner of the ceiling, nearly blending into the neutral paint. The realization struck her with a jolt. Unauthorized cameras were watching her every move. Questions swirled in her mind. Who had placed them there? Why? How long had they been observing her? Anxiety mounted as she grappled with the implications. Turning to her phone for answers, Sarah frantically searched for ways to detect hidden cameras, her fingers dancing across the screen. The fear of being surveilled weighed heavily on her. It wasn't just the invasion of privacy. It was the violation of her most intimate moments that haunted her. As the night deepened, she mustered the courage to review the footage from the discovered cameras. Connecting her phone to the devices revealed memory cards filled with recordings. Heart pounding, she braced herself as she delved into the footage, hoping for a rational explanation. However, her worst fears materialized as the videos played. Images from various corners of her home unfolded before her eyes. In one clip, she was in the kitchen, oblivious in her pajamas. Another showed her in the living room, engrossed in a book, unaware of the hidden lens. The most unsettling footage captured her private moments in the bedroom. Undressing, changing, preparing for bed, moments meant for her alone, now exposed to an unknown viewer. The violation she felt was profound, turning her once safe haven into a stage for a voyeur's eyes. Promptly reporting the intrusion, an officer arrived, swiftly collecting the cameras and footage as evidence. Sarah recounted her fears, a mix of relief and unease washing over her. The authorities vowed to investigate, yet the trust she once held in her home had shattered. Days turned into weeks of anxious waiting for answers. Her sanctuary now felt like a potential trap, every creak and noise amplifying her fear. One evening, while checking her mail, a letter without a return address arrived. Inside, a single sheet of paper bore a chilling message. "I know you're scared. You should be. I see everything." The sender's identity remained a mystery, but the taunting message deepened Sarah's terror. She increased security measures, altering her routines to evade predictability. Her sense of safety irreversibly altered, haunted by the unknown watcher. Months passed, the police investigation yielding scant leads. The culprit remained at large, leaving Sarah to grapple with the invasion that had disrupted her life. Her home, once a place of comfort, now a battleground of fear and vigilance. Though the cameras were gone, the scars of that night lingered. Reconnecting with friends, finding small victories, she sought to reclaim her privacy and security. Yet the shadow of that fateful night loomed, a reminder of the vulnerabilities in the most familiar of places. As she navigated her altered reality, Sarah found solace in reconnecting with loved ones, rebuilding a semblance of normalcy, and carving out personal space. The ordeal taught her a harsh lesson on the fragility of safety and the eerie potential for betrayal in the places we trust most. The night her privacy was breached remained a haunting presence, a reminder of unseen threats that could disrupt even the most secure lives. Story 20. On a chilly November evening, a sense of unease crept into my world as I observed a shift in my dear friend Max. Our bond, forged through shared college experiences and city adventures, had always been a source of comfort. Max was the steady anchor in my life, a rock I would rely on no matter what. So when his behavior began to veer off course, it sent ripples of confusion and concern through me. At first, the signs were subtle, a constant buzzing of his phone, secretive calls taken away from prying ears, and curt, defensive responses replacing his usual easygoing manner. Our once lively text exchanges dwindled, and plans were canceled under the flimsiest of excuses. I reassured myself that it was just a passing phase, perhaps a hidden stressor or personal turmoil. But a lingering unease settled in my heart. Then came the pivotal moment, a quiet Saturday afternoon when I decided to surprise Max with a visit to return a borrowed book. As I approached his slightly ajar door, a wave of dread washed over me. Max, the epitome of orderliness, lived in chaos. Unopened mail scattered, a bag overflowing with cash exposed, and a chilling array of weapons strewn on the floor. Disbelief knotted my stomach. This couldn't be the Max I knew. the Max I trusted. Before I could process the scene before me, the sound of hurried footsteps drew near. Panicked, I sought refuge behind boxes, holding my breath as Max entered, his expression a mix of confusion and alarm. His eyes, usually warm and familiar, now sharp and calculating. "What are you doing here?" His voice cut through the tension, catching me off guard. I was just returning your book," I faltered, my voice betraying my shock. His response was icy, a stark contrast to his usual warmth. "It's not what it seems. You shouldn't be here." His words pierced through my denial, revealing a hidden world of danger. "I should leave," I managed, edging towards the exit. "We can talk later." Max made no move to stop me, but his silence spoke volumes. The revelation haunted me for days, the image of the chaos etched in my mind. The cash, the weapons, what had Max become entangled in? The unease deepened when news of city robberies surfaced, one striking too close to home. The pieces clicked into place. Max's odd behavior, the mysterious calls, the unmarked envelopes. Was he involved in these crimes? Driven by a gnawing curiosity, I delved into the shadows, connecting dots and uncovering a disturbing truth. Confrontation loomed, a tense exchange where Max's facade crumbled. "I handle logistics," he confessed, his guilt palpable. "Money transfers, drop-offs, that's all." But to me, it was more than just logistics. It was a betrayal of trust, a rupture of our bond. Max vowed to sever ties with his criminal past, but the damage had been done. The sense of security I once knew shattered, replaced by a constant vigilance. Locks were changed, security measures heightened, and a gulf formed between us. Our interactions became hollow, laden with unspoken truths. I held on to a flicker of hope that Max could redeem himself, but doubt lingered like a shadow. The memory of that chaotic apartment, the glimpse into his hidden life, lingered like a ghost between us. And as much as I wished for things to return to how they once were, the scars of betrayal ran deep, casting a shadow over our fractured friendship. Story 21. In the depths of the night, the office transformed into a sanctuary of solitude, a realm where shadows danced and whispered secrets to the hushed air. For me, it had become a second home, a haven of productivity where time seemed to lose its meaning amidst the hum of computers and the soft glow of desk lamps. Dedicated and meticulous, I often lingered long after others had departed, consumed by the intricate tapestry of tasks that awaited completion. Amidst the tranquil stillness, a solitary figure moved silently through the corridors, a custodian of cleanliness named Gary. His presence, once a mere background detail, began to shift into something more, something unsettling. A subtle awareness crept over me, like a ripple across a tranquil pond, as I noticed his keen interest in my comings and goings. Innocuous comments morphed into probing inquiries, his gaze lingering a touch too long, his words veiled in a cloak of concern that felt more like intrusion. One fateful evening, as the moon cast its silvery light upon the empty halls, Gary's behavior took a disconcerting turn. His rounds lingered, his steps echoing faintly in the quiet expanse. A sense of disquiet settled upon me, like a shroud of mist weaving through the corridors. And then, in a moment suspended in time, I glimpsed him near my office door, his hands fumbling with the lock in a dance of ill intent. Heart pounding in my chest, I recoiled, a silent scream trapped in my throat as I beheld the breach of my sanctuary. Swiftly, I reached out to the guardians of security, my voice urgent and trembling with the weight of fear. Yet, when they arrived, Gary had vanished, leaving behind a facade of innocence that crumbled under the weight of suspicion. In the aftermath, the gears of investigation turned, the machinery of justice grinding slowly but surely. Gary's facade shattered, revealing a darker truth hidden beneath his veneer of professionalism. The company, in a bid to restore the fractured trust, fortified its defenses, erecting barriers to shield against the encroachment of unauthorized intrusion. Despite the outward semblance of resolution, a lingering unease clung to the fabric of my existence. a ghostly reminder of vulnerability laid bare. The once familiar contours of the office now bore the indelible mark of intrusion, every shadow pregnant with the memory of that fateful night. I found solace in the newfound security measures, in the gestures of support extended by the company, yet the specter of fear refused to be exorcised. With each passing day, I navigated the labyrinth of my unease, rebuilding the shattered fortress of normalcy brick by brick. Yet the scars remained, etched into the very foundation of my being, a testament to the fragility of safety in a world teeming with shadows. The boundaries between professional decorum and personal security blurred, a stark reminder of the delicate dance we all perform in the realm of trust and vulnerability. As time ebbed and flowed, I forged a path forward, reclaiming a semblance of routine amidst the lingering specter of uncertainty. The memory of that night, a haunting echo of betrayal, served as a silent guardian against complacency, a sentinel warning of the fragile threads that bind safety and peril in a delicate balance. And so I continued on, a survivor of the night's intrusion, a sentinel of vigilance in a world where shadows whispered of unseen dangers lurking just beyond the edge of perception. Story 22. The night fell gently, wrapping the world in a cloak of mystery. Shadows danced in the silence, whispering secrets to the moon as I navigated through the labyrinth of my thoughts. The pattern, once subtle, now etched itself boldly in my mind. A friend here, a colleague there, vanishing into the void without a trace. Each disappearance sent ripples of confusion and unease through my soul, like stones skipped across a still pond. At first, I tried to convince myself that it was all mere coincidence, a cruel twist of fate playing tricks on my reality. But as the list of missing souls grew longer, a chilling realization descended upon me like a shroud of fog. I was the common thread binding them all. It all began with Mark, a diligent colleague whose absence at work one morning sparked the first flicker of dread in my heart. His existence dissolved into whispers and shadows, leaving behind only an empty desk and a phone that refused to ring. The news of his disappearance spread like wildfire, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. Days turned into weeks, and then Emily, a cherished friend from my book club, vanished without a trace. The echoes of her laughter lingered in the empty spaces she left behind, haunting me like a melody lost in the wind. Her home stood silent, a monument to her sudden absence, with no clues to offer but a silent phone resting on the kitchen counter. And then came the final blow, a cruel twist of fate that shattered my world. My cousin Alex, a beacon of light in my life, disappeared without a wee spur, leaving behind a void that echoed through the walls of my existence. His belongings stood as silent witnesses to his absence, a silent testament to the mystery that now enveloped me like a shroud. With each disappearance, the weight of the unknown pressed down upon me, suffocating me with its silent menace. Desperation clawed at the edges of my sanity as I delved into the shadows, seeking answers in the darkness that now enveloped me. The truth, when it finally emerged from the depths of my fears, was a chilling revelation. The missing pieces of this macabre puzzle all led back to me. A dark force, unseen and unfathomable, was weaving a sinister web around me, drawing those closest to me into its malevolent embrace. Driven by a primal need for answers, I embarked on a journey into the heart of the mystery, guided only by the flickering light of my resolve. The trail led me through a maze of memories and whispers, each step bringing me closer to the heart of the darkness that now threatened to consume me whole. I revisited the scenes of the disappearances, searching for a glimmer of truth in the shadows that clung to me like a second skin. In the stillness of the night, I uncovered fragments of a sinister design, a cryptic note here, a haunting sketch there, all leading me down a path of dread and uncertainty. The pieces of the puzzle began to coalesce into a horrifying truth, painting a portrait of a malevolent force that lurked in the shadows, waiting to strike. My investigation led me to a forgotten corner of the world, a place that whispered of forgotten sins and hidden truths. The old house loomed before me, a relic of a past best left undisturbed, its walls whispering tales of darkness and despair. With trembling hands, I pushed open the creaking door, stepping into a realm of shadows and echoes. The air was thick with the weight of forgotten memories, each step echoing through the empty halls like a heartbeat in the darkness. And then I saw it, a wall adorned with photographs, each one a silent witness to the horror that had unfolded in the shadows. My heart skipped a beat as I realized the chilling truth. The missing souls, the vanished faces, all connected by a thread of darkness that led back to me. And then, in the stillness of that haunted place, a voice whispered in the darkness, a voice that sent shivers down my spine. "You finally made it," it said, a ghostly whisper that echoed through the empty spaces. I turned, heart pounding with a mixture of fear and anticipation, ready to face the darkness that had consumed me. But what I saw next defied all reason and logic. A figure stood before me, a mirror image of myself, eyes gleaming with a malevolent light. In that moment of truth, I realized the ultimate horror of the mystery that had haunted me, a darkness that dwelled not outside, but within. And as the shadows closed in around me, I knew that the battle for my soul had only just begun. Story 23. It all began with a fleeting whisper of memory, a faint echo of something that seemed to belong to a different reality. Initially, I brushed it off as a fleeting trick of the mind, a mere blip in the tapestry of my thoughts, perhaps triggered by the weight of stress or the pull of exhaustion. Yet as the days melted into weeks, those ethereal memories grew bolder, more insistent, entwining themselves into the fabric of my existence, like tendrils of forgotten dreams rising to the surface of a quiet pond. These memories were not mere fragments or faded snapshots. They felt tangible, substantial, as if they belonged to someone else's life, someone else's story. Conversations with unfamiliar faces, the contours of distant places, the whispers of forgotten laughter, all etched themselves into my consciousness with a clarity that sent shivers down my spine. The first jolt came on a tranquil Sunday afternoon. Lost in the sepia-toned pages of an old photo album, a sudden surge of memory flooded through me, a vision of a wedding in a secluded chapel embraced by ivy. The fragrance of blossoms, the gentle strains of a whole string ensemble, the laughter of strangers, all felt so vivid, so real that for a fleeting instant I was convinced I had been there. Yet as the realization dawned that such an event had never graced my past, a veil of confusion descended. Determined to attribute these vivid recollections to a mere flight of fancy, I tried to resume my routine, but the ghosts of memory refused to fade. Conversations with colleagues that never occurred, references to events that left friends puzzled, glimpses of social gatherings, and personal milestones that felt as substantial as smoke rings, each one a mirage in the desert of my mind. The tipping point arrived one twilight as I delved into the pages of a new novel. Amidst the prose, I stumbled upon a passage detailing a moonlit dinner at a waterside eatery. A wave of recognition washed over me, the flickering candlelight, the clink of crystal, the murmur of voices. Details that mirrored an experience I knew with certainty I had never lived. The sense of déjà vu was suffocating, a web of familiarity woven from threads of falsehood. Seeking solace in understanding, I embarked on a quest, chronicling each phantom memory meticulously in a journal. I scoured through archives of photographs, combed the digital trails of social networks, scrutinized calendars in a relentless pursuit of validation. Yet, each inquiry to friends and family met with the same bewildered denial, a symphony of dissonance echoing through the chamber of my mind. Driven by a growing unease, I turned to a cognitive psychologist versed in the enigmatic realms of memory disorders. Following a series of assessments and examinations, they could find no traces of cognitive impairment or memory loss. My mind, they assured me, was a pristine canvas, untouched by the brushstrokes of dysfunction. The notion of implanted false memories, a concept relegated to the obscure annals of psychological research, was proffered as a tentative explanation. As patterns began to emerge, connecting the phantom memories to recent locales and moments I had traversed, a sinister realization unfurled before me. The tendrils of my recollections seemed to intertwine with the footsteps of a shadowy organization, rumored to dabble in clandestine experiments of the mind. Whispers of perception manipulation, of artificial memories sculpted with callous hands, unsanctioned ventures that lurked in the shadows of conspiracy and speculation. Doubt morphed into a chilling dread as anomalies crept into my periphery, the glitches in my devices, the cryptic missives warning me to cease my inquiries, the sensation of unseen eyes trailing my every move. A clandestine dance, orchestrated by forces unseen, urging me to halt my pursuit of truth. One fateful night, amidst the digital detritus of my files, I unearthed a classified dossier concealed within the encrypted recesses of my computer, a report that laid bare the sinister machinations at play. Implantation techniques, behavioral conditioning, target profiles mirroring faces I had remembered, a mosaic of manipulation stitched together with threads of deceit. The final lines of the report etched a frigid chill into my bones, confirming my worst fears. Subjects teetering on the precipice of reality, their memories entwined with strands of artifice, emotional strings pulled with callous precision. Someone had unraveled the tapestry of my mind, weaving threads of falsehood through the tapestry of my life. Driven by a resolve forged in the fires of betrayal, I amassed the fragments of evidence, seeking justice, seeking closure. A labyrinthine journey through bureaucratic quagmires and elusive shadows unfolded as the phantom organization melted like mist in the dawn, leaving behind only whispers of their malevolent legacy. The aftermath left me scarred, fractured, a shattered reflection of the self I once knew. Trust became a fragile commodity, every memory a minefield of doubt and suspicion. Therapy became my anchor, guiding me through the labyrinth of my fractured mind, teaching me to discern the authentic from the fabricated, though the boundary blurred like shadows cast by a flickering flame. In the silent embrace of night, the question lingers like a specter in the dim recesses of my thoughts. What fragments of my being are truly mine, and what echoes are but whispers of a reality sculpted by unseen hands? Story 24. In the heart of a new city, I embraced change, seeking solace in a modest apartment shared with a quiet roommate named Alex. Our home exuded tranquility in a serene neighborhood, yet a subtle enigma veiled Alex's demeanor, his smile a mystery. Our interactions flowed smoothly enough, yet a lingering unease whispered of something askew. Innocuous inquiries about my daily routines, a peculiar knack for predicting my comings and goings, the pieces didn't quite fit. Though I brushed off these inklings of disquiet, a locked drawer in Alex's room taunted my curiosity. Its secrets remained hidden, the key elusive. Weeks passed, my resolve to respect his privacy waning against the pull of intrigue. One evening, enveloped in silence, I found myself standing before the enigmatic drawer, its presence a silent challenge. Rationalizing a mere glance as harmless, I unearthed a rusted key from a forgotten box. Trembling fingers met the lock, granting access to a trove of revelations. Manila envelopes overflowed with snapshots and scribbled notes, each image a fragment of my ordinary existence. Moments captured in solitude, mundane tasks frozen in time. A chill crept through me as the unsettling truth unfolded. Every detail meticulously documented, every aspect of my life scrutinized. In the midst of this chilling discovery, a leather-bound journal surfaced, its pages a testament to an obsession veiled in meticulous prose. Words laced with fervor and possession painted a portrait of a man consumed by a desire to unravel my essence. The weight of realization settled upon me. This was no innocent curiosity, but a sinister fixation veiled in shadows. Panic gripped me as the reality of my unwitting entrapment took hold. With a jolt, the apartment constricted around me, each breath a struggle. Anticipation mingled with dread as Alex's return loomed imminent. Hastily concealing the evidence, I grappled with the suffocating realization of his presence. The door creaked open, his smile unchanged, his demeanor unreadable. A facade of normalcy draped over the tension that lingered between us, each passing moment thick with unspoken truths. As the night wore on, a fragile resolve blossomed within me, urging confrontation. The weight of unsaid words hung heavy in the air as I broached the subject, his reaction a mix of surprise and apprehension. The truth spilled forth, a confession tainted with remorse and desperation. His words painted a portrait of loneliness, a misguided quest for connection that spiraled into obsession. Anger warred with fear as I demanded his departure, the shattered remnants of trust irreparable. Alone in the dimly lit apartment, a sense of unease lingered, a ghost of his presence haunting the spaces between shadows. Each creak of the floorboards, each flicker of movement, whispered of a boundary breached, a trust shattered. In the silence that followed, the weight of his absence hung heavy, a reminder that some wounds once inflicted scarred deeper than the surface. Story 25. In the hazy realm between sleep and wakefulness, the world greeted me with a muffled embrace. A thick fog of uncertainty clouded my mind, shrouding me in a disorienting veil. Bound wrists and a rough blindfold obscured my senses, plunging me into a realm of mystery and dread. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I anchored myself in the rhythm of my breath, seeking solace in its steady cadence. Before me lay a puzzle, a challenge to unravel the enigma of my confinement. The fabric blindfold weighed heavily against my eyes, shutting out the light and plunging me into darkness. As I stilled my racing heart, the stale air whispered secrets of an industrial past, tinged with a metallic tang. Beneath me, the unforgiving touch of a cold, unyielding surface hinted at the presence of wood. Testing my restraints, I detected a faint rustle, a trace of another's presence in the silent chamber. Summoning courage from the depths of my being, I strained against my bonds, seeking a lifeline in the bleak unknown. After an eternity of searching, my fingers brushed against a forgotten relic, a weathered journal. Its leather cover, worn with age, beckoned me to uncover its mysteries. Heart pounding, I delved into its pages, guided by touch and a sliver of light seeping through the blindfold. The first entry sent a shiver down my spine, a chilling proclamation of survival and trials ahead. A map of the room, marked with cryptic symbols and urgent instructions, laid bare the path to freedom. I was not merely a captive, but a player in a deadly game of wits. With trembling hands, I embraced the challenge, piecing together the fragments of my salvation. The room whispered its secrets, a heavy door, a solitary table, scattered remnants of a forgotten past. These were my guides, my beacons in the darkness. The first puzzle beckoned, a test of observation and intuition. I traced the patterns, seeking the hidden key to my liberation. A moment of triumph as the key gleamed in my grasp, unlocking the next chapter of the cryptic saga. A drawer revealed a riddle, a labyrinth of words and numbers to navigate. Sweat beaded on my brow as I wrestled with the enigma, time slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. Eureka struck, and the path forward unfolded before me, leading to a vial of revelation and a new challenge. Spraying the liquid, invisible markings emerged from the shadows, guiding me towards the final trial. With each painstaking movement, I inched closer to freedom, the weight of the blindfold a constant reminder of my peril. A mechanical click marked the culmination of my efforts, the door swinging open to reveal a dusty key, a promise of escape. Stepping into the corridor, the oppressive confines of the room gave way to a new realm of uncertainty. Peeling wallpaper and broken fixtures whispered of past inhabitants, their stories lost to time. Yet amidst the chill of the hallway, a flicker of hope ignited within me, driving me forward into the unknown. As I clutched the journal, a beacon of guidance in the shadows, I steeled myself for the trials yet to come. Fear mingled with exhilaration, a potent elixir fueling my resolve. The journey was far from over, but with each step I embraced the challenge, knowing that survival was not just a choice, but a testament to my will to endure. Story 26. The hushed embrace of my new house on that first night was almost unnervingly tranquil. Situated on the fringes of town, the aged structure exuded a certain charm, with its creaking wooden floors and lofty ceilings that amplified every sound into a haunting echo. It felt like a sanctuary, a haven from the ceaseless demands of my work life. Far removed from the urban clamor, it appeared to be the ideal escape. As I nestled beneath the cozy blankets, a profound silence enveloped me, broken only by the occasional groans of the house settling into its own bones. Initially, the quietness was a soothing balm, lulling me toward slumber. But just as I teetered on the edge of dreams, a faint, rhythmic murmur teased my ears, so delicate that I questioned its existence. I dismissed it as the whispers of ancient pipes, or the wind whispering through unseen crevices. Smirking at my own paranoia, I shifted in bed and surrendered to the embrace of sleep. In the subsequent nights, the sound grew more distinct. A soft tapping, akin to distant footfalls, muffled and hesitant, intruded upon my rest. Each time it roused me, I rose to investigate. Armed with a flashlight, I combed through the house, scouring every nook and cranny, only to find emptiness. The windows stood firm, the doors securely locked. The silence persisted, a conspirator in my unease, mocking my apprehension. I reassured myself that it was merely my mind playing tricks on me and retreated to bed. Yet, as the weeks unfurled, the footsteps evolved. They became more frequent, more purposeful, following a predictable route that I soon came to recognize, commencing in the hallway, traversing the kitchen, then advancing towards the bedrooms. Though no tangible presence accompanied the sounds, their vividness rendered them impossible to disregard. Nights transmuted into a trial of endurance. I lay in bed, taut and vigilant, anticipating the commencement of those enigmatic footsteps. And commence they always did. One night, while engrossed in television within the living room, the footfalls resurfaced, starting faintly and crescendoing in volume, as though a spectral presence treaded through the dwelling. The cadence held a steady beat, the sound deliberate. I muted the TV and strained to discern, my heartbeat accelerating with each step. Closer they drew, resonating through the walls. Clutching the flashlight tightly, I traversed from room to room, hunting for the origin. I scrutinized every shadow, every concealed recess, yet the house remained as desolate as ever. However, the sound lingered, now distant, taunting me like a phantom. Over time, fear metamorphosed into fixation. I fortified the doors and windows with extra locks, inspecting them compulsively. Alas, it was futile. The footsteps persisted. When I divulged my plight to friends and kin, their responses were sympathetic yet dismissive. "It's merely the settling of an old house," they consoled. "You're under immense stress." I yearned to believe their words, yet the precision and tangibility of the sound defied the realm of imagination. On a fateful night, I resolved to capture evidence. I positioned a recorder in the hallway and remained awake, vigilant. Hours ebbed away, and then, true to form, the footsteps commenced. I allowed the recorder to run, my heart drumming in my chest as the sound pervaded the house. The subsequent morning, I replayed the recording. The footsteps resonated unmistakably, but it was the faint whisper accompanying them that petrified me. Soft, nearly imperceptible, yet undeniably present. The words eluded comprehension, yet their mere utterance sent shivers cascading down my spine. Driven by desperation for answers, I enlisted the aid of paranormal investigators. Armed with cameras and equipment, they arrived, eager to unravel the enigma. They spent a night within the confines of the house, documenting every creak and groan. Yet their conclusions proved inconclusive. Merely the customary sounds of an aged abode, they surmised. Their lack of resolution only deepened my trepidation. One evening, the footfalls drew closer than ever. I awoke with a start to the resonance of pacing just beyond my bedroom threshold. My breath caught in my throat as I lay paralyzed beneath the covers, attuned to the slow, methodical rhythm. Mustering every fragment of courage, I swung the door ajar. The hallway lay devoid of life, yet the sound enveloped me from all directions, as though the walls themselves bore the echo. "Is anyone there?" I called out, my voice quivering, only to be met with a profound silence. The footfalls ceased, leaving behind a suffocating stillness that seemed denser than sound itself. Shortly thereafter, while rummaging through the attic, I unearthed a peculiar discovery, a dusty, leather-bound journal concealed amidst aged boxes. It had belonged to a previous occupant of the house. Leafing through its fragile pages, I stumbled upon accounts of their own encounter with the footsteps. Sleepless nights, the ceaseless pacing, the burgeoning dread. The final entry culminated in an ominous declaration: "The echoes of the past never dissipate." Following this unearthing, the footsteps began to wane, as if their purpose had been fulfilled. Nevertheless, the house never submerged entirely into silence. On nights shrouded in darkness, when the wind lay tranquil and the universe held its breath, I could swear I detected them once more. Faint, distant, a poignant reminder that some entities never truly depart. Story 27. The revelation arrived on a serene US day afternoon. I found myself immersed in the task of organizing aged family papers and personal files, striving to restore order to my life following a string of peculiar, disquieting occurrences. The house enveloped me in an eerie quietude, broken only by the sporadic creak of the floorboards, almost as if the house itself mirrored my disquiet. Amid a pile of yellowing documents, I chanced upon an envelope bearing the insignia of a law firm unknown to me. Its corners were frayed, yet the weight it held felt substantial. Driven by curiosity that overpowered caution, I gingerly unsealed it. Inside lay a formal missive delineating a series of legal disputes entwined with transactions conducted in my name, business dealings, property acquisitions, even a lease for a luxurious apartment. A chill seized me. None of these were of my doing. The letter unveiled a vast financial web I had not authorized, accounts foreign to me, real estate I had never laid eyes upon. The orchestrator behind this scheme possessed intimate knowledge of my personal details, enough to construct an entire parallel existence mirroring my own. My breath hastened as I perused further, noting addresses, bank accounts, and telephone numbers linked to this fraudulent enterprise. In a frenzy, I dialed the law firm, yearning to untangle this web of misunderstanding. The receptionist's courteous yet resolute tone conveyed the firm's inability to offer aid beyond advising me to seek the police or engage a fraud investigator. Left with no recourse, I seized the letter and hurried to the local police precinct. The officer on duty listened attentively, but initially harbored skepticism. After documenting a thorough account, he pledged to escalate the matter to a fraud specialist. Though a modicum of reassurance, as I departed the station, a chilling sensation clung to me, hinting that the perpetrator might be nearer than I presumed. Resolved to reclaim agency, I enlisted the services of a private investigator named Linda, renowned for her unwavering pursuit of intricate cases. She graced my doorstep the ensuing morning, her keen eyes scouring the letter and personal documents with seasoned acumen. "We will unravel this mystery," she affirmed. While Linda leveraged her contacts, I took measures to fortify my defenses. I alerted my bank, reported the identity theft, and froze my credit. The process proved exasperatingly sluggish, each call a stark reminder of the profound intrusion into my life. Days elapsed. Linda traced several of the listed addresses, yet most culminated in dead ends, vacant premises or long-shuttered offices. Then a glimmer of hope emerged, a luxury abode in an upscale sector of the city unbeknownst to me. Together, we ventured there, tension thick in the air. The edifice exuded sleek modernity, boasting a gleaming lobby and vigilant front desk. The doorman regarded us warily, but relented upon Linda's display of credentials. He confirmed the presence of an individual matching the imposter's description who had recently vacated the premises. Reluctantly, he disclosed a forwarding address from the building's records. Our pursuit led us to a well-tended townhouse in an affluent enclave. Approaching the entrance, my thoughts raced with queries. Who was this individual? Why had they assumed my identity? Linda rapped firmly. After a protracted pause, a young woman in her early 30s answered. Her visage transitioned from puzzlement to apprehension as Linda expounded on the situation, brandishing her credentials. "I am clueless about what you speak of," the woman faltered, her voice quivering. "I have resided here for months, yet never have I assumed another's identity." Linda persisted, her tone crisp yet professional. Gradually, the truth unfurled. The woman stood as yet another victim, duped into renting the townhouse by a spurious real estate agent linked to my case of identity theft. With her cooperation, we pieced together more strands of the imposter's deceitful tapestry. They had pilfered multiple identities, funding a life of opulence, war, highly leaving a trail of deception and desolation. The scheme delved deeper than I could fathom, a labyrinth of falsehoods stretching far beyond my personal ordeal. Eventually, law enforcement cornered the imposter through the sham accounts and forged documents. They faced arrest, and the extent of their transgressions was laid bare. Authorities dismantled their fraudulent operations, and my purloined identity was nullified. Relief cascaded over me, albeit fleetingly. The trial had etched enduring scars. My sense of security, trust, and even selfhood had been grievously violated. Reconstruction proved arduous. I had to fortify every financial and personal record, reset each password, and maintain a vigilance hitherto unimagined. Even as life tentatively resumed a semblance of normalcy, a specter of fear lingered, that disquieting awareness that someone, somewhere, had lived a life mirroring mine alarmingly closely. Though justice had been meted out, the encounter had forever altered me. Trust seemed a brittle, perilous commodity, and the shadows lurking at the fringes of my meticulously reconstructed world could never be disregarded. Story 28. On a cool autumn afternoon, a sudden knock shattered the tranquility of my daily routine. Opening the door, I was met by two stern-faced officers in uniform, their presence casting a shadow of unease. They somberly informed me of a grave accusation: theft. A crime I knew, with absolute certainty, I had not committed. Disbelief engulfed me, for my existence had been one of quietude and lawfulness, far removed from the realm of criminality. Receiving the summons, I scanned the details of the alleged offense: a burglary at a local electronics emporium, all evidence pointing accusingly in my direction. What was once shock swiftly transformed into a perplexing fog as I delved into the allegations. The evidence seemed damning. Fingerprints left at the scene, surveillance footage capturing a figure resembling me, and a witness claiming to have spotted me near the site of the crime. The more I pored over the accusations, the clearer it became that this was no mere misunderstanding. Someone had orchestrated a meticulous plot to ensnare me. Desperation gripped my heart, prompting me to seek out Sarah, a seasoned defense attorney renowned for her keen intellect and unwavering resolve. She offered assurances that together we would unearth the truth buried beneath the layers of deceit. Our journey commenced with a meticulous examination of the evidence. The fingerprints, eerily identical to mine, raised Sarah's suspicions. Requesting the original surveillance footage, she was resolute in scrutinizing every timestamp and pixel. Frame by frame, we dissected the footage, revealing a figure cloaked in darkness, their features obscured. Sarah's discerning gaze caught anomalies, discrepancies in lighting contradicting the reported time of the crime, shadows cast in unnatural angles. It was evident that the video had been tampered with. In pursuit of additional clues, we ventured to the electronics store ravaged by the break-in. Within its confines, amidst scattered debris, I stumbled upon a trail of footprints leading away from the shattered window. Their precision seemed staged, crafted to mislead. Conversations with neighboring shopkeepers unveiled a revelation. A clerk, pivotal in the identification process, confessed under scrutiny to his faltering eyesight, acknowledging the fallibility of his observations. His wavering testimony unraveled the already fragile case against me. And then a breakthrough surfaced. Sarah unearthed a sinister link between the store owner and a notorious local criminal. A master manipulator skilled in orchestrating intricate deceptions to shield his misdeeds. Further investigation exposed the store owner's financial woes, transforming the break-in from a robbery to a calculated insurance scam. I, an unsuspecting pawn, had been chosen as the sacrificial lamb in this elaborate charade. Armed with this revelation, we returned to the authorities. Initially met with skepticism, Sarah presented a compelling array of evidence: falsified documents, altered surveillance footage, and the damning connection between the store owner and the criminal puppeteer. As the wheels of justice turned, the legal battle waged on, each court hearing a painful reminder of the nightmare that had engulfed me. Slowly but surely, the fabricated web of lies began to unravel. The store owner and his co-conspirator were apprehended, their intricate machinations exposed for all to witness. Though my name was eventually cleared, the scars of this harrowing ordeal ran deep. The vulnerability I had experienced, the knowledge of how easily one's life could be upheaved by deception, lingered like a haunting specter. Justice may have prevailed, but the emotional wounds festered long after the gavel fell. This trial by fire imparted hard-earned lessons in trust, resilience, and the fragile nature of personal security. I learned to hold truth above all else, navigating life with a cautious yet determined spirit. The perpetrators who sought to tarnish my name were held to account, yet their betrayal etched a permanent stain upon my soul. A stark reminder that even the most ordinary lives can be shattered by deceit. In confronting the darkness that threatened to consume me, I unearthed a newfound strength, a resolve unyielding and indomitable. Story 29. In the quiet hum of a morning just like any other, my phone stirred with a gentle buzz, breaking the stillness. Expecting the mundane, a social media ping, a calendar nudge, I glanced at the screen. But instead of the usual, there it was, a message from an unfamiliar number. "Watch your step today," it read, cryptic and uncalled for. Brushing it off as a mere jest, the work of some prankster with time to spare, I carried on with my day. Yet, a subtle unease lingered, a whisper of foreboding that danced at the edge of my thoughts. And as the day unfolded, a series of small misfortunes weaved their way into my path. A slippery sidewalk, a coffee stain on my shirt, an unexpected downpour without shelter, all trivial alone, but together they painted a portrait of disarray. The following morning, the phone buzzed once more, the same mysterious number beckoning with another enigmatic message. Someone will take something you value today. Dismissing it as mere coincidence, I trudged on, only to find upon reaching my workplace a sharp pang of loss. My cherished pen, a keepsake from my grandmother dearly departed, had vanished from my desk, leaving behind an empty space and a heavier heart. Desperate searches proved fruitless, leading me to crawl beneath desks in a futile quest. The days blurred together in a pattern impossible to ignore. Each dawn brought a new cryptic text, each dusk a new misfortune. You'll be interrupted during an important call. Be wary of unexpected advice. Vague words that held uncanny accuracy, tailored to my very existence. Blocking the number proved futile, as variations of the messages persisted, relentless in their pursuit. One night, bathed in the soft glow of my kitchen, I awaited the inevitable message. Anxiety coiled around my being like a constricting serpent. Midnight arrived, the phone buzzing ominously. It's time for a real test. Sleep eluded me, shadows dancing in the corners of the room, every sound a jolt to my frayed nerves. By morning's light, exhaustion and paranoia clung to me like a shroud. And then the next prophecy. A close friend will betray your trust. The name Amy echoed in my mind, a friend of years, a confidant without reproach. Her unexpected call, the tremor in her voice, the clandestine meeting with an envelope in hand, it painted a picture I dared not believe. At the cafe, her confession unraveled a bond I had thought unbreakable. Photographs spoke volumes. Amy and my former boss, Richard, entangled in a web of secrets and deceit. Her words, a knife to the soul, shattered the trust I had held dear. The days that followed were a descent into darkness, the messages growing bolder, their threats looming ever closer, until the final warning arrived with a chilling certainty. Everything you've built will crumble today. And crumble it did, piece by agonizing piece, a cascade of ruin that left me adrift in a sea of despair. Determined to unveil the puppeteer behind this twisted game, I delved into a web of dead ends and unanswered questions. The authorities offered no solace, attributing it to chance or a masterful prankster. But I knew better. These messages were more than mere prophecies. They were a malevolent hand guiding my steps. Abruptly, the messages ceased, leaving behind a wake of devastation. Job lost, trust shattered, security stripped away. Amy's attempts at reconciliation fell on deaf ears, the wound too raw to bear. Months turned like pages in a forgotten book, and I began to rebuild, though the specter of those messages lingered like a ghostly whisper. The unknown, the unseen, had torn through the fabric of my reality, leaving scars that refused to fade. The questions remained unanswered, the unsettling truth looming large. In the ordinary lies the extraordinary, waiting to unravel our lives. And with every buzz of my phone, a shiver of unease prickled my skin, a reminder that the unknown can reach out and reshape our world in ways we never dared imagine. Story 30. The serene park opposite my apartment was always my haven, offering solace in its quiet embrace. Each evening I found myself drawn to its winding paths, immersing myself in the gentle calm that washed away the day's stresses. City lights flickered softly on the pond's surface, creating a mesmerizing dance that eased my restless mind. It was a sanctuary amidst the urban chaos, a place where time seemed to slow down and the world paused. This refuge became an essential part of my daily routine since my move to the apartment. The rhythmic crunch of gravel underfoot, the rustling leaves, and the distant hum of city life blended into a peaceful symphony, guiding me to unwind. During one tranquil evening stroll, I noticed him, an elderly gentleman seated on a bench, his gaze fixed on my apartment building. Initially unremarkable, he wore a worn yet well-kept gray coat and a fedora that partially concealed his face. Days passed, and his consistent presence began to feel deliberate, a subtle shift in the park's tranquility. His stillness differed from the natural calm. A calculated, almost purposeful aura surrounded him. I became increasingly aware of his watchful gaze, even when his eyes remained hidden beneath the fedora. A sense of unease crept over me, transforming the once peaceful sanctuary into something unsettling. Weeks went by, and his presence remained unchanged, always there, always watching. I tried to rationalize it, attributing his routine to a simple enjoyment of the evening air. Yet a deep intuition told me otherwise. On a crisp autumn evening, heavy with the scent of fallen leaves, my curiosity and unease peaked. Approaching his bench, I mustered courage. "Excuse me," I said calmly. His deliberate turn sent a chill down my spine, but his eyes held a surprising serenity. "I'm watching over you," he uttered softly, conveying both reassurance and mystery. His words lingered, hinting at a purpose beyond my understanding. I wanted answers but hesitated, unsettled by his calm demeanor. That night, the feeling of being watched lingered, intensifying in my apartment. Weeks passed and my paranoia grew, prompting a silent move to a new part of the city, far from the park and the enigmatic man. The initial nights in the new apartment were peaceful, offering a sense of relief. However, the feeling of being observed lingered subtly, altering my perception of safety and privacy. Months passed, and the man in the park became a distant memory, yet his impact endured. I remained vigilant, cautious of my surroundings, haunted by the notion of a guardian's watchful eye. Though physically distant from the park and the mysterious man, the emotional residue of that experience persisted. It served as a reminder that unsettling encounters blur the line between protection and intrusion, between care and control, leaving an indelible mark on my psyche. Story 31. In the quiet stillness of a new city where the lights flicker softly and the streets whisper tales of the unknown, I first encountered Greg. He appeared like a gentle breeze, a welcomed presence in a world where loneliness often lingered like a shadow. Our meeting felt like destiny orchestrating our paths to intersect, weaving a story of chance and intrigue. Greg was a man of charm and eloquence, his words flowing effortlessly like a tranquil stream. He possessed a rare gift of making others feel at ease, drawing them into his world with a magnetic pull. His passion for the city and genuine curiosity about me breathed life into our budding friendship, casting a spell of enchantment over our shared experiences. As we delved into the realms of music, literature, and outdoor escapades, Greg's company became a beacon of light in the darkness of unfamiliarity. Together we roamed the city's hidden corners, sipped coffee in quaint cafes, and danced to the melodies of local music events. Weekends were spent traversing nature's trails, embracing the beauty of the world around us. Yet beneath the surface of Greg's charismatic facade, subtle inconsistencies began to emerge like ripples disturbing a tranquil pond. His stories, once vivid and captivating, began to unravel under the scrutiny of truth. Details that once sparkled with allure now cast shadows of doubt as the fabric of his tales started to fray. I noticed discrepancies in his narratives, where the places he claimed to have visited did not align with reality. A supposed dinner in a Parisian bistro turned out to be a figment of his imagination, a mirage in the desert of deceit. The more I unearthed, the more I realized that Greg's stories were like delicate illusions, crafted to dazzle and deceive. A veil of mystery shrouded Greg's past, with whispers of his transient nature and enigmatic allure reaching my ears. His charm was a double-edged sword, capable of forging bonds with ease, yet concealing a darkness that lurked beneath the surface. Friends from distant cities spoke of his fleeting presence, a fleeting shadow that danced on the edges of their lives before fading into the night. Through quiet inquiries and gentle prodding, I uncovered a truth more chilling than I had ever imagined. Greg was a master manipulator, a puppeteer of emotions and perceptions, weaving a web of deceit to entrap those around him. His history of deception and exploitation painted a portrait of a man driven by a hunger for control, a thirst for power over others. Confrontation loomed on the horizon like a storm gathering strength, as I mustered the courage to challenge the facade of charm that Greg had meticulously crafted. Over a shared meal, I broached the subject delicately, peeling back the layers of illusion to reveal the truth hidden beneath. His mask slipped, revealing a cold, calculating gaze that sent shivers down my spine. As I withdrew from Greg's sphere of influence, a newfound sense of vigilance enveloped me like a protective cloak. I vowed to guard my boundaries fiercely, to shield my heart from those who sought to manipulate and deceive. The experience left me with scars, but also with wisdom, a lesson in the art of discerning authenticity from illusion. In the end, Greg's true nature stood exposed, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurk beneath the surface of charm and charisma. His legacy of deceit served as a reminder of the fragility of trust and the preciousness of genuine connections. And as I navigated the aftermath of his deception, I emerged stronger, armed with the knowledge that authenticity is a rare treasure worth protecting at all costs. Story 32. In the quiet streets of our neighborhood, a subtle shift began to take hold, weaving a mysterious thread through the fabric of our daily lives. It all started with a feeling, a gentle awareness of being observed, like a whisper brushing against the edges of my consciousness. Mr. Thompson, our elderly neighbor residing in the worn house next door, seemed to cast his gaze towards my windows more often than was ordinary. His figure would appear sporadically by his window or amidst his garden, his eyes lingering on my home for just a tad too long. At first, I dismissed it as harmless curiosity, a quirk of age perhaps, a benign interest in the person living next door. But as days turned into weeks, the unease grew stronger, insistent in its presence. Whenever our eyes met through the panes, he would avert his gaze swiftly, pretending to be engrossed in mundane tasks like pruning a bush or inspecting the earth beneath his feet. The charade was transparent, his surreptitious glances beginning to unsettle me. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, I noticed something that quickened my pulse. Peering through the slender gap in my blinds, I caught sight of him standing just outside his front door, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on my window. It was a moment of reckoning, a realization that I could no longer ignore the palpable tension between us. Summoning a reserve of courage, I stepped outside and made my way to his porch, the evening air crisp against my skin but failing to soothe the turmoil within. "Mr. Thompson," I called out, my voice steady yet taut with apprehension. Startled, he looked up, a flicker of surprise and guilt dancing across his weathered features. "Oh," he faltered. "Good evening. Is there something I can assist you with?" Pausing briefly, I voiced my concern. "I've observed your frequent glances towards my windows lately. Is there a reason for this behavior?" His response was a flurry of apologies, his hands twisting nervously. "Oh dear, I apologize profusely. It was not my intention to make you uneasy. I've been a tad concerned for your well-being." Skepticism colored my reply. "Concerned about me?" He averted his gaze. "Yes, you are often alone, and with the reports of break-ins in the area, I simply wish to ensure your safety." His explanation held a semblance of kindness, yet it failed to dispel the lingering disquiet within me. In the following days, the pattern persisted. His presence felt like an ever-watchful shadow, a presence that seeped into the very essence of my existence. Simple tasks now felt exposed, mundane chores tinged with a sense of vulnerability. Desperate to reclaim a semblance of privacy, I fortified my windows with heavier curtains and blinds, seeking to create a barrier against his prying eyes. Yet the feeling of being scrutinized lingered, an invisible weight upon my shoulders. Determined to address the issue, I confronted him once more. Walking to his doorstep one afternoon, resolute but with a knot of anxiety tightening in my chest, I broached the subject. His expression was wary as he listened. "Mr. Thompson," I began, "I need to discuss this matter again. Despite your apologies, I still feel deeply uncomfortable. It is not solely about safety, but also about privacy. I implore you to cease monitoring my home." His features softened, genuine concern etching lines of distress on his face. "I am truly remorseful," he confessed. "I had not realized the extent of your discomfort. I suppose my vigilance stems from the incidents I have witnessed over the years in this neighborhood." Though his words held sincerity, the tension within me remained unabated. For a brief period his behavior tapered off, granting me a fragile sense of respite. Yet the awareness of being observed lingered like a ghostly specter, an unshakable presence. To safeguard myself further, I meticulously recorded every instance of his watchful eye, seeking solace in a log of observations. Consulting with neighbors revealed a mixed bag of responses, some acknowledging his peculiar glances, while others remained oblivious. Seeking counsel, I sought refuge in a local support group, their advice offering a semblance of control in a realm fraught with uncertainty. Months drifted by, marked by a reduction in Mr. Thompson's intrusive actions. However, my vigilance remained unwavering, the experience etched into the very core of my being. The fragility of safety and privacy had been laid bare, the delicate balance easily disrupted even by well-intentioned gestures. Though his conduct softened, the unease persisted, a phantom shadow trailing my every step, a reminder of the fine line between care and intrusion. Reflecting upon it now, the true motives behind Mr. Thompson's actions remain shrouded in mystery. Was it genuine concern or something more sinister? The answer eludes me, yet the memory of his watchful eyes lingers, a haunting reminder of the profound impact privacy holds on our peace of mind. Story 33. In the hush of a serene Sunday morning, a subtle shift began, almost imperceptible at first. It whispered its way into my world as I leisurely scrolled through the tranquil expanse of my social media feed. And then there it was, a post that seized my attention, long and detailed, dripping with a familiarity that sent a chill down my spine. The accusations, sharp as knives, were aimed at a figure I knew all too intimately, myself. At the outset, disbelief cloaked me like a fragile veil. How could this be anything but a mistake, a cruel jest spun by unseen hands? Yet as I delved deeper into the damning words, a knot tightened in the pit of my stomach. The post unfurled a tapestry of my life with eerie precision. Places I'd tread, whispers shared in the shadows, secrets known only to a select few. The anonymity of the accuser cast a shadow of dread, as if my very essence had been laid bare for the world to dissect. Frantically, I sought solace in the comment section. Some voices offered support, beacons of light in a sea of darkness, but the majority bore the weight of condemnation, spreading the poison of accusations like wildfire, engulfing friends, colleagues, and acquaintances in its blaze. This was no mere assault on my reputation. It was a meticulously crafted plot to obliterate my very existence. With a trembling resolve, I knew action was imperative. My instinct urged me to confront the allegations head-on, to stand tall in the face of the storm. With fingers quivering, I penned a response. Heartfelt, resolute, denying each claim, offering cooperation in any investigation. Across my social platforms, I broadcast my rebuttal, reaching out to platform guardians in a desperate bid to erase the original venomous post. But the damage had been wrought, irreversible. Despite my fervent defenses, the accusations persisted, a relentless tide eroding the shore of my sanity. The specificity of the claims gnawed at me, too precise to dismiss as mere fabrications. The phantom orchestrator seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of my innermost self, a realization that sent shivers down my spine. Days blurred into a haze of anxiety and sleepless nights, a relentless cycle of torment. A legal counsel became my companion, urging me to amass any shred of evidence that could illuminate the truth. Together we gathered a tapestry of documents, messages, and alibis. I submitted to police interrogations, bearing my soul to scrutiny in ways I had never fathomed. Simultaneously, I embarked on my own quest for answers, scrutinizing past interactions for any hint of betrayal. One figure loomed amid the chaos, a former friend, estranged after a rift that seemed inconsequential. Yet, the pieces aligned, their recent aloofness casting a shadow of suspicion. Summoning courage, I confronted them, unearthing the echoes of personal knowledge mirrored in the accusations. Their protestations rang with sincerity, their offer of aid seemingly genuine. And yet, a whisper of doubt lingered. Was this a facade, expertly crafted to deceive? Weeks drifted by, the investigation a labyrinth of uncertainty. Each lead evaporated into a haze of ambiguity, deepening my sense of isolation. And then a break in the storm, a cryptic tip that unveiled a trove of digital footprints, chat transcripts, blueprints of deceit, timelines of destruction. The stark reality struck with a force I hadn't fathomed. The puppeteer behind the curtain, a disgruntled ex-colleague driven by envy and malice. The sting of betrayal lingered, a bitter aftertaste that tainted the air. Legal retribution ensued, justice claiming its due. Yet the scars of that tumultuous chapter remained etched upon my being. Rebuilding, a slow and arduous process, required stitching together fractured relationships, mending trust worn thin by doubt. Lessons etched in shadows, I emerged from the crucible of deception, a phoenix rising from the ashes of my shattered existence. Though the scars may linger, I refuse to let them define me. The specters of betrayal and manipulation may cast their shadows, but I stride forth, resolute and unbroken, shaping my destiny on my terms. Story 34. The day unfolded like any other. I was immersed in the task of decluttering my study, sifting through stacks of neglected paperwork and discarded trinkets, when a faint chime echoed through the house. At the door stood a courier, cradling a sizable, unmarked crate. It was an enigma, devoid of labels, devoid of logos, devoid of any clue to its origin. The crate itself exuded an air of mystery, crafted from robust wood accented with metal corners, its lid secured tightly with a weighty lock. "Do you know who sent this?" I inquired, intrigue dancing in my voice. The courier simply shrugged. "No clue. It mysteriously appeared at our loading dock, lacking a return address, but it's intended for you." With a nod of gratitude, I ushered the crate indoors, positioning it at the heart of my living space. Its presence was unsettling, a puzzle unsolved. I hadn't made any recent purchases, nor was I anticipating a delivery. I found myself fixated on the cryptic box, a blend of curiosity and apprehension swirling within me. After a spell of contemplation, I resolved to unveil its secrets. The lid groaned as I pried it open, revealing a trove of items that stirred a shiver down my spine. Nestled within were relics of the past, long-lost possessions, some of which I had bid farewell to forever. The first object I retrieved was a weathered, leather-bound journal. It had been my companion in adolescence, housing the musings of a younger self. Flipping through its yellowed pages, memories flooded back, sweet reminiscences mingled with regrets. This journal had vanished over a decade ago, and its reappearance evoked a peculiar blend of nostalgia and disquiet. Next, I unearthed a cache of photographs. These snapshots encapsulated snippets of my life, birthdays, vacations, family gatherings, frozen in moments nearly faded from memory. Many photos bore the marks of time, their colors muted, their edges frayed as if touched by countless hands. Among them were images of faces and places long relegated to the recesses of my mind. The familiarity was comforting, yet the manner of their return felt intrusive. Delving further, I stumbled upon bundles of handwritten letters, bound with delicate ribbons. Some bore the familiar script of friends, others the familial warmth of kin, and a few the tender words of past loves. Each missive resurrected vivid recollections, stirring emotions long dormant. Reading through them was a bittersweet journey, akin to opening a portal to a life deliberately left behind. Amidst these poignant discoveries lay a small jewelry box. Within gleamed a silver locket, a pair of earrings, and an heirloom ring, all treasures I had believed lost to time. Their sudden reappearance should have comforted me, yet the mystery of their return sent a shiver down my spine. Who had orchestrated this enigmatic delivery, and to what end? No note, no explanation accompanied the crate. Its contents and origin remained shrouded in enigma. The more I scrutinized its contents, the more questions bloomed in my mind. Had someone delved into my past, assembling these fragments of my life unbeknownst to me? And for what purpose? In the days that followed, the crate lingered in my thoughts like a shadow, a riddle unsolved. At times, I would sit amidst its contents, searching for hidden meanings or connections, yearning for a clue to unravel the mystery. Yet no answers surfaced. The notion of involving authorities crossed my mind, but how could I articulate my suspicions? That a clandestine benefactor had gone to great lengths to return my long-lost possessions. No crime had been committed, no overt threat loomed, only a growing sense of disquiet that refused to dissipate. Eventually, I opted to stow away the items. I couldn't bring myself to discard them, Yet leaving them exposed risked unsettling me further. I sought to reclaim a semblance of normalcy. To soothe my disquiet, I began organizing the artifacts, crafting new albums for the photographs, and arranging the letters chronologically. It evolved into an odd yet cathartic endeavor, seizing control of my own history, fragment by fragment. With time, the crate shed its aura of mystery, transforming into a poignant memento, a testament to how the past can resurface unexpectedly, compelling us to confront what we've endeavored to leave behind. Though the sender's identity remained veiled, the experience etched itself deeply within me. It served as a stark reminder of the fragility of privacy, of how the boundaries of our lives can blur without warning. Ultimately, the crate imparted a valuable lesson. It prompted me to cherish the present, to savor fleeting moments with loved ones, and to safeguard the sanctity of my personal domain. The past, I learned, never truly fades. It lingers in the shadows, awaiting rediscovery. And while revisiting it may unsettle us, it also possesses the power to reaffirm what truly holds significance: the people, the places, the moments that sculpt our essence. Story 35. In the quiet depths of the night, a strange tale unfolded within the walls of a once peaceful abode. It all began with a subtle disturbance, an unexpected ringing of the doorbell in the wee hours. Initially, it was brushed off as a minor inconvenience, easily dismissed as a quirk of circumstance. Whether toiling away in the late hours or reveling in the tranquility of a serene evening, the familiar chime would reverberate through the dwelling without warning. Each time the doorbell sang its haunting tune, the occupant would hasten to the entrance, anticipating a visitor or a belated delivery. Yet without fail, the porch would stand deserted, bathed in the soft glow of a nearby street lamp. Initially, these occurrences were met with nonchalance. Perhaps it was a mischievous prank, or maybe the mechanism had malfunctioned in some inexplicable manner. The wiring was scrutinized, batteries were replaced, and the entire system was meticulously tested to ensure its proper functioning. All seemed well, but the ringing endured. At first, the interruptions were sporadic, a mere whisper in the symphony of the night. However, as time wove its intricate tapestry, the ringing became a regular visitor, punctuating the silence at odd intervals, late into the night, in the early embrace of dawn, or just as the tendrils of sleep began to ensnare the weary mind. Gradually, it evolved into a nightly ritual, rupturing the tranquility and shattering any semblance of peace that had been salvaged. With resolute determination to halt the unwelcome intrusion, the doorbell system underwent a comprehensive upgrade. A cutting-edge model was installed, boasting a plethora of features from a vigilant video camera to motion sensors and real-time notifications. The wiring was replaced, fresh batteries were deployed, and every component was meticulously aligned. For a fleeting moment, the dwelling basked in serene silence, offering a fleeting respite from the disquiet. Yet, as fate would have it, the haunting chime pierced the stillness once more. One fateful night, on the brink of slumber, the familiar melody resounded through the house, wrenching the inhabitant from the clutches of sleep. Disoriented and perturbed, they fumbled for their phone, seeking solace in the video feed. A stark emptiness greeted them, a desolate porch cloaked in darkness, devoid of life or movement. The clock read 2:37 a.m., a hauntingly familiar hour that sent shivers down their spine. Subsequent nights ushered in a relentless barrage of ringing, each occurrence meticulously scrutinized through the lens of the video feed. Yet, time and again, the source remained elusive, a phantom presence that defied explanation. The once comforting sound of the doorbell had metamorphosed into a harbinger of unease, casting a shadow over the sanctuary of the home. Desperation crept in, manifesting in a flurry of security measures aimed at unraveling the enigma. Motion-activated lights adorned the porch, additional cameras surveilled every corner, and an alarm system stood vigilant, poised to alert the inhabitant to any untoward movement. Alas, the disturbances persisted, mocking their futile attempts at comprehension or control. In a moment of revelation tinged with trepidation, the occupant beheld a disquieting sight within the footage of their security system. The doorbell had rung without a hint of motion, as if beckoned by an invisible hand, casting a veil of uncertainty over the already troubled mind. Turning to a local paranormal investigator for solace, they were met with inconclusive findings, teetering on the precipice of the supernatural. As time ebbed away, the frequency of the ringing dwindled, a mere echo of its former self. Yet, the scars of unease had etched themselves deep into the fabric of the once tranquil dwelling. A lingering sense of being watched by unseen eyes pervaded the air, a specter of the unknown that refused to yield to reason. Even now, as the night embraces the abode in a cloak of silence, the memory endures. The plaintive sound of the doorbell, the vacant porch, and the elusive shadow that danced at the edge of perception. A simple device, once innocuous, now bore witness to the ineffable mysteries that tiptoe on the edge of existence. And in the hush of the night, the occupant found themselves entwined in a narrative that blurred the lines between the tangible and the ephemeral. A tale as enigmatic as the shadows that flitted just beyond reach. Story 36. On a cool autumn afternoon, I ventured into the backyard of my new abode, an ancient Victorian dwelling with its own secrets, waiting to be unraveled. The aging wooden floors inside groaned with each step, echoing the house's long history. The neglected garden outside whispered tales of neglect and hidden truths. My hands, yearning for distraction from the chaos of unpacked boxes, grasped a shovel and delved into the moist earth, releasing the earthy aroma that danced in the gentle breeze. The rhythmic scrape of the shovel against the ground soothed my restless mind, lulling me into a tranquil state of focus. Lost in the repetitive motion, my mind wandered to visions of a transformed backyard, lush greenery, colorful blooms, and a tranquil stone patio basking in the glow of summer twilight. But my reverie shattered when the shovel struck a solid object beneath the soil. Intrigued, I unearthed a weathered wooden box, its exterior bearing the marks of time and weight. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, I wiped away the dirt and opened the box, revealing its mysterious contents. Nestled within a bed of brittle, yellowed newspapers lay a blood-stained shirt and an aged photograph. The shirt, a faded blue cloth marred by dark crimson stains, held a silent story of its own. Why would such a grim item be buried in my sanctuary? As I gingerly set the shirt aside, my gaze fixated on the photograph, a snapshot frozen in time. There, a younger version of myself stood beside a stranger in an unfamiliar, antiquated room cloaked in shadows and decadence. A chill crept down my spine as I absorbed the enigma before me. Who was the mysterious figure beside me in the photograph? Why was I there, in that forgotten room frozen in time? Desperate for answers, I turned the photograph over, seeking a clue, a name, a date, but the back remained blank, withholding its secrets. Seated amidst the relics of a hidden past, I pondered the unsettling discoveries I had unearthed. Was this a macabre joke left by the former occupant, or a sinister puzzle with deeper implications? Determined to unveil the truth, I delved into the history of the house, scouring old records and archives for any semblance of the past's whispers. Despite my efforts, the house's history remained shrouded in mundane tales, devoid of the darkness that lingered beneath the surface. Seeking guidance, I turned to the local historical society, where a wise woman named Mrs. Whitaker hinted at forgotten shadows lingering in the neighborhood's memories. With her advice echoing in my mind, I sought out the elderly denizens of the area, hoping to unearth the buried truths of the house's enigmatic past. Amidst the whispers of the aging residents, a faint memory emerged, a family with a troubled legacy, a past veiled in shadows. But the pieces of the puzzle remained scattered, urging me to delve deeper into the mystery that enveloped me. Consulting a skilled photographer, I hoped to unravel the secrets held within the enigmatic photograph. As the expert confirmed the photo's vintage origins, my journey led me to an old journal hidden within the library's musty archives. Amidst the faded pages, a cryptic entry beckoned, a mention of a sealed room in the house's depths, a room untouched by time and memory. With newfound resolve, I scoured every corner of the house, seeking the elusive chamber that held the key to the past's forgotten whispers. After hours of relentless searching, a hidden door concealed behind a dusty bookcase unveiled a forgotten realm, a dim, forgotten chamber filled with relics of a bygone era. Among the dust-covered relics, more photographs and documents emerged, painting a haunting tableau of events long forgotten. In the faded photographs, faces unfamiliar yet fraught with tension stared back at me, hinting at a gathering shrouded in mystery. The document spoke of a vanished guest, a disappearance veiled in shadows and unanswered questions. As the pieces of the puzzle intertwined, a sinister truth began to emerge. The house bore the scars of a dark past, a legacy of secrets buried deep within its walls. The connection between the photograph, the blood-stained shirt, and the hidden chamber grew clearer, weaving a tapestry of intrigue and trepidation. Yet, the full extent of the story remained elusive, its depths still waiting to be plumbed. Haunted by the echoes of the past, I made the difficult choice to depart from the enigmatic abode, its mysteries echoing in my dreams. The memories of the blood-stained shirt, the cryptic photograph, and the hidden chamber lingered, whispering of a tale left unfinished. As I left the house behind, the unanswered questions followed me, a reminder that some mysteries are destined to remain buried in the shadows, veiled in the mists of time. Story 37. Moving into a new flat was meant to mark a fresh beginning, a chance to bid farewell to the chaos of my past and welcome a sense of peace. The building stood gracefully, a mid-century beauty with its exposed brick walls, towering windows, and a snug, inviting design. My flat rested on the second floor, and I reveled in the tranquility it offered. The unit beside mine had sat empty since my arrival, and for the initial weeks, all was blissfully quiet. But then the noises emerged, initially faint, almost ghostly. Footsteps seemed to traverse the vacant apartment next door. Soft whispers occasionally danced through the air, barely audible, as if someone spoke just beyond earshot. Sometimes, the subtle but distinct sounds of furniture being shifted drifted in. I dismissed them, attributing them to the natural settling of an old building. Creaking floors, shifting pipes, a rational explanation. Yet as days melted into weeks, the noises intensified, growing more pronounced. In the dead of night, as I lay in bed, the whispers sharpened, as if a presence stood mere inches away on the other side of the wall. The once gentle footsteps now bore purpose, like a restless pacing. The disturbances commenced at midnight, often stretching into the early morn, about 9 hours, disrupting my slumber and leaving me on edge. I found myself jolting awake in the darkness, heart pounding, straining to decipher the sounds. Pressing my ear against the wall, I hoped to grasp a clue, anything to unravel the mystery. But all that met me was the hush of my own flat and the faint echoes of my anxiety. Seeking answers, I turned to the landlord. A middle-aged man with a perpetually furrowed brow, he assured me the neighboring unit stood empty. Probably just the building settling, he mused, pledging to look into it. Yet nothing altered. The noises endured, fragmenting my sleep and fraying my nerves. I decided to document the disturbances, placing a voice recorder in my bedroom to capture the night's whispers. Playback tightened my stomach. The recordings held unmistakable sounds, footsteps, hushed conversations, the groan of furniture in motion. Hearing them validated my experiences and deepened my dread. Returning to the landlord, I presented him with the recordings, imploring him to act. Though he listened courteously, he brushed off my concerns, attributing the sounds to the building's age or the way sound traveled through ancient walls. His nonchalance left me feeling powerless. Over time, the disturbances escalated. The whispers turned frantic, the footsteps heavier. One unsettling night, the noises crescendoed into chaos. Furniture scraped, voices rose urgently, and a weighty object seemed dragged across the room. The vivid, tangible sounds became unbearable. Venturing into the landlord's office the next morning, anxiety giving way to frustration, I demanded immediate action, insisting he thoroughly investigate the vacant apartment. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, sending a maintenance worker to inspect the unit. Armed with a flashlight and keys, the worker entered while I waited in the hallway, consumed by worry. An hour later he returned, his face impassive. "There's nothing there," he stated flatly. "It's empty." I wanted to believe him, yet the noises persisted. My once serene flat transformed into a source of constant dread. I avoided being alone, seeking refuge at friends' homes. Even in daylight, unease clung to the walls. Desperate for answers, I delved into the building's history. I uncovered its origin in the 1920s, housing generations of tenants. Whispers of peculiar events surfaced, though nothing concrete. Then, a chilling revelation emerged. Decades prior, a tragic fire had ravaged the building. Lives were lost, the affected area encompassing the wing of my flat. The more I learned, the harder it became to dismiss the notion that the sounds were echoes from the past. Dwelling among remnants of such a tragedy filled me with an inescapable dread. The disturbances and mounting fear nudged me toward a hard choice. I had to depart. Packing my belongings, I bid farewell to the flat, yearning for peace and normalcy. As I shut the door for the last time, a sense lingered that I left behind more than just an apartment. It felt like an escape from haunting shadows, whispers that had crept into my nights. My new abode exuded quiet and calm, a stark contrast to the turmoil endured. Yet, memories of the noises lingered. The rhythmic footsteps, the muffled whispers, they etched an enduring mark on my psyche, a reminder of the thin veil between the living and the unknown. Though I moved forward, the experience stayed with me, teaching me that some disturbances are more than mere sounds. They are echoes. Echoes of the inexplicable, hovering just beyond our grasp. Story 38. In the quiet of the night, when the world was veiled in darkness, my neighbor Robert vanished without a trace. His absence sent ripples of unease through our apartment building, like a whisper of a ghost passing by. At first I brushed off his disappearance as a fleeting mystery, a puzzle yet to be solved. After all, people come and go, leaving behind whispers of their existence in the stillness of empty rooms. But as the days turned into weeks, the hush that lingered outside Robert's door grew louder, a haunting me, loady of unanswered questions. Robert was a man of few words. His presence felt more in the gentle nod of his head and the faint smile that graced his lips. The antique clocks in his apartment ticked away the hours, their echoes reaching out to me through the paper-thin walls. When the authorities deemed his vanishing an act of his own choosing, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something sinister lurked beneath the surface. Curiosity, like a relentless tide, pulled me towards the enigma of Robert's life. He was a recluse, a solitary figure who danced on the edges of our shared reality. His apartment stood as a fortress of solitude, a sanctuary untouched by the outside world. When the building management declared his dwelling forsaken, a silent plea tugged at me, a need to unravel the mystery that shrouded him. Under the guise of a simple note about missed rent, I obtained the spare key to Robert's realm. As the door creaked open, a wave of stillness greeted me, wrapping me in its eerie embrace. Every object in the room held its breath, frozen in time. Dust cloaked the furniture like a shroud, his clocks maintaining their steady cadence, and the books on the shelves whispered tales of a life paused. On a desk in the corner, a collection of letters, newspapers, and photographs beckoned to me, their secrets waiting to be unfurled. Among them, a weathered letter bearing my name written in Robert's precise script. With trembling hands, I unfolded the parchment, revealing words that sent shivers down my spine. Dear neighbor, if you are reading this, it means I have not been able to deliver this message in person. There are things you should know, things you may not want to know. I have been following a trail, and that trail leads to you. Shadows from your past are resurfacing, and what I have learned is disturbing. You have always been curious, but sometimes curiosity reveals truths best left hidden. If you find this letter, tread carefully. The search for answers may uncover more than you expect. Regards, Robert. The cryptic message lingered in the air, a specter of warning that beckoned me into the depths of my own history. What secrets lay buried in the recesses of my memory? What shadows danced at the edges of my consciousness, waiting to be unveiled? Driven by an insatiable hunger for truth, I delved into the labyrinth of my past. Each thread I pulled revealed a tapestry of half-forgotten moments, whispers of a life lived in the shadows. Faces from my past flickered in and out of focus, their gazes laden with unspoken truths. In my quest for answers, I found myself drawn back to Robert's apartment, a place where time stood still and mysteries thrived. His belongings whispered secrets of arcane knowledge, his diary a cryptic map of the unknown. And in the dim glow of twilight, a revelation unfurled before me. The dates and locations scribbled in Robert's journal mirrored a pattern of disappearances that spanned years, a dark tapestry woven with threads of my own existence. The lines between reality and illusion blurred, as if I were a character in a story spun by fate itself. With each revelation, a chill crept into my bones, a sense of being watched from the shadows. The weight of the unknown pressed down on me, suffocating me with its tendrils of fear. What had I stumbled upon in my pursuit of truth? Was I merely a pawn in a game orchestrated by forces beyond my comprehension? As the walls of my once familiar world began to close in, I made a choice to step back from the abyss, to let the mysteries of the past lie undisturbed. Some truths, I realized, were not meant to be unearthed, their darkness better left veiled in the mists of forgotten lives. Yet even as I turn away from the enigma that once consumed me, the shadows linger at the periphery of my vision, a reminder of the secrets that still lie buried, waiting to be uncovered. And in the quiet of the night, I feel their presence, a spectral echo of a truth best left undisturbed. Story 39. In the midst of another ordinary morning, I followed my usual routine, a comforting cup of coffee and a brisk walk through the familiar streets of my neighborhood. Thoughts of returning to my peaceful sanctuary, a haven far removed from the chaos of daily life, filled my mind with longing. As I neared my front door, a sense of unease crept over me. A subtle draft whispered through the crack, catching my attention. My heart skipped a beat when I noticed the door slightly ajar, its once sturdy lock now broken and hanging askew from its hinges. Panic seized me, my breath hitching in my throat. The feeling of intrusion washed over me like a chilling wave. With trembling hands, I reached for my phone and dialed 911, my voice shaky as I tried to explain the situation. The operator's words offered some comfort, assuring me that help was on the way and advising me to stay outside. While waiting on the porch, a whirlwind of questions swirled in my mind. Who could have done this? And for what purpose? The minutes dragged on, each second feeling like an eternity until the arrival of flashing blue lights illuminated the quiet street. The officers arrived and meticulously combed through every inch of the house, collecting evidence and fingerprints. Despite their thorough investigation, no intruder was found, no clear signs of forced entry beyond the broken lock. As they continued their search, I ventured inside, only to discover unsettling details that sent shivers down my spine. Personal items had been disturbed, photographs askew, and precious belongings rummaged through. The violation of my privacy felt like a physical weight pressing down on me. The kitchen bore the marks of unwelcome exploration, with items out of place and food items disturbed. Each room told a tale of meticulous intrusion, as if someone had deliberately sought to unsettle and disturb. The officers returned to me, sharing their findings and offering reassurance. They advised me to take stock of missing items and review any potential surveillance footage. Despite their efforts, the emotional toll of the invasion lingered, a constant reminder of the violation I had endured. In the days that followed, I took painstaking measures to fortify my home, installing a new security system and repairing the damaged lock. Yet, the sense of unease remained, a shadow that loomed over my once peaceful sanctuary. Every creak of a floorboard, every gust of wind sent a shiver down my spine. The violation had left an indelible mark on my sense of security, fracturing the tranquility I once knew. Each day became a battle to reclaim a semblance of peace, to restore a sense of safety within my own walls. The experience had changed me in ways I never could have anticipated, a haunting reminder of the fragility of our private spaces and the impact of intrusion on our sense of self. Story 40. As I returned home, the familiar sanctuary of my abode greeted me with an unsettling sight. The front door, usually a steadfast guardian of my privacy, stood slightly ajar, a silent invitation into the unknown. With a racing heart, I pushed the door open, its hinges creaking in protest, the sound now laced with a foreboding presence. A faint metallic tang lingered in the air, blending with the musty scent of a space disturbed and violated. Every corner of my once orderly haven had been ransacked. Drawers pulled out, cabinets left open, papers strewn across the floor, personal items scattered haphazardly. My home bore the chaotic aftermath of an intrusion, a mirror reflecting the violation that had unfolded within its walls. Stunned, I stood frozen in the doorway, trying to make sense of the turmoil before me. Panic ebbed away, replaced by a surreal numbness as I ventured further into the disarray. It was not just the mess that unsettled me, but the profound feeling that something deeply personal had been taken, though I couldn't yet grasp what it was. And then, realization dawned upon me like a crashing wave. I had fallen victim to identity theft. The weight of this truth washed over me, leaving me gasping for breath. Desperately, I reached for my phone, fingers trembling as I dialed my bank, clinging to a thread of hope that this was all a terrible mistake. The automated system was cold and impersonal, leading me through a maze of options until I finally connected with a representative. My name is Alex Carter. I believe my identity has been stolen. My home was breached, and now my life feels upended. Have there been unauthorized transactions on my accounts? I stammered, my voice betraying my fear. The representative's composed demeanor provided little comfort as I confirmed my details and answered her inquiries. The grim truth unfolded before me. Multiple large transactions had been made from my accounts in recent days. My heart sank further. The representative pledged an investigation and security measures, but cautioned that the process would be arduous. I hung up, the phone slipping from my grip as waves of anxiety and confusion threatened to overwhelm me. Each call to financial institutions echoed the same dire news: accounts frozen, fraudulent activities detected, and a daunting roadmap to reclaim my stolen identity. Days blurred into a whirlwind of legal battles, bureaucratic hurdles, and endless phone calls. My existence became a series of forms, conversations, and verifications, each draining me of more resilience. The violation I had suffered loomed over me, a constant companion. Daily alerts signaled more suspicious activities, new debts incurred, and accounts opened in my name by a stranger living a life intertwined with mine, yet wholly foreign. The frustration mounted as creditors demanded repayment for loans I never took. I was ensnared in a cycle of proving my innocence, fighting for control of my identity inch by agonizing inch. Amid the chaos, a chilling realization crept in. The thief had seamlessly assumed my identity, knowing my quirks, hobbies, and social circles with a disturbing intimacy. The financial losses paled in comparison to the emotional toll. The thief hadn't just stolen my money, they had robbed me of my security, my trust, my very essence. My life felt like a facade, a puppetry controlled by an invisible hand. Months passed, and I began to rebuild, fortifying my defenses with newfound vigilance. Passwords changed, accounts monitored, safeguards erected, each small victory a tentative step towards normalcy. Yet the scars remained, etched into my being. The memory of that violated space haunted me, a stark reminder of privacy's fragility. It wasn't merely my identity that had been taken, but my peace, my self-assurance. Slowly, I reclaimed slivers of my life, redefining boundaries, seeking solace in loved ones, and tentatively embracing security once more. Yet the specter of violation lingered, a phantom of the intruder who had tampered with my very core. Even now, I find myself glancing over my shoulder, double-checking locks, scrutinizing every transaction, a reflex born of trauma. The thief may have vanished, but their influence endures, woven into the tapestry of my daily existence. Some wounds fade with time, but this one remains, a constant reminder that safety is fragile, that even within the haven of our homes, we are never beyond reach. Story 41. It all began with a whisper, so soft and gentle that it could easily be mistaken for the rustling of leaves in the wind. The first messages that appeared in my social media inbox seemed like fleeting echoes, mere ripples in the vast ocean of digital noise. "How's your day?" they would inquire, or "nice post." Innocuous words from a faceless entity, or so I thought. I brushed them off, attributing them to the usual background chatter of the online world. But then, the whispers grew louder, more intimate. One message pierced through the veil of anonymity, sending a chill down my spine. "I hope dinner with Alex went well. You seem to have a good time." My heart skipped a beat. How did they know about Alex and me? We had dined in quiet seclusion, away from prying eyes. The message hung in the air, vague yet unsettling, like a shadow in the corner of my mind. I tried to shake off the unease, telling myself it was a mere coincidence. Yet the whispers persisted, evolving into a haunting melody of intrusion. "I saw you at the coffee shop yesterday. You were reading that new book you love." The words echoed in my mind, resonating with a chilling accuracy. I had never spoken a word about my visit to the coffee shop or the book I held dear. And yet, here was a voice from the shadows, narrating my own life back to me. The messages bore no signature, no trace of identity. They emanated from a void, a blank canvas where the unknown lurked. I sought refuge in changing passwords, in fortifying digital walls, but the whispers found a way to breach them. They delved deeper, recounting private conversations, unshared moments, secrets buried in the recesses of my soul. "I'm glad you and Lisa were able to resolve that argument. You seemed much happier after your talk." The message cut through me, exposing a wound I had not dared to reveal. Desperation clutched at my heart as I sought answers in the darkness. Had I been betrayed by those closest to me, or was this a phantom born of the digital ether? The whispers grew louder, more insistent, casting a web of surveillance around my life. I turned to experts, hoping for a shred of clarity, but even they found no trace of the invisible eyes that watched me. In a haze of paranoia, I altered my reality, shunning familiar places, shielding my life from prying eyes. But the whispers persisted, relentless in their pursuit. "I noticed you've been avoiding the gym lately. I hope you're okay. Maybe you're just taking a break." The message struck like a dagger, revealing a truth I had buried deep within. The realization that my every step was monitored left me breathless, adrift in a sea of shadows. And then a final, ominous message shattered the fragile peace I clung to. "I know where you live. I'll be watching you." Panic seized me, driving me to seek refuge in the arms of authority. The police launched an investigation, but the trail led only to dead ends, to whispers that vanished into the ether. I fortified my fortress, erected barriers against the unseen gaze that haunted me. But the specter of the stalker lingered, a phantom presence in the corners of my mind. And then, as abruptly as it had begun, the whispers fell silent. The void swallowed them whole, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions. The silence should have brought solace, but instead it left a hollow ache in its wake. The mystery remained unsolved, a tale without an ending. The specter of the unseen watcher lingered, a ghostly reminder of the fragility of privacy in a world where shadows held sway. Time may have softened the edges of fear, but the scars remained. The memory of being watched, of a life laid bare without consent, lingered like a phantom limb. It was a lesson learned in shadows and whispers, a cautionary tale of how the unseen can leave the deepest wounds on the soul. And though the world may move on, the echo of that haunting melody still lingers, a reminder of the invisible threads that bind us all. Story 42. It was an ordinary Tuesday when a surge of curiosity led me to the forsaken warehouse on the outskirts of town. This warehouse, a relic of the past, stood stoically amidst the city's modern landscape, its weathered bricks telling tales of forgotten days. On that particular day, a peculiar pull beckoned me to explore its depths, a pull I couldn't quite comprehend but couldn't resist. The heavy steel doors were tightly shut, but a smaller entrance on the side beckoned, gently swaying in the chilly breeze. Despite my rational mind's warnings, I felt compelled to step inside. With a steady breath, I crossed the threshold into the unknown shadows. The air inside was stale, thick with the scent of dust and decay. Dim light filtered through broken windows, casting ghostly patterns on the worn floor. My flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing abandoned machinery and stacks of neglected crates. Each step echoed through the vast space as I read deeper, a sense of unease gradually creeping over me. Something felt amiss, a feeling that grew stronger as I stumbled upon a strangely organized section within the warehouse. Rows of old shelves lined the walls, holding objects arranged with almost obsessive precision. As I drew closer, a shiver ran down my spine. Many of the items seemed eerily familiar, triggering memories I thought long lost. A worn leather notebook caught my eye, its pages filled with my own handwriting from months ago, a lost relic from a forgotten journey. Nearby, a dusty box contained treasures I believed gone forever, a silver locket, an old watch, keys of the past, each piece meticulously displayed as if part of a haunting exhibition. A creeping dread enveloped me as I delved further into this curated collection of my life. Broken glasses, childhood photographs, sketches from bygone days, all meticulously preserved. But it was the journals that sent a chill through me, pages filled with my own words, recounting events forgotten or yet to come. Notes scattered around, detailing my every move, my innermost thoughts, in a handwriting not my own. Phrases that cut deep, revealing a level of intrusion that left me feeling exposed, violated. In a dark corner, a binder bore my name, its pages a detailed account of my existence, my relationships, my struggles, my secrets. Fragmented thoughts hinted at a hidden purpose, a looming revelation. Before I could process the weight of this discovery, a faint sound stirred from the shadows, sending a jolt of fear through me. Heart racing, I fled towards the exit, clutching the notebook as if it were my lifeline. Emerging back into daylight, I gasped for air, the warehouse looming behind me in ominous silence. Its interior whispered of hidden truths, of stolen fragments of my past meticulously collected. Who had been watching me? Why had they woven the threads of my life into this intricate tapestry? The answers lay within those shadowed walls, but I couldn't bring myself to return just yet. Even now, long after that unsettling encounter, the warehouse's presence lingers in the corners of my mind. It has transformed from a mere abandoned building into a dark reflection of my past, revealing parts of me never meant for prying eyes. And in the stillness of the night, I can't shake the feeling that someone, somewhere, is still watching, waiting in the shadows. Story 43. In the quiet mystery of the attic, where forgotten treasures lay hidden beneath layers of dust, I found myself on a rainy afternoon, compelled by a sudden urge to sift through the remnants of the past. Amongst the relics of another time, I stumbled upon a small leather-bound diary, its cover weathered and cracked, bearing the barely discernible gold-embossed initials. With a sense of curiosity tugging at me, I gently wiped away the dust and opened its pages. The diary, adorned with neat, flowing handwriting in faded sepia ink, held the chronicles of a man named Henry Lawson. Through his vivid observations and reflective prose, Henry's life unfolded before me. A tale of a carpenter, a husband, and a dreamer who longed to explore beyond the confines of his small town. Each entry painted a portrait of a thoughtful and introspective soul, drawing me deeper into his world. As I journeyed through Henry's words spanning decades, I felt a kinship with this man from the early 20th century. His joys, his struggles, his profound love for his family, all captured within the weathered pages of his diary. But it was the final entry that sent a shiver down my spine, for it spoke of a moment that mirrored my own recent experience. In haunting detail, Henry recounted an encounter at a city cafe, describing the scene with such precision that it felt as though he had been watching me from across time. Every nuance, every thought, every emotion, all laid bare in his words. A cryptic note at the end left me reeling, pondering the inexplicable connection between Henry and myself. Seeking answers, I delved deeper into Henry's story, only to find more questions hand solutions. The historian at the local society could offer no rational explanation for the diary's eerie link to my life. Their cryptic words about the fluidity of time did little to ease my growing unease. Returning to the attic, I found solace in an old photograph of Henry, his kind eyes gazing back at me from the sepia-tinged past. Hours slipped by as I contemplated the enigmatic bond that seemed to transcend the boundaries of time. In the days that followed, Henry's words lingered in my mind, weaving a tapestry of wonder and reflection. His diary, now a cherished mystery, served as a reminder of the interconnectedness of our lives, bridging the gap between his era and mine. With a sense of both awe and trepidation, I held on to the diary, recognizing it as a gift that had unraveled the threads of time to reveal a shared human experience. Henry's words etched into my consciousness whispered of a timeless connection that bound us together in ways beyond comprehension. As I pondered the final entry's haunting refrain, "The threads of time have woven my life into yours," I couldn't help but wonder if Henry's musings held a deeper truth. Perhaps our lives are intertwined in a grander narrative, where past and present converge in a dance of shared experiences. The diary, once a silent witness to Henry's existence, now stood as a testament to the enduring resonance of our stories, reminding me that our lives, like threads in a tapestry, are intricately woven together across the expanse of time. Story 44. As the sun dipped below the horizon on an ordinary Tuesday, a sense of unease crept into my world. A day filled with mundane tasks suddenly took a sinister turn when my phone erupted with a flurry of notifications. Instead of the usual work updates and social media pings, my contacts bombarded me with messages tinged with fear and confusion. My friend Sarah's text made my heart race, questioning my safety in cryptic words I had never uttered. Each subsequent message grew darker, more personal, as if a malevolent force had infiltrated my digital life. The realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. My phone had been compromised, a puppet in the hands of an unknown entity. Frantic attempts to reach out to Sarah and my colleague Dave were met with silence, as if the connection had been severed by an invisible hand. Isolated and vulnerable, I turned to my laptop, only to be met with a chilling email from an anonymous sender. A link beckoned me, promising revelations that sent shivers down my spine. Clicking on the link was a plunge into a digital abyss, revealing a twisted archive of my life laid bare for the world to see. The message at the top mocked me with its ominous warning. You're being watched. This is just the beginning. Panic clawed at my chest as I realized the extent of the intrusion. Someone out there knew my every move, my every secret. Desperate for answers, I sought help from all corners. The authorities could offer little solace in the face of such sophisticated cyber espionage. With no reprieve in sight, I turned to a cybersecurity expert named Alex, whose expertise offered a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Days blurred into nights as we waged a silent war against an unseen foe, each click and keystroke laden with tension. In a moment of clarity, a plan took shape in my mind, a risky gambit to lure the hacker out of hiding. Crafting a deceptive email, I dangled a tantalizing morsel of misinformation, hoping to expose the perpetrator's hand. The reply was swift, dripping with malice that sent a chill down my spine. With renewed determination, Alex delved deeper into the digital labyrinth, following faint traces left by the elusive hacker. Through a web of encrypted servers and masked IP addresses, a faint glimmer of a lead emerged, a fragile thread to pull at in the darkness. The authorities sprang into action, tracing the digital breadcrumbs to a remote server nestled in the heart of cybercriminal territory. Days stretched into eternity as we waited, hearts clenched with anticipation, and then the call came, a ray of light in the shadowy abyss. The hacker, a shadowy figure with a penchant for control, was unmasked, a solitary figure with a history of digital intrusion. Their motives, shrouded in darkness, left me with a sense of lingering dread. Though the immediate threat had been neutralized, the scars of violation ran deep, a reminder of the fragility of our digital lives. In the aftermath, I fortified my defenses, locking down every digital entry point and fortifying my cyber fortress. Life resumed its course, but the specter of vulnerability lingered, a constant reminder of the price of vigilance in a world where shadows lurked in every corner. Each click, each keystroke became a battleground, a reminder that safety is a fleeting illusion in the digital age, a truth I vowed to uphold with every breath. Story 45. In a bid to break free from the web of deception that had ensnared me for months, fraudulent identities, enigmatic messages, and the unearthing of a cryptic grave tied to my enigmatic past, my therapist proposed a solitary escape, a secluded cabin nestled far from the clamor of urban life. The allure of solitude promised solace to my frayed soul, an opportunity to reclaim serenity long lost. This cabin, tucked deep within the embrace of the mountains, lay hidden at the end of a twisting, overgrown path that wound its way through a dense, ancient forest. Encircled by majestic pines and a placid lake, it exuded an aura of tranquility, beckoning me to unwind. Its weathered wooden walls and inviting front porch exuded a sense of comfort that felt like a soothing embrace. Initially, life at the cabin unfolded peacefully. I wandered along serene trails, drank in the crisp mountain air, and allowed the profound stillness to quiet my restless thoughts. Nights unfurled in silence, broken only by the distant hoot of owls that punctuated the quietude. Slowly, I began to feel the weight lift off my shoulders, to breathe freely once more. On the fourth day, while sorting through a cluttered closet, I stumbled upon an oddity, a small, dusty wooden chest concealed behind a stack of old blankets. Intrigue pricked at my senses. Within lay personal relics, a weathered leather journal, faded photographs, and garments bearing the stains of time, one piece notably marked with what resembled dried blood. My heart quickened as I pried open the journal. Its pages bore frantic, nearly indecipherable script. The entries spoke of paranoia, of dread, of shadowy entities lurking amidst the trees and murmurs echoing in the darkness. One passage etched itself into my mind. They watch me. Their presence looms in the shadows, ever waiting. I am trapped. The photographs mirrored the unsettling tone of the journal. Images capturing the cabin from various angles revealed obscured, blurred figures lingering at the periphery. A shiver ran down my spine as I pored over the pictures. Each frame felt invasive, as though a hidden observer had meticulously documented the cabin, and perhaps its inhabitants for untold time. Determined to dispel the disquiet, I ventured into the basement. The musty air clung to my skin as I explored the dim recesses. Behind a loose panel in the wall, I unearthed a concealed compartment housing lock-picking implements, hand-drawn maps of the surrounding forest, and a trove of surveillance notes. The meticulous records detailed the movements of past sojourners, chronicling their habits, appearances, and even emotional states. Crudely sketched faces, distorted by hurried strokes, filled the margins, a silent testament to mounting apprehension. The final note bore a chilling proclamation. I see them. They are aware. The reckoning draws near. A frigid dread settled over me. Was the previous dweller delusional, or had they glimpsed the reality veiled in shadows? The silence of the cabin that night felt suffocating. Every creak, every whisper of wind outside elicited a surge of alarm. I lay awake, straining to discern sounds over the clamor of my own heartbeat. The once welcoming abode now loomed like a trap, its obsidian recesses concealing unseen perils. At dawn, I reached out to the rental agency in a bid for elucidation. The agent's responses bore a disconcerting evasiveness, dismissing my apprehensions as mere echoes of the past and assuring me of the cabin's safety. Yet their unease only deepened my disquiet. Promising to investigate further, they swiftly concluded our conversation. Driven by frustration and resolve, I sought counsel from local authorities. Official records yielded no anomalies, no reports of missing persons, no traces of violence. Still, a pervasive sense of being surveilled refused to abate. Every rustle, every shadow seemed pregnant with ominous intent. My thoughts raced with unease. Was I under scrutiny? Had a watchful eye trailed me since my arrival? As the week waned, I made the decision to depart. The peace I sought in the mountains had been eclipsed by an all-consuming dread that clung to the cabin like a shroud. Loading my car, I couldn't shake the sensation of being observed. My gaze darted to the dark fringe of the forest, seeking movement, yet the woods stood silent and motionless. Before driving off, I cast a final glance in the rearview mirror. Fleetingly, a figure seemed to lurk amidst the shadows of the trees, but in the blink of an eye, it vanished. The winding path swallowed the cabin from view, yet the oppressive feeling of pursuit lingered. What I had unearthed, or what had unearthed me, was not a specter to be left behind. Fear trailed in my wake, insinuating into the recesses of my mind like an unwelcome guest, whispering that the shadows never truly lay vacant. Story 46. On a crisp November afternoon, I encountered Ethan R., a renowned author famed for his intricate narratives and deep psychological insights. Struggling with a writer's block that had gripped me for months, I felt lost in a sea of creative emptiness. When Ethan graciously accepted my request for guidance, a spark of hope ignited within me. His expertise seemed like the key to unlocking the stalemate in my manuscript. We rendezvoused at a charming downtown cafe, its cozy ambiance shielding us from the cool autumn breeze outside. Ethan exuded charisma and eloquence, speaking fervently about the art of storytelling. His feedback on my novel's foundation was profound and exact, offering ingenious plot twists and nuanced character motivations. His passion was contagious, leaving me invigorated and eager to immerse myself back into my writing. In the weeks that followed, Ethan and I maintained a close connection through emails and late-night conversations. His meticulous critiques proved transformative, guiding my story into darker, more captivating realms. Yet, as I implemented his suggestions, a disquieting pattern began to emerge. Ethan proposed introducing a significant trauma from my protagonist's past, eerily resembling a personal family tragedy I had endured years ago, a detail I had never disclosed to anyone, let alone hinted at in my manuscript. He urged me to delve deeper into the protagonist's grief, reflecting emotions I had struggled to articulate in reality. Initially dismissing it as mere coincidence, I convinced myself that Ethan possessed a rare talent for tapping into universal sentiments. However, the parallels continued to intensify. He suggested a subplot involving a fractured friendship after a betrayal, strikingly similar to a falling out I had experienced with a dear friend years earlier. The dynamics he described mirrored my own experience too closely to be accidental, as if he had plucked the memory directly from my past. Then came his most unsettling suggestion, a mysterious figure haunting the protagonist, sending anonymous letters brimming with personal details. A chill ran through me as memories resurfaced of similar letters I had received only months before, detailing aspects of my life with unsettling accuracy. I had attempted to bury those memories, but Ethan's proposal thrust them back into the forefront of my mind. Despite the growing unease, I continued collaborating with him. His idea undeniably enhanced my manuscript, weaving a tapestry of tension and emotional depth that had eluded me on my own. Yet the intrusive familiarity of his suggestions gnawed at me. One evening, following an intense phone call where Ethan once again alluded to something uncomfortably close to my personal history, I resolved to confront the source of my disquiet. I invited him to my apartment for a face-to-face discussion, determined to address the unsettling nature of his guidance. Ethan arrived promptly, exuding his usual confidence and charm. As we sat across from each other at my dining table, strewn with drafts and scattered ideas, I gathered my courage. "Ethan," I began, my voice quivering despite my determination, "I need to discuss something that has been troubling me. Your suggestions, they bear too much resemblance to events from my own life. It's unsettling." His expression shifted from mild curiosity to cautious concern. "I assure you that was never my intent. I merely sought to help craft a more authentic tale." "It goes beyond authenticity," I insisted. "The stalker subplot, the family tragedy, the fractured relationship, these are not mere literary devices. They are fragments of my reality." Ethan's gaze sharpened, his composed demeanor faltering. "Writers often draw from personal experiences," he replied smoothly. "Our creative dialogues may have unearthed memories you had not considered. Fiction has a way of reflecting truth, sometimes without our awareness." His explanation only deepened my suspicion. "How do you explain knowing details I never shared with you?" I demanded. "How do you explain the letters I received before we even met?" For a fleeting moment, a shadow crossed his eyes. Then, just as swiftly, he regained his composure. "At times, the boundaries between fiction and reality blur," he murmured. "Perhaps I pushed too far, but isn't that what makes a story compelling?" His words lingered in the air, pregnant with implication. This was not solely about crafting an engaging narrative, it was about dominance. Ethan had not been aiding me in writing a book, he had been writing me. The revelation struck me like a bolt of lightning. "I believe our collaboration ends here," I stated firmly, my voice now steady. "Thank you for your assistance, but I must complete this journey on my own." Ethan's countenance hardened, but he nodded slowly. "If that is your wish." Without another word, he gathered his belongings and departed. As the door closed behind him, a wave of relief washed over me, tinged with residual apprehension. Returning to my desk, surrounded by drafts tainted by Ethan's intrusive presence, I resolved to reclaim my narrative. I erased the files he had influenced and began anew. The act of writing became a form of catharsis, a means to purge the lingering shadows he had cast over my life. Ultimately, Ethan's impact had propelled me to explore the emotional depths of my story, albeit at a harrowing cost. He had transgressed boundaries I had not fathomed could be breached, imparting a lesson on control, privacy, and the delicate boundary between inspiration and intrusion. As I penned the final chapter of my novel, I realized I was not merely telling a tale, I was reclaiming my own. Story 47. The doorbell chimed unexpectedly one afternoon, shattering the peaceful rhythm of my day. No scheduled deliveries, no anticipated visitors, The sound echoed unnaturally loud in the hush of my dwelling, unsettling the tranquility. Opening the door revealed a modest package sitting on the welcome mat. Wrapped in plain brown paper and secured with unassuming twine, it offered no hints to its origins. No return address, no markings, nothing to unveil the sender's identity. Curiosity mingled with apprehension as I reached down to retrieve it. The package felt almost weightless, its lack of specifics adding layers to the enigma. Bringing it inside, I placed it gingerly on the kitchen counter. The familiar surroundings, usually a source of solace, now felt eerily silent, amplifying my mounting unease. Ivoring hands, I untied the twine and unwrapped the brown paper. Inside, a stack of photographs awaited, held together by a simple rubber band. Initially, they appeared mundane, snapshots of a house. Yet, as I sifted through them, a gasp caught in my throat. These were no ordinary images. They depicted my house. The pictures varied in angles and lighting, some capturing the front yard, others the street, and a few focusing on the backyard. The level of detail was uncomfortably intimate. The flower beds near the porch, the weathered bench in the garden, even the small shed tucked in the corner of my property. My heart raced as I scrutinized them further. These were not random snapshots. They were deliberate, methodical. Someone had been observing my home. At the base of the stack lay a note, scrawled hastily in almost frantic handwriting. "You should have been more careful." The words sent a shiver down my spine. Concise yet menacing, the message offered no explanations, no context, just a cryptic, chilling warning. I stared at the note, a whirlwind of questions swirling in my mind. Who could have sent this? Why? Was it a heartless prank, a veiled threat, or something more sinister? Discomfort morphed into fear, prompting me to contact the authorities, desperate for answers. Upon their arrival, the officers handled the package with care, collecting the photographs and note for further scrutiny. They dusted for fingerprints, combed for clues, yet unearthed nothing definitive. The absence of a return address or identifiable markers rendered tracing the sender nearly futile. Before departing, they pledged to remain vigilant for similar occurrences and advised me to stay alert. However, their reassurances offered scant comfort against the storm of anxiety brewing within me. In the ensuing days, the sensation of being watched persisted. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind, felt like evidence of an unseen presence. I grew hyper-aware of my surroundings, double-checking locks and securing windows. The photographs haunted me, pinned to a corkboard in the hopes of unraveling a clue, a trace of the individual behind them. Yet, no matter how intensely I studied them, they divulged nothing new, just precise images of my abode, captured by a meticulous observer. My daily routines felt invaded, mundane tasks inducing a sense of vulnerability. The nagging feeling of being scrutinized from afar lingered, casting a shadow over every moment. One night, while preparing for bed, a fleeting shadow flitted past my window. Though fleeting and indistinct, it quickened my pulse. Frozen, I peered into the darkness, only to find emptiness outside, bathed in the soft glow of the moon. I reasoned it was a trick of the light, my imagination running wild. Yet the fear refused to dissipate. Subsequently, silent phone calls ensued, brief and disquieting. Each call, timed oddly, terminated abruptly upon my answer. The eerie regularity mirrored the disquiet of the package. The unseen assailant wasn't merely observing, but playing a twisted game. Struggling to preserve my sanity, I sought solace in therapy. Though discussing the ordeal offered a modicum of relief, the anxiety lingered incessantly. Weeks melted into months, the authorities' investigation yielding no breakthroughs. Eventually, a letter arrived from the department, cordial yet disheartening. They had hit a dead end. The package, the photographs, the note, all remained enigmatic. While time dulled the fear, it never entirely vanished. The encounter left an indelible scar, a shadow lingering on the fringes of my existence. I resumed my routines, rebuilt a semblance of normalcy, yet the package lingered as a haunting specter. It served as a stark reminder of how easily safety could be shattered, how the fear of being watched could infiltrate every crevice of life. Though the fear waned, unease lingered persistently. The new locks, the heightened precautions, the perpetual vigilance, they became fixtures of my reality, a silent admonition that even the sanctuary of home could be infiltrated by the unknown. And somewhere in the recesses of my mind, I knew the watcher might still be observing. Story 48. The forest had always been my sanctuary, a realm where the chaos of daily existence faded into whispers carried by the wind. Among the towering trees and rustling leaves, reality intertwined with dreams in a dance of enchantment. It was on a path rarely tread that I chanced upon the forsaken clinic nestled deep in the woods. Instead of fear, curiosity stirred within me at the sight of the weathered structure, a relic from a bygone era. Its once white facade now wore the cloak of time, revealing the weary gray wood beneath. Windows, either shattered or veiled by grime and vines, bore witness to the clinic's silent decay. As I approached, a sense of déjà vu enveloped me, a strange familiarity in a place I knew I had never visited before. The door protested loudly as I pushed it open, shattering the forest's tranquility. Inside, the air hung heavy with dust and the faint scent of neglect. My flashlight pierced the darkness, illuminating a reception frozen in time. Desks strewn with aging papers, magazines strewn about the floor, and a shroud of dust draped over every surface painted a picture of abandonment. Amidst the scene, scattered medical records lay, their yellowed pages whispering of forgotten stories. My hand reached for one, brushing away the years to reveal my name printed at the top. A chill gripped me as I scanned the cryptic medical notations that bore my identity. Details of unfamiliar procedures etched on the pages sent shivers down my spine. Names of unknown physicians and nurses scrawled in the margins added to the puzzle. How could these records exist, detailing a life I didn't recognize? Further exploration unearthed more unsettling truths, each paper painting a portrait of my medical history with eerie accuracy, yet detailing events I had never lived through. Pushing deeper into the clinic, my steps echoed through dim hallways lined with files bearing my name. Annotations hinted at secretive treatments and meticulous observations, as if a shadow had been following my every move. In a room, a metal cabinet beckoned, its drawers revealing recent records documenting personal details that only a close observer could know. Details of my life, recent changes, and a procedure carried out in secrecy stared back at me from the clinical notes. A faint scraping sound pierced the silence, drawing me further into the clinic's depths. Cautiously descending into the basement, the cold air and thick darkness enveloped me, my flashlight struggling to pierce the shadows. A door slightly ajar led me to a dimly lit chamber, lined with more records, peculiar equipment, and haunting photographs. Images of unfamiliar faces bore a disconcerting resemblance to my own, as if distorted reflections of an unknown past. The files revealed experiments conducted on subjects, their cold language belying the horrors within. The realization struck me like a thunderbolt. I was the subject of these sinister experiments, my life meticulously monitored and manipulated within these walls. Fleeing the clinic, my heart raced with unanswered questions and unspoken fears, the once familiar woods now cloaked in a veil of menace. Shadows seemed to whisper secrets, and an unseen presence lingered as I emerged back into the daylight. The sense of dread followed me home, every creak and shadow a reminder of the unseen eyes that had invaded my life. The clinic in the woods had unraveled truths too dark to comprehend, casting a shadow over my past and future. Its watchful gaze, unseen but ever present, haunted my every thought. The mysteries it held, the truths it revealed, still linger unanswered, a chilling reminder that some secrets are best left undisturbed. Story 49. The sun dipped behind the distant hills as I trudged along the overgrown trail. Each breath I took felt heavy, the cool autumn air stinging my lungs. The forest enveloped me, its once vibrant colors fading into darkness with each passing moment. This hike was my escape, a chance to clear my mind after months of endless toil. Little did I know, this simple stroll would lead me down a path of uncertainty and fear, testing the boundaries of my sanity. Just as I considered turning back, a break in the undergrowth caught my eye, a narrow, neglected path leading to an unfamiliar clearing. Some unseen force urged me forward. At the heart of the clearing stood an ancient stone slab, partially obscured by a tangle of vines and leaves. My heart raced at the sight. The stone seemed out of place, its weathered surface a stark contrast to the wildness around it. Kneeling beside it, I brushed away the debris to reveal an inscription that sent shivers down my spine. Here lies my full name, born, my date of birth, died, today's date. I froze, the world around me blurring into a surreal haze. My name, my birth date, today's date, etched in stone before me. It felt as though the air had been sucked from my lungs. I glanced around nervously, half expecting a figure to emerge from the shadows. But the forest held its secrets close, shrouded in an eerie silence broken only by the pounding of my own heart. What twisted game was this? I pulled out my phone, capturing a few images of the stone before retreating back down the trail, my mind a tumult of unease and bewilderment. Who would orchestrate such a macabre prank, and for what purpose? That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak of the house, every whisper of the wind seemed to carry a foreboding weight. The inscription on the stone echoed in my thoughts, a haunting enigma with no clear resolution. Determined to unravel the mystery, I sought answers. The local historical society offered no leads, no records of a grave matching the description I provided. Days turned to weeks as I delved into historical texts and cemetery archives, yet the stone remained elusive, absent from all official accounts. Driven by a need for closure, I enlisted the help of a seasoned private investigator named Jim. Though skeptical, Jim delved into the local lore, questioning those who might shed light on the enigmatic stone. Time slipped by without progress until one evening, as I scrutinized the photos of the stone, a subtle anomaly caught my eye. In one image, the inscription appeared faded, the stone weathered as if by the relentless march of time. Jim's expression darkened as he studied the photos. "This isn't right," he murmured. "We must return to the site." The following day, we retraced our steps to the clearing, only to find the grave vanished, replaced by an unremarkable patch of grass. "What in the world?" I muttered, my voice quivering. Jim shook his head, his demeanor grave, as though it never existed. The gnawing dread that had haunted me intensified, casting a shadow over my days and seeping into my dreams. Every rustle, every shadow seemed fraught with a sinister significance. Then a message arrived on my phone one fateful night. An unknown number, a cryptic warning. The stone was not just a message. It is part of a greater design. Beware. Ice flooded my veins. The ominous message pushed me to my limit. I reached out to Jim once more, and together we set up surveillance cameras around my home, capturing the stillness of empty rooms and silent hallways. It felt like a violation of my sanctuary, yet I clung to the hope of unraveling the mystery. Days passed without incident, the forest holding its secrets close. Then one night, as I reviewed the footage, a chilling sight unfolded. A shadowy figure approached my home, bearing something uncannily similar to the stone from the clearing. Before details could emerge, the screen flickered to static. That was my breaking point. A pawn in a game of shadows, manipulated by unseen forces, I realized I could no longer remain in that place. Packing my belongings, I cast a final glance at the tainted sanctuary that had once been my refuge. The road stretched ahead, veiled in uncertainty, beckoning me to flee the haunting shadow that clung to me since that fateful encounter in the forest. Even as I left, the inscription on the stone lingered in my mind, a haunting reminder of the fragile line between reality and the unknown. Story 50. In the hushed embrace of a tranquil night, the world seemed to exhale, pausing in its eternal dance. The solitude of the late hour enveloped me as I journeyed homeward, the clock whispering past midnight. The road ahead unfurled, a ribbon of emptiness, adorned only by the ghostly glow of streetlights casting elongated shadows upon the asphalt canvas. These nocturnal drives were my sanctuary, a sacred interlude for introspection and aimless musings while the realm slumbered. The familiar country lanes leading to my abode cradled me in their secluded familiarity, a sanctuary from the chaos of the day. Yet a disquieting chill crept into my reverie as a pair of luminous eyes materialized in my rearview mirror, steadfast and unwavering. Initially dismissed as a fellow traveler sharing the nocturnal expanse, the unease burgeoned within me as the miles dwindled, and the headlights clung to my tail like a shadow refusing to be cast aside. Neither advancing nor receding, they mirrored my every move with eerie precision, a silent companion in the dead of night. A knot of apprehension coiled in the pit of my stomach as the rhythmic cadence of my tires on the road transformed into a symphony of disquiet, drowning out the silence of the desolate highway. Desperation gripped me as I veered onto a secluded byway, hoping to outmaneuver my unseen pursuer through a labyrinth of twists and turns. Yet the luminous gaze persisted, an unyielding specter haunting my every maneuver with unnerving accuracy. Stories of shadowy pursuits flooded my mind, tales once relegated to the realm of fiction now encroaching upon my reality. Palms slick with sweat clenched the steering wheel as I grappled with the gnawing uncertainty of the situation. Seeking respite, I embarked on a series of erratic maneuvers, a futile attempt to shake off the phantom presence trailing me. Alas, the headlights remained steadfast, a relentless sentinel in the abyss. The isolation of the road magnified my vulnerability, stripping away the facade of security to reveal the stark truth of my aloneness. No comforting glow of homesteads or reassuring streetlights accompanied me, only the ceaseless vigil of those unyielding headlights, a silent threat in the night. A glimmer of hope flickered as I espied a secluded clearing shrouded in darkness, a fleeting refuge from the relentless pursuit. With bated breath, I steered my vehicle into the obsidian enclave, extinguishing my own lights in a bid for sanctuary. The cloak of darkness enveloped me as I awaited the inevitable approach of my unseen adversary. Silence enveloped the void, punctuated only by the symphony of my racing heartbeats. Then, like a specter materializing from the shadows, the headlights pierced the darkness, illuminating the gravel lot in a stark contrast of light and shadow. Frozen in my cocoon of darkness, I watched as the intruding vehicle prowled the periphery, its probing beams scouring the void for its elusive quarry. Time ebbed and flowed, each moment pregnant with anticipation, until at last the phantom headlights receded, vanishing into the nocturnal tapestry. A tremor of relief coursed through me as I lingered in the aftermath, waiting for the specter to dissipate entirely into the night. When at length I resumed my journey, the once familiar road had transformed into a labyrinth of apprehension, every shadow a potential menace, every sound a harbinger of unseen perils. The rearview mirror became my reluctant confidant, a portal to a realm of lurking shadows and unspoken fears. Homecoming brought a semblance of solace, yet the specter of that fateful night lingered, an intangible weight upon my soul. The sanctuary of solitude I once cherished now bore the imprint of unease, a reminder of the fragility of peace in the face of unseen threats. The memory of those haunting headlights etched itself into the fabric of my consciousness, a silent testament to the unseen angers that lurk in the shadows of our existence. Though the spectral car never materialized again, and the tendrils of fear gradually waned, the nocturnal vigil remained etched in the annals of my mind, a whispered reminder of the darkness that dwells within the deepest recesses of the night. Story 51, The Awakenings. I awoke to a silence that was not merely the absence of sound, but a presence in itself. It enveloped me, pressing down like a heavy shroud. In the usual morning hush of the apartment, there was a stillness that felt unnatural, almost suffocating. Normally, the gentle hum of the coffee machine or the soft rustle of my roommate Dave pottering around in the kitchen would greet me. But today, there was nothing but an eerie quiet. "Dave," I called out, my voice seeming to reverberate through the empty space. No reply came. Stepping out of my room, I scanned the surroundings. His bedroom door stood slightly ajar, a sight not uncommon. Dave was always casual about boundaries. I rapped lightly on the door before nudging it open further. The room was immaculate, too immaculate. The bed was meticulously made, the desk pristine, everything in its place. Yet, an indefinable sense of wrongness lingered in the air. In the kitchen, the absence of Dave's usual mess caught my eye. His cherished mug with the worn handle that he refused to part with was missing. So was his laptop, typically left out on the counter. Initially dismissing it as him having an early engagement, my hand paused on the coffee pot as something drew my gaze. A note. Pinned to the fridge, the hastily scrawled words seemed to pulse with urgency. "Trust is a fragile thing." I stared at the note, a chill creeping up my spine. Dave was not one for cryptic gestures. Attempting to brush it off as a prank or a passing whim, a disquiet began to unfurl in my chest. Drifting into the living room, I sought clues to unravel the mystery of his absence. It was then that I noticed the couch cushions, arranged neatly in a manner Dave would never bother with. Intrigued, I lifted one. Beneath lay another note, folded with care, always watching, always waiting. The room grew colder, a shift in my unease to something sharper, more primal, fear. Answers beckoned. I made my way to Dave's modest study corner. Amidst the usual disarray in his desk drawers, pens, notebooks, scraps of paper, a sinister discovery lurked, a stack of photographs. They were of me. Candid snapshots capturing me from various angles, both in public and within the confines of our home. Each picture meticulously annotated with dates and times. My hands trembled as I sifted through them, a wave of dread crashing over me. Dave had been documenting my every move. Reaching for my phone to call him, my gaze snagged on another note on the desk. "Some things are better left unknown." The words resonated like a warning, a heavy weight settling in my mind. What had Dave been up to? Why had he been surveilling me? Fueled by desperation, I delved into his possessions. His wardrobe yielded nothing out of the ordinary, just orderly hung clothes. Yet, hidden behind a panel in the wall, an empty safe greeted me. Whatever it once held was now gone, leaving behind nothing but more questions. In the bathroom, a note affixed to the mirror taunted me. "Everyone has secrets." The message stared back, its implications gnawing at my consciousness. Dave had always been quirky, but this went beyond eccentricity. I needed to comprehend his motives, his whereabouts. Seeking a clue, I ventured to his car. Parked outside, the vehicle sat serenely. The driver's side door slightly ajar, I discovered a final note on the dashboard. "Your turn to uncover the truth." The words felt like a challenge, tinged with an unsettling finality. Clutching the note, I knew I could not linger in the apartment. Answers beckoned. I began retracing Dave's familiar haunts, piecing together his movements like a shadowy puzzle. At his workplace, I learned of his abrupt absence, leaving colleagues puzzled and concerned. Friends offered no sole, ace, their confusion mirroring my own. As the day wore on fruitlessly, dread loomed larger in my chest. Weary, I returned to the apartment, its once familiar walls now cloaked in a veil of unease. The knowledge of Dave's clandestine surveillance weighed heavily on me. Contacting the authorities, I reported his disappearance, divulging all I had unearthed. The notes, the photographs, the unsettling truths that had come to light. Days passed, the apartment a hive of inquiry. Police scoured every nook, questioning neighbors, seeking answers. Yet, concrete evidence eluded them. Dave's vanishing remained a riddle, the cryptic notes and images offering mere glimpses of a narrative I struggled to piece together. Weeks trickled by, life tentatively resuming its course. But the specter of Dave's actions, the betrayal of trust and privacy, lingered like a ghost in my daily existence. Moving through the motions, striving to reclaim normalcy, the apartment never regained its former warmth. The authorities eventually closed the case, the enigma of Dave's whereabouts left unresolved. His parting messages remained a haunting reminder of the enigmas he harbored and the ones I grappled with alone. Even now, as time softens the edges of fear, questions persist. What impelled him to such clandestine acts? What truths lay shrouded in his cryptic warnings? And most haunting of all, does his watchful gaze still linger, unseen but ever present? Story 52. The serene hum of my laptop filled the room as I toiled away in my cozy home office, a sanctuary of productivity and tranquility. The day had drifted by quietly, marked by a steady stream of emails, virtual meetings, and tedious reports. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the room, I decided to take a brief respite and stretch my legs, a simple act that would unravel the ordinary fabric of my existence. Strolling past my desk, a peculiar sight captured my attention, an oversized, unmarked manila envelope positioned with unsettling precision at the center. My heart fluttered uneasily. I couldn't recall placing it there. With cautious steps, I drew closer and inspected the mysterious parcel. Devoid of any return address or identifying symbols, it exuded an enigmatic aura, silently daring me to explore its contents. With trembling hands, I gingerly unfolded the flap and extracted a weighty dossier. Emblazoned across the first page in bold letters was my name, followed by the ominous title, Personal Research Report. A shiver crept down my spine. Someone had meticulously compiled a comprehensive dossier about me, though the purpose eluded my comprehension. Leafing through the pages, each revelation more disquieting than the last, I delved into a disconcerting odyssey. The initial segment read like an official biography, chronicling my full name, date of birth, academic background, and professional history, unearthing forgotten chapters of my past. Delving deeper, it chronicled every address I had ever resided at, complete with intricate maps and handwritten notes detailing my daily routines. Turning the pages, the scrutiny intensified, delving into the intimate facets of my life. Photographs of my loved ones and friends adorned the pages, captured during private gatherings. Names, relationships, and personal anecdotes were meticulously documented with unsettling precision. Some images seemed clandestinely taken, conveying a sense of prolonged observation. The subsequent section dissected my professional endeavors, unveiling intricate details of work projects, meetings, and confidential exchanges with colleagues. My strengths, weaknesses, and reactions under pressure were dissected as though I were a specimen under scrutiny. Subsequently, the dossier delved into my personal interests and pastimes, cataloging the books I had read, movies I had watched, and restaurants I frequented. Every minutiae of my existence, favorite recipes, exercise routines, and online browsing habits were meticulously chronicled, constructing a detailed tapestry of my life on paper. Yet, the final segment harbored the most chilling revelations. Recent surveillance notes and candid snapshots revealed moments of my daily life, the departure from my home, the routine drives, and leisurely moments in local cafes. Some images were so recent that they could have been captured merely days ago. Morning jogs, grocery store excursions, and casual exchanges with neighbors were all immortalized with eerie clarity. Breath caught in my throat, I realized that the compiler of this dossier possessed intimate knowledge, details shared with no one. This wasn't mere research, it was an unsettling obsession. Driven by a sense of urgency, I reached for my phone and dialed the authorities, struggling to maintain composure. Describing the contents of the dossier and the invasive surveillance, I awaited the arrival of law enforcement, frantically scouring my home office for signs of clandestine monitoring devices. Every corner was meticulously inspected, yet no trace was unearthed, amplifying my sense of vulnerability. The perpetrator behind this meticulous scheme was adept, precise, and elusive. Upon the arrival of the police, a somber atmosphere descended as they reviewed the dossier with furrowed brows. Securing the dossier as evidence, they interrogated me, probing for potential adversaries or suspicious individuals in my orbit. I could not pinpoint any likely suspects, certainly none capable of such a calculated violation. Promising to escalate the investigation, the officers departed, leaving me with a lingering unease. In the ensuing weeks, I undertook drastic precautions. Security cameras were installed, passwords altered, and routines varied to thwart potential threats. Despite enhanced vigilance and protective measures, the pervasive sensation of being monitored lingered like a spectral presence, casting a pall over my daily existence. The unresolved case loomed over me, a haunting enigma with no clear resolution in sight. Amidst attempts to resume normalcy, the experience imprinted an enduring scar. Shadows lengthened, strangers appeared more ominous, and a perpetual vigilance enveloped my life. The memory of that haunting dossier persisted, a clinical dossier detailing a life that I believed to be exclusively mine. It served as a stark reminder of the fragility of privacy, leaving behind a legacy of fear and an unending quest for elusive truths. Story 53. In the quiet moments of the evening, a subtle shift began to unfold, almost unnoticed. While casually swiping through my phone, I decided to glance at the live feed from my home security system, a nightly ritual that typically brought me solace. However, on this particular night, the images that greeted me were anything but reassuring. The once clear and crisp views of my home had transformed into a distorted, flickering display. Rooms and corridors appeared to blend together in peculiar ways, as if the cameras were capturing a reality beyond our understanding. I found myself transfixed, trying to rationalize the abnormality before dismissing it as a temporary glitch. As days passed, the distortions persisted, growing more peculiar with each night. Shadows contorted unnaturally, furniture seemed to shift without explanation, creating an unsettling sensation that the very essence of my home was in flux. Unease settled within me, prompting a call to the security company. A technician arrived promptly, exuding a calm demeanor as he meticulously inspected the system. Hours were spent adjusting wires, calibrating cameras, and updating software until he assured me that the issue was resolved. Briefly, a sense of relief washed over me. Yet the relief proved fleeting. The following day, upon reviewing the footage, a new layer of distress unfolded. Amidst the warped visuals, faint glimpses of a figure emerged. At first, a mere shadow flitting through the living room, but upon closer scrutiny, it became evident that the figure was no stationary object. It moved purposefully through my home, exploring the familiar spaces with an eerie deliberateness. A chill ran down my spine as the realization dawned. An intruder had breached the sanctity of my dwelling. Replaying the footage incessantly, I searched for any discernible details of the elusive figure. Each viewing revealed a blurred silhouette, a spectral presence navigating my abode like a phantom. Heart racing, I contacted the security company once more, recounting the unsettling sightings. Another technician was dispatched, equally perplexed by the anomalies. Despite hardware replacements and diagnostic tests, the distorted footage persisted, with the mysterious figure making ominous appearances night after night. The growing unease within me erupted into a consuming anxiety. The uncertainty of an unknown presence within my home left me vulnerable and afraid. Seeking answers, I enlisted the expertise of an independent security consultant. His meticulous examination led to a troubling theory. External interference or a sophisticated hacking attempt might be behind the disturbances. The mere thought of an external entity accessing my private space sent shivers down my spine. Despite all efforts to rectify the situation, the distorted recordings remained unchanged. Upgrades and repairs proved futile, as the system refused to return to normalcy. The haunting figure, silent yet ever present, continued to wander through the captured moments, a specter of unease lingering in its wake. Doubt crept into my mind. Was I a target of malice, a pawn in a sinister game, or was there a darker truth awaiting discovery? With my faith in the security system shattered, I resorted to additional precautions. Every entry point was secured with extra locks. A personal alarm became a constant companion, and my vigilance bordered on obsession. Yet the pervasive sensation of being observed persisted, a weight on my shoulders that no amount of preparedness could alleviate. It wasn't merely the visual distortions that haunted me. It was the intangible fear that lurked in the unseen corners of my home. Weeks stretched into months, and despite the security company's offer to replace the entire system, the damage to my peace of mind was irreparable. The warped images, the phantom presence, and the uncertain reality within my own walls continued to haunt me. Even after the new system was operational and the strange recordings ceased, a lingering unease persisted, a ghostly reminder of the intrusion that had disrupted my sense of security. In time, I tried to adapt, though the experience had left an indelible mark on my psyche. The new security measures remained in place, but my trust in them wavered. I remained hyper-aware of my surroundings, ever cautious of the shadows that seemed to linger just out of sight. The questions of what had truly transpired, whether a glitch, a breach, or something beyond comprehension, remained unanswered, obscured by the static of those unsettling recordings. What remained was the profound realization of how fragile our sense of security truly is, how even the most advanced systems can falter, leaving us vulnerable to the mysteries that lurk just beyond our perception. Story 54. It all began on a crisp autumn evening, a night painted with the rustling of fallen leaves and a whisper of impending frost in the air. After a long day at work, I returned to my humble abode, yearning for a tranquil night, only to discover a small parcel resting on my doorstep. There was no indication of its origin, just my name elegantly scripted on the package. Intrigued, I carried it inside and carefully unwrapped its contents. Nestled within was an aged photograph of my childhood home, a sight long forgotten. The angle of the picture bespoke an intimacy only a resident would possess. Accompanying the photo was a note penned in a precise hand, which simply stated, "I recall when happiness dwelled here." The unexpected surprise left me unsettled, yet I dismissed it as a mere jest or error. However, the following day brought yet another delivery to my doorstep. This time, it was a dainty locket, its delicate design mirroring a piece of jewelry sane in the depths of time. Enclosed within the locket was a portrait of my late grandmother, her presence evoking shivers down my spine. The accompanying note ominously declared, "I keep vigil." Thus began a series of enigmatic packages that arrived in the weeks to come. Each parcel meticulously wrapped, harboring items of profound personal significance. A silver bracelet lost on a distant voyage, a ticket stub from a concert of yore, and even a diary from my adolescence, brimming with long-forgotten anguished musings. Each item bore a note, each note sending chills down my spine. One package unveiled a childhood stuffed bear I believed to be lost forever, its message haunting, "Recall when the darkness frightened you. I still witness the light fade." Another package revealed a set of keys to my former apartment, a place I had long departed from. The note cryptically stated, "Every door holds a memory." With each subsequent delivery, the notes grew more unnerving, divulging intimate facets of my life, private conversations, innermost fears, and recent triumphs. It seemed as though the sender possessed an intimate knowledge of my existence, from childhood vulnerabilities to mundane present-day details. One fateful afternoon, amidst another parcel's unveiling, I discovered a finely crafted wooden box. Within lay a collection of relics that stole my breath away. A lock of hair from my high school prom, a ring lost on a distant sojourn, and a cryptic message scribed on a piece of paper. I have been by your side through it all. Despite my efforts to trace the origins of these enigmatic deliveries, all led to dead ends. Postmarks from varied corners of the country, no fingerprints, no return addresses. Each package arrived unscathed, as if meticulously safeguarded on its journey to me. Desperation drove me to confide in my closest confidants, hoping for a clue to unmask the enigmatic sender behind this disconcerting charade. Alas, none could shed light on the mystery. They too were confounded and troubled by the unsettling saga unfolding before me. It became evident that the sender held a deeper insight into my life than those with whom I shared my innermost thoughts. The final package arrived on a dreary, rain-laden evening. The dread clung to me like a shroud, urging me not to unveil its contents. Yet, curiosity won over apprehension. Within lay an old journal of mine, long lost to the annals of time. Its pages chronicled my most private thoughts, secrets buried deep within. The meticulous preservation of the journal sent shivers down my spine, but it was the final note that froze my blood. Unlike its predecessors, it was not brief. Instead, it unfurled a lengthy confessional narrative. The sender divulged years of clandestine observation, a warped sense of guardianship, a desire to shield me through unsettling means. I know you like no other, the note professed. Every memory, every moment, I am omnipresent. I have been there through each joy and each sorrow. You are under my watchful eye. The realization that an unseen entity had woven itself intricately into the fabric of my life, unbeknownst to me, sent shivers down my spine. It felt as though every facet of my existence had been scrutinized, documented, and manipulated by an unseen force. Driven by a sense of urgency, I sought the aid of law enforcement, presenting the evidence I had amassed. The pursuit of the anonymous sender commenced, yet the trail grew cold. The packages bore no identifying markers, the sender's tracks meticulously obscured. Days melted into weeks, yet the specter of unease lingered. What was once my sanctuary now felt like a stage under constant surveillance. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside, fueled a primal fear within me. Though the delivery ceased, the fear persisted, a lingering shadow cast over my once quiet existence. I altered my routines, modified my habits, even contemplated fleeing to distant horizons. The anonymous sender had etched an indelible mark on my life, reshaping my perception of trust, security, and privacy. The gifts may have ceased, but their ominous legacy endured, a spectral reminder that somewhere, someone knew me far better than I could have fathomed. And perhaps in the shadows, they still lingered, watching, waiting. Story 55. It all began with a subtle shift in my cousin Eleanor, a steady presence in my life, a rock of support and unwavering reliability. She started to exhibit behaviors that seemed out of character. We had shared a lifetime of memories, a bond so deep it felt unbreakable. So when the changes started, missed calls, canceled plans, and distracted conversations, it sent a disorienting ripple through our connection. Initially, I brushed it off as the toll of her demanding job, attributing her erratic behavior to stress. But as time trickled by, her demeanor grew increasingly strained, and her once steady presence wavered into uncertainty. Then came the puzzling requests. Eleanor would ask me to accompany her on errands to peculiar places, empty warehouses, remote cabins, and hidden storage units. Her explanations were vague, speaking of personal projects and sorting old belongings. Though my instincts tingled with unease, my loyalty and trust in her led me to disregard the whispers of doubt. One evening, she called me over with a trembling urgency in her voice. Stepping into her apartment, I was met with chaos, the space cluttered with papers, folders, and scattered notes. Eleanor paced nervously, her words stumbling as she confessed, avoiding my gaze. "I'm in a bind," she admitted. "I need your help. It's crucial for my research." Despite the growing unease coiling in my stomach, I couldn't turn her away. Handing me a stack of dense legal documents filled with convoluted jargon, she pushed me to sign without much explanation. Each time I probed for clarity, she dismissed my questions with hurried responses. With each passing week, her demands escalated. Late-night visits, urgent signatures, and warnings of impending catastrophe if I delayed. But it was when she requested a significant sum of money be transferred to a mysterious business account she had set up that my internal alarms blared. Something felt off, out of tune with the harmony of our relationship. Despite her assurances, a gnawing suspicion clawed at my gut. Buying time to process, I delved into the documents she had thrust upon me, determined to unravel the enigma I had unwittingly been entangled in. What I uncovered left me chilled to the core. The papers were a labyrinth of deceit, false names, forged signatures, and a web of shell companies and fraudulent schemes. My cousin, the bedrock of my trust, had ensnared me in her intricate web of deceit. Worse yet, my own name was splattered across the documents, a pawn in her intricate game of manipulation. The weight of betrayal settled heavy on my chest. How could someone I cherished and leaned on deceive me in such a profound way? Heart racing, I mustered the courage to confront her amidst the clutter of her apartment, files spilling, fake documents littering the floor like shards of broken trust. "You used me," the accusation trembled in my voice. Eleanor's expression flickered with desperation and guilt. "You don't understand," she pleaded, her words a tangled web of excuses. Debt, a failing business, and the relentless grip of financial ruin, her justifications spilled forth in a torrent of despair. She painted her scheme as a desperate bid for survival, a final gamble in the face of drowning. But no explanation could salve the wound of betrayal. She hadn't just misled me, she had jeopardized my trust, my future, my very essence. The next steps were agonizing, but they were imperative. I laid bare the truth to authorities, offering every scrap of evidence I had unearthed. The investigation that followed was a meticulous unraveling of Eleanor's deceit, fraud, financial misconduct, identity theft. The courtroom scenes were surreal, a whirlwind of shattered illusions. Witnessing Eleanor, once a figure of admiration, now seated at the defendant's table, was a stark reminder of the depth of her fall. The breadth of her crimes emerged, victims beyond myself, lives left in disarray, futures fractured. Despite her tearful apologies, the damage was irrevocable. Her career, her standing, our bond, all irreparably marred. In the aftermath, I grappled with a tempest of emotions: grief, fury, guilt, disbelief. Seeking solace in therapy, I navigated the labyrinth of betrayal, piecing together fragments of shattered trust in others and in myself. The hardest truth wasn't losing Eleanor. It was realizing the person I thought I knew was but a mirage. From the ashes of deception, I gleaned poignant lessons, hidden shadows even in the closest of kin. Trust, a delicate currency earned through actions, intuition, a beacon never to be dimmed. Eleanor's treachery left scars, but it also honed my resilience. Emerging from the crucible stronger, wiser, fiercely protective of the path ahead, resolute in never being blindsided by deceit's cloak again. Story 56. On a cool autumn evening, with leaves whispering underfoot and the sky painted in hues of gold, a mysterious tale unfurled. It all began in the tranquility of my backyard, where the laughter of my children intermingled with the rustling leaves, creating a serene melody that danced through the air. As I busied myself setting up for a family gathering, a peculiar sight caught my eye: a small, hovering object in the sky, silent and still. Initially, I brushed it off as a bird, or maybe a distant aircraft. But as it drew nearer, hovering directly above our yard, a sense of unease settled upon me. It was a drone, an unwelcome visitor in the tranquil evening. In the days that followed, these drones became an unsettling presence in our lives. They appeared at odd hours, their humming disrupting the peace of early mornings and late nights. With eerie precision, they would hover directly over our home, observing our daily routines with an almost invasive curiosity. It was not just one drone, but a fleet of them, moving in synchronized patterns that felt almost choreographed. Their constant vigilance left me feeling exposed, as if every moment of our private lives was being scrutinized. Driven by a mix of worry and disturbance, I took matters into my own hands. Security cameras were installed, silently documenting the drone's persistent surveillance. I meticulously noted their flight patterns, trying to decipher the purpose behind their watchful eyes. Anxiety coiled in my chest as I realized the drones were capturing intimate moments, the laughter of my children, the quiet conversations with my husband, the simple joys of everyday life. Seeking help from the authorities yielded little comfort. The complexities of tracing the drones, their ability to operate from afar, posed a challenge that seemed insurmountable. Feeling a sense of helplessness, I delved deeper into the mystery. Hours spent poring over security footage revealed a pattern, a deliberate route followed by the drones, hinting at a meticulous observer behind their mechanical eyes. In search of answers, I ventured into the world of drone enthusiasts, hoping to find insight among those who shared a passion for these aerial devices. Yet their friendly demeanor masked a reluctance to engage with the topic of intrusive surveillance. Suspicion gnawed at me, pushing me to dig further into the shadows that concealed the truth. One fateful evening, as I revisited the footage, a chilling discovery unfurled before my eyes. Reflected in the glass of our back door, a figure stood in the shadows, a man manipulating a remote control, his presence ominous and unwelcome. The realization hit me like a cold gust of wind. The surveillant was no faceless entity, but a man with a purpose, hidden in plain sight. Armed with this newfound revelation, I returned to the authorities. This time, they heeded my concerns, launching a thorough investigation that led them to a nondescript house a few blocks away. There, they unmasked the orchestrator of the surveillance, Ethan Brooks, a freelance video journal sent with a murky agenda. His claims of an investigative project crumbled under scrutiny, revealing a darker truth of obsession and intrusion. As the layers of Ethan's deception peeled away, the stark reality of his actions came to light. His violation of our privacy, cloaked in the guise of journalistic pursuit, left a wound that could not easily be healed. Legal repercussions followed, drones confiscated, footage deleted, but the scars of his intrusion remained etched in our lives. The boundary between technology and personal privacy had been breached, a stark reminder of the fragility of our digital age. Ethan's actions served as a cautionary tale, urging us to fortify our defenses against the encroachment of surveillance in an ever-watchful world. Though justice was served, the echoes of his intrusion lingered, a haunting lesson in the importance of safeguarding our privacy in an age where every click and whir of technology could be turned against us. Story 57. In the beginning, the partnership sparkled with promise. Teaming up with Ryan Cole, a magnetic entrepreneur with a web of connections, felt like unlocking a door to new horizons for my business. Ryan's aura of success, vast network, and fresh ideas cast a spell on me. His energy was infectious, filling me with hope for a future brimming with possibilities. Yet, shadows soon crept in, obscuring the once bright path we walked together. Initially, Ryan exuded vigor and vision, but as days turned into weeks, his drive morphed into something murky. He began advocating for risky ventures that lacked the solid foundation of careful scrutiny, ventures that seemed to soar too high above the ground of reality. Then came the day when Ryan proposed a venture so audacious that it sent shivers down my spine. A colossal investment in a tech startup with no proven track record. While the startup shimmered with potential on paper, its unstable core unsettled me. I questioned the wisdom of such a substantial leap, but Ryan brushed aside my doubts with a smooth assurance. Sometimes, the biggest risks yield the grandest rewards, he said with a self-assured grin. Despite my reservations, I agreed to proceed, treading cautiously. Yet a nagging feeling lingered, whispering of hidden truths just beyond my grasp. As time drifted by, Ryan cloaked his personal investments and financial dealings in a veil of secrecy. He evaded my inquiries with charm, deflecting worries with lofty promises. The unease within me swelled, an ominous tide tugging at my senses. Fueled by suspicion, I delved into Ryan's past. A digital quest unveiled scant details, a lack of notable achievements or milestones, only faint traces of failed endeavors and shuttered ventures. The absence of a tangible professional history hoisted crimson flags skyward. Driven by a thirst for truth, I enlisted a private investigator, furnishing them with every scrap of data I possessed on Ryan, his business past, connections, and financial footprints. What they unearthed painted a chilling tapestry. Ryan's history teemed with wreckage, fallen ventures, legal entanglements, and a pattern of deceitful machinations. He had led partners astray, coaxing them to invest in phantom projects, all while diverting funds into clandestine coffers. One narrative stood out vividly, a scheme where Ryan persuaded investors to pour millions into a ghost company, a mere illusion meant to drain coffers and vanish without a trace. His partners were left adrift, bereft of recourse. Armed with this damning knowledge, I knew I could no longer walk alongside him. I orchestrated a meeting in a serene eatery, a sanctuary once reserved for our business musings. As we settled at the table, a pall of foreboding draped over me. "Ryan, I've delved into your past ventures," I broached tentatively. "There are discrepancies that cannot be disregarded." His confident facade wavered for the first time. "What do you mean?" he snapped sharply. "The past is irrelevant. Our focus should be on the future." I persisted, unveiling the investigator's finding. His complexion drained as he perused the damning evidence. Composure shattered, replaced by a storm of rage and desperation. "You don't comprehend," he spat, his voice escalating. "This is all part of a grander design. You're blind to the full panorama." His words wove a tangled web of deceit, a last-ditch effort to wrest control. Yet the illusion shattered, revealing the charade for what it truly was. "I'm done," I declared resolutely. "I'm severing all ties. Legal measures will follow." Ryan's pleas spiraled into frenzied desperation, but I stood firm. Continuing the alliance would only deepen the peril. I couldn't afford to be ensnared further by his treachery. In the aftermath, I toiled alongside my legal team to mend the fractures. We unraveled financial entanglements, safeguarded my assets, and disclosed Ryan's misdeeds to the authorities. The road was arduous, stretching long into the night, but it was the sole path to safeguard my business and personal standing. Soon after, Ryan vanished, likely setting his sights on a fresh mark. While relief washed over me at his absence, the encounter left scars etched in my soul. His deceit had been calculated and perilous, a harsh lesson in the dangers of blind trust in the realm of commerce. Yet, from the crucible of that trial, I emerged wiser and more vigilant. I reconstructed my business with a shield of vigilance, vowing never to be seduced by charisma and empty promises into the abyss of risk once more. In a realm where trust is often traded as currency, I learned the weight of misplaced faith and how to safeguard against ever paying that cost again. Story 58. The creeping sense of paranoia that had entwined itself into the fabric of my existence had become too much to bear. Once my sanctuary, my home, now felt like a labyrinth of elusive shadows, concealing enigmatic truths beyond my reach. Ever since Greg Thompson's inexplicable disappearance, a veil of unanswered questions shrouded my every thought. Despite my relentless pursuit of answers, the elusive truth remained a distant mirage. What became evident, however, was the unshakable sensation that an unseen presence, something or someone, was silently observing my every move. One dreary afternoon, amidst the pitter-patter of raindrops on my window pane, I discovered a nondescript envelope waiting in my mailbox. Wrapped in plain brown paper, devoid of any identifying marks, it exuded an eerie simplicity that sent shivers down my spine. With trembling hands, I carried the enigmatic package inside, placing it gingerly on the worn surface of my kitchen table. A moment of hesitation, my heart drumming an erratic beat, preceded the decisive act of tearing through the unassuming wrapping. Within the confines of the unassuming box lay a solitary black DVD, its ominous presence casting a foreboding shadow over my trembling hands. With trepidation clawing at my insides, I dared to unveil its contents. As the lid of the box creaked open, revealing the enigmatic disc within, a knot of dread tightened in my stomach. I was clueless as to the nature of its contents, or the identity of its sender, yet an innate sense of foreboding gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. Guided by a morbid curiosity, I inserted the unmarked DVD into the awaiting player and pressed play. Initially, the screen crackled with static, a discordant symphony of noise that heralded the impending revelation. Gradually, the dissonance subsided, yielding to a chillingly familiar sight: my own living room. Breath caught in my throat, I beheld a surreal depiction of myself, engrossed in a book, oblivious to the invasive gaze fixated upon me. The footage, eerily clear and meticulously framed, transitioned seamlessly from room to room, capturing the essence of my daily existence with unnerving precision. From the mundane moments of breakfast preparation to the restless pacing through familiar hallways, every intimate detail was meticulously catalogued. The absence of sound only served to amplify the suffocating silence that permeated the voyeuristic recording. As I forced myself to endure the invasive scrutiny, a chilling realization dawned upon me. This was no random intrusion, no mere act of trespass. The calculated precision of the footage bespoke a sinister intent, a deliberate violation of my privacy, orchestrated by an unseen puppeteer. The revelation struck me with a visceral intensity. My sanctuary had been desecrated, my privacy invaded by an unknown adversary who lurked in the shadows of my own home. Instinct urged me to seek refuge in the arms of law enforcement, yet doubt coiled around my resolve, whispering insidious uncertainties. How could I articulate the insidious nature of this violation without tangible threats, without concrete evidence of malice? The prospect of dismissal as a paranoid recluse loomed ominously, a specter of isolation that chilled me to the core. Driven by a desperate resolve, I embarked on a clandestine quest for answers, scouring the cryptic footage for elusive clues that might unveil the identity of my unseen adversary. Amidst the visual tapestry of my violated privacy, a subtle anomaly caught my attention. A family portrait, askew on the living room wall, a deliberate deviation from its customary alignment. Further scrutiny revealed yet another enigmatic detail: a stack of papers on my home office desk, subtly rearranged to betray the presence of an unseen intruder. The implications of these subtle manipulations sent a shiver down my spine, unraveling a web of deceit that entwined my every interaction with a newfound sense of trepidation. A name surfaced amidst the tumult of my thoughts: Rachel, a seemingly innocuous member of a local community group, yet now cast in the sinister light of suspicion. Recollections of her probing inquiries, her unwarranted interest in my personal affairs, now assumed a malevolent hue, painting her as a potential architect of my looming nightmare. Summoning a facade of composure, I orchestrated a clandestine meeting with Rachel, cloaking my suspicions beneath the veneer of casual conversation. Yet beneath her facade of congeniality, I sensed a predatory gaze, an insatiable curiosity that bespoke a deeper agenda. Her calculated scrutiny, her probing questions, all pointed to a sinister truth that eluded the realm of casual coincidence. Returning to the confines of my violated sanctuary, I devised a strategy to ensnare my unseen adversary, to expose the tendrils of their insidious machinations. By subtly altering the familiar landscape of my home, I laid a trap for the unseen observer, a silent challenge to their clandestine surveillance. The following day, as I ventured cautiously through the familiar corridors of my home, a chilling confirmation awaited me. The subtle alterations had been rectified, a silent testament to the continued intrusion that plagued my existence. The realization struck me with a paralyzing dread. The unseen presence that lurked within my home harbored a malevolent intent, a calculated design that transcended mere voyeurism. As the tendrils of realization tightened around my consciousness, a chilling truth unfurled before me. The enigmatic package, the invasive footage, the subtle manipulations, they were not mere gestures of surveillance. They were harbingers of a darker narrative, a malevolent tale in which I unwittingly played the role of a captive protagonist. With a sinking heart, I understood that the story was far from over, that a shadowy puppeteer pulled the strings of my existence with a malevolent glee. The warnings embedded within the cryptic messages resonated with a sinister clarity, signaling the onset of a narrative that transcended mere surveillance, delving into the realms of psychological torment and existential dread. As the pall of uncertainty descended upon my beleaguered soul, I realized that the unseen adversary that haunted my every waking moment was not content with mere observation. Their insidious presence heralded a malevolent design, a twisted narrative that sought to unravel the fabric of my existence with meticulous precision. And amidst the suffocating silence of my violated sanctuary, I braced myself for the inevitable climax of a chilling tale, one in which the line between reality and nightmare blurred into a sinister tapestry of malevolence and intrigue. Story 59. As the late afternoon sun stretched its golden fingers across my doorstep, I returned home, weary from a day drowned in meetings and deadlines. The weight of exhaustion clung to my shoulders like a heavy cloak as I reached for my keys, only to be halted by a peculiar sight. A small, unmarked package lay innocently on the doormat, wrapped in plain brown paper, devoid of any clues about its origin. A shiver danced down my spine, a whisper of unease slithering into my mind. Ignoring the unsettling sensation, I brought the mysterious parcel inside, the click of the door shutting behind me echoing in the empty house. Setting the enigmatic package on the kitchen table, its presence seemed to cast a shadow over the room. With trembling hands, I carefully peeled away the paper, revealing a pristine white envelope devoid of any markings. A sense of foreboding crept over me as I broke the seal and unfolded the letter nestled inside. The words, stark and clinical, bore a chilling familiarity, addressing me by name and claiming a sinister knowledge of my life. The letter spoke of relentless observation, of clandestine surveillance that had stripped away the veil of privacy I had so carefully woven around myself. It detailed a collection of my most intimate moments, meticulously recorded and stored by an unseen presence. The ultimatum was clear: comply with the demands or face utter exposure, a fate that promised to obliterate everything I held dear. With a racing heart, I delved into the list of demands, each requirement more invasive and threatening than the last. The instructions were precise, leaving no room for negotiation or escape. Panic clawed at my chest as I grappled with the realization that this was no ordinary threat, no random act of malice. The observer held power over me, a puppeteer pulling the strings of my existence. Fighting against a rising tide of fear, I reached for my phone, the screen casting an eerie glow in the dimly lit room. But a nagging doubt halted my hand. What if this was all part of a meticulously laid trap, designed to ensnare me further? With a trembling resolve, I dialed the emergency number, my voice barely above a whisper as I recounted the harrowing events to the dispatcher. The arrival of the police brought a fleeting sense of relief, their presence a shield against the encroaching darkness. Yet, as they departed, the house seemed to exhale a heavy silence, a reminder of the unseen threat that lingered in the shadows. Days blurred into nights as the investigation yielded no answers, leaving me stranded in a limbo of paranoia and uncertainty. The turning point arrived with a cruel twist of fate, a second envelope appearing beneath my door like a sinister omen. The contents, a photograph capturing a moment of vulnerability, a breach of my sanctum, sent a chill down my spine. The words scrawled on the back echoed like a haunting refrain, a promise of unyielding vigilance. That night, sleep eluded me, the darkness a canvas for my swirling thoughts and mounting dread. The once familiar sounds of the house now whispered malevolent secrets, painting a portrait of captivity and surveillance. The observer's presence loomed like a specter that held my life in its cruel grasp. In the suffocating grip of fear, I realized that my world had been irrevocably altered, my sanctuary tainted by the looming shadow of a predator. The illusion of privacy shattered, I found myself adrift in a sea of uncertainty, a pawn in a game orchestrated by an unseen puppet master. And so I waited, my gaze fixed on the windows, knowing that the observer's gaze never wavered, a silent sentinel in the night. Story 60. The day I stepped into my new abode was meant to signal the start of a thrilling chapter in my journey. Having secured a promotion at work, I treated myself to the Valadin's quaint, age-old residence. Tucked away on a serene street in a historic district adorned with towering, verdant trees, it felt like a vision materialized. Yet, visions have a propensity to morph into nightmares. The initial weeks passed without incident, brimming with the excitement of settling in. The house boasted its idiosyncrasies, a dripping faucet here, a stubborn door latch there. I dismissed them as expected peculiarities of a dwelling of its vintage. Then came the puddle. One dawn I strolled into the kitchen only to discover a pool of water spreading across the floor. It was no trifling leak. It was substantial enough to make me question if I had inadvertently left the tap running. A plumber arrived promptly, inspected the pipes, and reassured me that all was well. "Faulty seal," he remarked. "Common in old homes. Just keep an eye on it." I believed that would draw the episode to a close. I was mistaken. A few days later, a crack caught my eye snaking along the living room wall. Initially, it was a minuscule, jagged fissure, but each time I beheld it, it appeared to widen, creeping like ivy across the plaster. Perturbed, I summoned a contractor. Bob, the contractor, arrived with a dubious air. After a cursory examination, he nonchalantly remarked, "Old houses settle. It's normal wear and tear. Nothing to fret about." I yearned to trust his words. However, as time elapsed, the anomalies became increasingly challenging to overlook. One evening, I returned home to find my living room in utter disarray. The sofa had been shifted to a far corner, facing away from the TV. The coffee table sat askew in the room's center, and the books on my shelves had been haphazardly rearranged. I stood there, attempting to decipher the scene. Had I unknowingly orchestrated this chaos? The notion unsettled me, yet I convinced myself it was fatigue or stress. Then, the bedroom door began unlocking itself. Each morning, I awoke to find it ajar, despite locking it before retiring for the night. Fingerprints, smudged and unfamiliar, materialized on my bathroom mirror, their forms indistinct but unquestionably not my own. The tipping point arrived when my neighbor phoned me at work. "I spotted a man in a black jacket prowling around your premises," she disclosed. By the time I arrived home, he had vanished. My porch light lay shattered, and the garden gnome by the steps was toppled over. I reported the incident to the authorities, but lacking tangible evidence, there was little they could undertake. The confluence of these events, the cracks, the disturbances, the trespasser was overwhelming. Bob, ever pragmatic, asserted it was all merely part of the house's character. Settling walls, antiquated fixtures, and my hyperactive imagination. Yet I could not accept that rationale. Driven by desperation, I delved into the property's past. The local library yielded scant information, no noteworthy occurrences, no peculiar records. The house resembled a blank canvas, as if its history had been expunged. Meanwhile, the disturbances heightened. Cracks proliferated to other walls. Water stains materialized on the ceilings of rooms devoid of plumbing. One day, I returned home to find the kitchen cabinets flung open, dishes shattered across the floor. I could no longer ignore the sensation. The house was rebelling against me, resisting my presence. I demanded Bob conduct a more exhaustive inquiry. Reluctantly, he assembled a team of structural experts. They dedicated hours scrutinizing every nook of the house. Their verdict was exasperatingly familiar. "The house is aged," they opined. "These are typical issues for a property of this vintage." Nevertheless, I remained unconvinced. The final piece of the puzzle emerged when I managed to locate the previous owner. Initially reticent, they eventually divulged. They too had encountered peculiar happenings, displaced furniture, unexplained noises, doors autonomously unlocking. They had hastily sold the house, leaving its enigmas for another to unravel. That other was me. I could endure no longer. The house, its enigmatic history, or absence thereof, proved too much for me to bear. I gathered my belongings and vacated, leaving behind the cracks, the leaks, and the eerie rearrangements. To this day the house looms, as inscrutable as ever, a charming facade masking a disconcerting reality. I have since unearthed a new haven, a place where surprises manifest in the guise of squeaky floorboards and creaking stairs, nothing more. Yet the time spent in that house lingers in my memory. It serves as a testament that some places harbor secrets, and some secrets vehemently resist revelation. Story 61. In the quiet suburban neighborhood where I resided, the sudden disappearance of my neighbor, Greg Thompson, created a ripple of mystery that lingered in the air. Greg was a man of few words, always donned in a tweed jacket with a perpetual frown etched on his face. Despite living next door for over a decade, our interactions never ventured beyond polite nods and occasional pleasantries. When he vanished without a trace, an unsettling vacuum of unease and curiosity settled in my mind. Greg's house had always stood out as peculiar. Impeccably maintained, yet eerily lifeless, it rarely showed signs of activity. On the day he disappeared, an uncanny stillness enveloped the house, as if warmth had been drained from its very walls. The police investigation yielded no answers, no sightings of his departure, no signs of forced entry, no traces of a struggle. It was as if Greg had evaporated into thin air, leaving behind a haunting enigma. Unable to shake off the mystery, I delved into my own investigation, starting with Greg's untouched home. Surprisingly, the front door stood unlocked, a stark departure from Greg's cautious nature. Inside, the eerie, pristine condition of the house unsettled me. Books lined the shelves with precision, furniture devoid of dust, and no hints of a hurried escape. Yet the emptiness carried a heavy, unsettling presence. Rummaging through Greg's study, I stumbled upon a hidden journal nestled in a drawer. Its pages held cryptic notes and fragmented thoughts, but one entry stood out. "I know what he's hiding. The truth must come out before it's too late." Those words sent a shiver down my spine. Who was Greg referring to? What truth had he unearthed? My unease deepened when I discovered an old photograph tucked at the back of the journal, depicting Greg next to a stranger with somber expressions that seemed to pierce through the photo and into my soul. Determined to uncover the truth, I began tracing the individuals in the photograph scattered around Greg's home, hoping to unravel the mystery. Initial visits to neighbors and acquaintances proved futile, with most describing Greg as a reserved, solitary figure. It wasn't until I sought out a local historian that a glimmer of a clue emerged. Greg had been associated with a clandestine community group known for their unconventional beliefs. The historian's cryptic hints about the group's secretive activities led me down a labyrinth of old records and whispered tales, unveiling a history shrouded in secrecy and dangerous ideas. Returning to Greg's home, I scoured every corner with renewed determination. Behind a bookshelf, I discovered a hidden compartment containing a trove of documents, strange blueprints, a map dotted with ominous red markings, and one location circled in red that made my heart skip a beat, my own address. A cold sweat broke out on my brow. Why had Greg been surveilling me? What had he uncovered about my life? Nights turned restless after that unsettling discovery. Nightmares plagued my sleep, with visions of being pursued through my own home by an unseen entity. Each morning revealed subtle signs of intrusion, furniture askew, objects shifted, and eerie sounds emanating from the walls. Driven by fear and desperation, I installed cameras throughout my home, hoping to capture the elusive intruder. But each dawn brought blank footage, as if the unwelcome visitor had found a way to evade or erase the recordings. Paranoia gripped me. I double-checked locks, fortified security measures, and questioned my sanity. Were the disturbances figments of my imagination, or was Greg's disappearance merely the prelude to a darker saga unfolding? Then one fateful night, I awoke to find a chilling note slipped under my bedroom door, a stark warning in unfamiliar handwriting. "You're getting too close. Stop searching, or you'll be next." Trembling hands held the note, realizing that someone knew of my investigation into Greg's vanishing act and sought to halt my pursuit. But I couldn't abandon the unraveling mystery that consumed me. Each clue unearthed more questions. The enigmatic group Greg had been entangled with, the unsettling documents, the signs of intrusion in my safe haven, all pointed to a labyrinth of shadows and secrets. Reality blurred with nightmares, ordinary life intertwined with sinister forces. A sinking realization dawned upon me that Greg's disappearance wasn't solely about him. I had been drawn into the same web of enigmas and dangers. A pivotal moment arrived when I stumbled upon a passage in Greg's journal that I had previously overlooked. The closer you get to the truth, the harder it becomes to escape its grip. The cryptic words echoed in my mind, a foreboding warning from beyond the veil. The truth, buried in the depths of Greg's past and the ominous forces he had encountered, beckoned me further down the path of revelation. Yet as I delved deeper into the mystery, a haunting question lingered. Was the pursuit of truth worth the impending toll? Each stride into the unknown brought me closer to answers, but also peril mirroring Greg's fate. The true horror lay not in the unknown, but in the realization of how easily shadows could encroach, transforming curiosity into obsession and safety into jeopardy. As I persisted in my quest, a lingering sensation of being watched, of impending danger waiting to pounce, gripped my soul. The shadows whispered secrets of their own, warning of the thin line between enlightenment and peril. And in the depths of the night, as I continued to search for answers, the feeling intensified, an unseen presence lurking in the shadows, biding its time to reveal its malevolent intent. Story 62. Amid a whirlwind of chaos and uncertainty, I found myself adrift, yearning for a semblance of normalcy. The lingering effects of identity theft, enigmatic messages, and unsettling occurrences had left me seeking refuge in the quiet sanctuary of the local library. With a heavy heart and a mind burdened by unanswered questions, I sought solace among the hushed whispers of old books and the familiar scent of ancient pages. One tranquil autumn afternoon, as I meandered through the maze of shelves in the mystery section, my hand gravitated towards a weathered tome, its leather binding cracked with age, its title faded into obscurity. Intrigued by its aura of forgotten secrets, I settled at a nearby table and delicately turned its brittle pages, each whispering tales of bygone eras. In a moment of unexpected discovery, a yellowed manuscript tumbled from the book's depths, landing upon the table with a gentle thud. The aged pages, adorned with handwritten script, were tied together by a frayed string, bearing witness to the passage of time through their smudged and stained surfaces. Intrigued by the enigmatic find, I delved into the cryptic musings of the manuscript. The words danced upon the page, weaving a tapestry of haunting familiarity that sent shivers down my spine. With each passage, the writer's prose oscillated between poetic reverie and chilling clarity, drawing me deeper into a realm of inexplicable connection. As I absorbed the words before me, a disquieting realization took hold. These were not mere reflections of the past, but rather a premonition of events yet to unfold. The manuscript chronicled my life with an unsettling precision, recounting details known only to me, as well as foretelling events that lingered on the horizon like ominous shadows. With bated breath, I journeyed through the pages until I reached the ominous conclusion, a foreboding prophecy veiled in cryptic warnings of an impending convergence on the eve of the full moon. The writer's words spoke of a revelation that would rupture the fabric of reality, heralding a reckoning with truths long concealed. In a state of bewildered awe, I sought the counsel of Mrs. Carter, the wise guardian of knowledge within the library's walls. Together, we unraveled the tangled threads of mystery surrounding the manuscript, tracing its origins to a long-forgotten estate on the outskirts of town, a place shrouded in the mists of time and haunted by the specter of its enigmatic former owner. Driven by a blend of trepidation and curiosity, I implored Mrs. Carter to join me on a moonlit pilgrimage to the abandoned estate, where the echoes of the past intertwined with the present in a dance of forgotten whispers and untold secrets. Beneath the silver glow of the full moon, we ventured into the dilapidated mansion, its time-worn corridors echoing with the weight of forgotten truths and untold destinies. Within the confines of a forgotten study, we unearthed a trove of ancient manuscripts, their pages bearing witness to the passage of time and the enigmatic musings of a recluse obsessed with the mysteries of fate. Among the relics of a bygone era, I stumbled upon a weathered journal that bore witness to the writer's fixation on a prophecy bound to my own existence. The words within spoke of a convergence foretold, a reckoning with shadows long cast and truths yet to be embraced. As the veil of night descended, cloaking the world in a shroud of uncertainty, I grappled with the weight of revelations that transcended the boundaries of reason and ventured into the realm of the unknowable. The writer's gaze, fixed upon me from across the chasm of time, beckoned me to confront the shadows of the past and embrace the truths that lay dormant within. Departing the haunted estate with more questions than answers, I felt the tendrils of fate coiling around me, drawing me ever closer to a destiny entwined with forces beyond comprehension. The moon cast its silvery light upon my solitary vigil, illuminating the path to self-discovery and enlightenment. In the stillness of the night, as the echoes of the past whispered their final secrets, a sense of clarity washed over me, dispelling the shadows of doubt and fear that had clouded my vision. The convergence of past and present had unveiled a truth long concealed, a truth that held the key to unlocking the mysteries of my own existence. Embracing the unknown with newfound courage, I welcomed the dawn of a new chapter, where the shadows of the past no longer held sway over my journey. In the tranquil embrace of moonlight, I found solace in the knowledge that within the depths of uncertainty lay the seeds of transformation and the promise of a brighter tomorrow. Story 63. Night after night, a strange ritual played out on the doorstep of my home. Precisely at 3 a.m., the air would fill with the echoing cadence of 3 sharp knocks, followed by a brief pause, then another set of 3. The rhythm was unyielding, as though dictated by forces beyond mortal comprehension. Initially, I dismissed it as a figment of my imagination, a trick of the mind in the stillness of the night. Perhaps it was a jest from a mischievous neighbor or the innocent rustling of a nocturnal creature against the door. Yet the knocking persisted, growing more insistent and purposeful with each passing night, challenging me to acknowledge its presence. One frost-bitten night, the sound shattered my fragile resolve. The sharp blows reverberated through the silence, cutting through the darkness like a sharp blade. Heart racing, I tiptoed out of bed and approached the front door. Peering through the peephole, all that greeted me was the vacant porch bathed in the soft glow of a distant streetlight. With hesitant breaths, I cautiously opened the door, only to be met by an eerie stillness outside. The chill of the night enveloped me as I ventured onto the porch, surveying the ardor for any hint of movement. Shadows danced in the flickering light, yet the street lay deserted. No traces of intruders, no evidence of disturbance. It was as if the night had swallowed the sound whole, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions. And yet, as the next night fell, the familiar knocking returned. Its relentless beat invaded my dreams, a haunting melody that drained me of vitality and left me perpetually on edge. Seeking solace, I took measures to restore peace to my restless nights. An additional lock adorned the door, a safeguard against the unknown. A watchful security camera perched above the porch, its unblinking gaze fixed upon the origin of the enigmatic knocks. However, the footage yielded no clues. Each dawn, I sifted through the recordings in vain, hoping for a rational explanation, only to be met with the same disquieting emptiness. The vacant porch, the shroud of darkness. The knocking remained beyond the grasp of reason, an intangible force that defied capture. My weariness deepened, the sleepless nights leaving me irritable and withdrawn. I moved through the daylight hours in a daze, my thoughts consumed by the impending nocturnal intrusion. Fear became my constant companion, driving me to seclusion. Social engagements were forsaken, plans abandoned, as I retreated into the isolation of my haunted abode. The once familiar walls now felt suffocating, each creak a sinister reminder of the unwelcome visitor that haunted my nights. After enduring weeks of torment, I reached a breaking point. The knocking transcended mere sound, morphing into a psychological siege that rendered me powerless. With a heavy heart, I made the agonizing choice to depart. Packing my belongings felt like an act of surrender, yet I could no longer endure the oppression that had pervaded my sanctuary. As I drove away, glancing back at the silent house under the dawn's feeble light, conflicting emotions swirled within me. Relief mingled with trepidation, for while I left behind the oppressive rhythm of the knocks, their memory lingered, a weighty specter that clung to my very being. In my new dwelling, the silence initially felt alien. The absence of the nightly knocks should have granted solace, yet I lay awake, straining to detect a trace of the familiar beat. Every creak, every whisper of the wind propelled me back to those sleepless nights. The ordeal had altered me irrevocably. Hypervigilant, I checked and rechecked the locks, casting furtive glances over my shoulder in the open air. Even the act of closing my eyes at night became fraught with dread, my mind bracing for the once dreaded sound that had governed my existence. Though the knocking had ceased, its imprint endured, etched into my thoughts as a reminder of the frailty of security. The haunting rhythm persisted in its absence, a phantom of fear that loitered in the quiet interludes of my new life. And on occasion, as I drifted into slumber, I could still hear it echoing in my mind. 3 knocks, a pause, and 3 more. Story 64. The room lay concealed within the walls of my home, a secret haven waiting to be revealed. It was on a dreary afternoon, the sky heavy with clouds, that I stumbled upon its existence while sorting through the chaos of the basement. My house, usually a place of tranquility in a suburban enclave untouched by the extraordinary, had lately become a source of unease. In the dead of night, eerie sounds reverberated through the halls, objects shifted of their own accord, and my faithful companion, Max, had vanished without a trace. Determined to restore a semblance of normalcy, I embarked on the daunting task of organizing the cluttered basement. Among the jumble of old boxes and forgotten relics, I encountered an ancient bookshelf. As I pushed it aside, my hand brushed against a patch of wall that felt out of place, a subtle anomaly that beckoned further investigation. Tracing the perimeter with trembling fingers, I uncovered a concealed door, masterfully camouflaged within the wall. With bated breath, I located a small gap in the aged wood, seized it, and pulled. The door groaned open, releasing a musty breath that hinted at years of neglect. Hesitating on the threshold, a primal instinct urged caution, but curiosity propelled me into the unknown. Illuminating the darkness with my phone's flickering light, I ventured into the chamber. The air hung heavy with neglect, yet the room itself was meticulously arranged, a peculiar juxtaposition that sent shivers down my spine. A solitary bulb cast flickering shadows, illuminating a peculiar sight. Photographs, countless photographs, adorning the walls in meticulous alignment. Each image depicted me, captured in candid moments of my daily life. Initially, the photos seemed innocuous, distant snapshots of mundane activities. However, as my gaze traversed the array, the intimacy of the scenes intensified. Images of me unaware, engrossed in a book or slumbering peacefully, adorned the walls. A chill crept down my spine as I realized these were taken from within my own sanctuary. Amidst the photographs, scattered notes revealed eerie observations and intimate details of my existence. Someone had been watching, studying me with a disturbing intensity. A weathered table in the room's center harbored notebooks brimming with unsettling minutiae. Entries chronicling my every move, from private conversations to inconsequential routines. A dusty camera, connected to a time-worn monitor, caught my eye. Pressing play, I was met with grainy footage of my home, recorded from clandestine angles. The dates on the recording spanned months, perhaps years, laying bare the extent of the intrusion into my privacy. Tears welled in my eyes, not from fear but from a profound sense of violation. As dread consumed me, suspicions swirled. Was it a stranger, a neighbor, or someone closer to home who had orchestrated this macabre surveillance? Recollections of a cryptic note found on Max's collar resurfaced, hinting at a danger lurking beneath the facade of safety. Had I missed a crucial warning? A chilling realization dawned upon me. What if the voyeurism was ongoing, a malevolent presence lingering in the shadows? Panic gripped me as I bolted upstairs, securing every entry point, my heart racing with each furtive movement. The authorities needed to be informed, the truth brought to light. Yet, a gnawing fear gnashed at my resolve. What if my actions only exacerbated the peril? Summoning courage, I dialed 911, the phone ringing in the silence. A sudden noise reverberated from below, the faint creak of the hidden door, slowly reopening. I was not alone in this dark revelation. Story 65. On a typical Tuesday, a letter arrived at my doorstep, nestled among the ordinary bills and advertisements. Its plain white envelope seemed innocuous, but the name of a medical clinic I didn't recognize emblazoned on it sparked a flicker of unease within me. The envelope bore no stamp, only a professional seal that hinted at official business. With trembling fingers, I tore it open, revealing a cover letter addressed to me, expressing gratitude for a recent visit. A visit that never happened, to a clinic I had never set foot in. Confusion mingled with a sense of foreboding as I turned to the next page, where detailed medical records lay in wait. The report painted a grim picture, listing grave conditions like diabetes, high blood pressure, and a heart irregularity, conditions I had never once been afflicted with. Each diagnosis was accompanied by treatment recommendations and prescribed medications. A chill crept down my spine as the realization dawned on me. Had I blindly followed these deceitful instructions, the consequences could have been dire. Scouring the letter for any hint of the sender's identity, I found nothing but the clinic's name and logo staring back at me. It all appeared legitimate, yet the more I scrutinized it, the more it felt like a facade, a carefully constructed illusion meant to deceive. Determined to unravel the mystery, I wasted no time in reaching out to my primary care physician. After a thorough check of my Medi-Cal records, the nurse confirmed that my health information was accurate, and there had been no recent communication with the mysterious clinic. Could it be a scam? The nurse cautiously suggested before I hung up. Turning to the internet for answers, I sought out the clinic's online presence. only to find a void. No website, no reviews, no digital footprint whatsoever. It was as though the clinic existed solely within the confines of that ominous letter. Driven by an insatiable need for clarity, I embarked on a journey to the address listed in the correspondence. The destination led me to a dilapidated building in a desolate corner of town, its boarded-up windows and weather-beaten exterior painting a dismal picture. A for lease sign swung lazily on the front door, and as I attempted to open it, I found it locked tight. A passerby caught sight of my perplexed expression and inquired about my quest. Mentioning the clinic, his response sent a shiver down my spine. "There's been nothing here for years. You might have fallen victim to a scam." The pit in my stomach grew heavier as the realization sunk in that the letter was a meticulously crafted deception. Returning home, my thoughts swirled with unanswered questions. Had my identity been stolen? Was this an elaborate hoax, or something far more sinister? Amidst the chaos of my racing mind, a name surfaced: Rachel. A member of a community group I had recently joined, her seemingly innocent inquiries about my life now took on a sinister hue. Could she be involved in this twisted charade? Testing the waters, I engaged Rachel in conversation, casually mentioning the peculiar letter. Her response was oddly detached, lacking the genuine concern one would expect. A seed of suspicion took root within me, as her carefully measured words failed to mask a hidden agenda. The pieces of the puzzle were slowly falling into place. To unlock the truth, I enlisted the help of a seasoned private investigator named Paul, specializing in fraud cases. As he delved into the intricate web of deceit surrounding the clinic, I fortified my home with heightened security measures, a silent sentinel guarding against unseen threats. A week later, Paul's findings unveiled a disturbing truth. The clinic's address was linked to a string of fraud cases involving falsified medical documents designed to manipulate and deceive unsuspecting victims. Rachel's name surfaced in connection with some of these cases, casting a shadow of doubt upon her alleged innocence. Confronting Rachel face to face, I observed her carefully, watching for any flicker of guilt or deceit. Her facade of confusion and feigned concern crumbled under scrutiny, revealing a calculated performance that failed to conceal her true intentions. Denying any involvement, her hollow protests fell on deaf ears as the weight of her betrayal settled upon me. The twisted scheme began to unravel further as Paul unearthed a crucial link: a hidden email tied to a private server belonging to Rachel's former employer, a tech firm specializing in data management. With the evidence in hand, law enforcement stepped in, unraveling the threads of deception that Rachel had meticulously woven. Motivated by a dark obsession and fueled by jealousy rooted in a past unknown to me, Rachel's malevolent machinations came to light. Her arrest marked the beginning of the end, but her chilling calmness in the face of justice hinted at a deeper, more sinister game at play. Though the immediate threat had been neutralized, the scars left behind ran deep. The sense of being watched lingered, a ghostly presence haunting my every move. The fake clinic, the fabricated records, the psychological warfare waged against me. It was a stark reminder of how fragile reality truly was. As life slowly crept back to normalcy, I remained vigilant, fortified by the knowledge that my reality could be manipulated with chilling precision. The letter may have been the catalyst, but the fear it instilled was a specter that refused to fade, a constant reminder that trust could be shat, irread in an instant. And so, in the quiet of the night, I lay awake, haunted by the shadows of a past that refused to relinquish its hold, a cautionary tale of how easily the line between truth and deception could blur, leaving behind a trail of broken illusions and shattered trust. Story 66. On a cool autumn evening, the realization dawned upon me like a whisper in the wind. My car was gone. Stepping outside, preparing to embark on my daily journey, I was met with an empty void where my trusty vehicle once stood. It wasn't merely the absence of the car that unsettled my soul. It was the intrusion, the knowledge that someone had spirited away a piece of my life without a trace. Without delay, I contacted the authorities, filed a report, and began the arduous task of navigating life without my mode of transport. Days merged into a haze of vexation. Coordinating alternate means of travel, juggling commitments, and adapting to the inconvenience felt like an uphill climb. The police endeavored to assist, yet updates trickled in sparingly. Each passing moment chipped away at my hope of ever reuniting with my missing car. Then, as unexpectedly as it had vanished, it reappeared. One afternoon, a call from law enforcement heralded the return of my car. It had been recovered and left precisely where it had been taken. Relief washed over me, but alongside it crept a subtle unease. How had it been restored with such precision? It seemed almost too perfect. Upon scrutinizing the vehicle, there were no traces of forced entry, no blemishes to hint at its mysterious journey. As I settled into the driver's seat, a glint caught my eye. Nestled beneath, concealed from view, was a small black box. Insignificant at first glance, it harbored a single blinking red light, beckoning my curiosity. Retrieving it cautiously, my heart quickened. What secrets did it hold, and how had it come to rest in my possession? In the sanctuary of my abode, I examined the box with a mix of apprehension and intrigue. It resembled a recording device. Curiosity eclipsed trepidation as I connected it to my computer. Moments later, a series of audio files materialized before me. The first playback echoed a familiar voice, my own, engaged in a conversation with a friend at a cafe, unbeknownst to me. Subsequent files unveiled snippets of my life, mundane phone calls, ambient sounds, unnoticed moments. A chilling realization descended upon me like a shroud. This device had been a silent witness to my existence, capturing fragments of my world without my consent. The clinks of cups, rustles of paper, and hum of traffic intertwined to weave a disquieting tapestry of my private realm. Questions swirled in my mind like shadows. Who had planted this device, and why? Was I a target, or an unwitting pawn in a larger scheme? Summoning the authorities once more, I surrendered the enigmatic device. Examination yielded no tangible leads, no serial numbers, no distinctive markings. Cautionary advice was imparted, yet my burgeoning paranoia remained unassuaged. Days unfurled, cloaked in a veil of suspicion. Every unfamiliar face, every lingering stare, bore the weight of potential threat. Security measures were bolstered, cameras stationed vigilantly, routines altered, patterns disrupted. Despite these safeguards, fear lingered, a persistent specter haunting my every step. The invasion of privacy had stolen an intangible sense of security, casting doubt upon even the most trusted companions. In the depths of isolation, therapy became a beacon of solace, guiding me through the labyrinth of anxiety. Months ebbed away, the immediacy of terror waning. The origin of the device remained a mystery, its purpose elusive. Though the recordings lay dormant, the violation etched a lasting scar upon my psyche. A stark lesson in the fragility of privacy in a digital age, it reshaped my perception of personal safety. Guarding not only physical spaces but the intangible sanctuaries of private moments became paramount. The unresolved enigma serves as a whispered caution, a reminder that in a world of unseen eyes, the preservation of our private realms rests in our hands. Story 67. In the quiet haze of a Tuesday morning, a message slipped into my inbox, a whisper among the cacophony of spam and promotions. Its subject line, innocuous at first glance, carried weight. We need to talk. Intrigued, I opened it, only for a chill to crawl down my spine as I absorbed the words within. Hello, my name. I've been watching you. I hold secrets you'd rather keep buried. Comply with my wishes or face the consequences of your hidden truths being laid bare. The email bore no signature, only a cryptic symbol etched at the bottom. A photo was attached, capturing me in a moment of departure from my sanctuary, taken from afar. Someone unseen had been observing. Panic rippled through me. I combed through my inbox for further clues, but the message stood alone in its ominous presence. Was it a malevolent jest or a darker reality lurking beneath the surface? The decision to involve the authorities danced on the edge of my thoughts, but uncertainty held me back. The demands were veiled, the threat vague. Perhaps ignorance was the safest refuge. The following day heralded the arrival of a second missive, devoid of ambiguity. It bore intimate knowledge, details of my mother's recent tribulation with illness, and a familial journey we had been preparing for, information privy to only a select few. Transfer $10,000 to an offshore account within 48 hours, or face exposure, the ultimatum declared. Enclosed was a dossier more invasive than the first, a compendium of private correspondences, snapshots pillaged from my social realms, and even excerpts from my personal records. They held a looking glass to my life in ways incomprehensible. Frantic, I reached out to law enforcement. Their efforts to trace the email hit a dead end, the digital trail obscured by a labyrinth of proxies. The perpetrator could be anyone, the detective warned, his tone somber. Be vigilant. Yet vigilance proved futile. The messages persisted, each one delving deeper into my existence, shadowing my steps and echoing conversations held within my private confines. The notion that an unseen entity could peer into my world with such clarity unsettled me to the core. A video arrived in one communication. My heart stuttered as I played it, revealing a grainy reel of myself in slumber, oblivious in my own bed. The caption taunted, "We're closer than you think." Security crumbled, leaving me restless, haunted by every creak and flicker in the night. Surveillance cameras stood sentinel, locks fortified, and yet the messages lingered, an ever-present specter. Then the demand that shattered all semblance of normalcy arrived. Infiltrate the secure facility on 12th and Main. Retrieve the Project Solace files, or face the exposure of your family's darkest secret. Trapped in a web of coercion, invisible shackles bound me. Refusal meant ruin, compliance transgression. Adrift in a sea of impossibility, desperation eclipsed reason. Fear and survival guided my hand as I plotted the break-in, a fugitive in my own skin. Under the shroud of night, cloaked in darkness, I ventured into the heart of the secure compound. Each step reverberated in the silence, shadows morphing into potential threats. Time stretched thin as I located the dossier, seizing it before fleeing into the night, heart pounding a frenzied rhythm. Yet the emails persisted, relentless in their demands. The next directive struck close to home. Sabotage a public event where I was slated to speak. Compliance meant the ruination of my career, the tarnishing of my reputation, and the severing of professional ties. But the alternative loomed darker. A marionette in a macabre game, my autonomy slipped through phantom fingers. A call disrupted the suffocating silence, the number blocked. Trembling, I answered, "Hello." The voice on the other end, distorted yet familiar, dripped with icy calculation. "You've performed admirably thus far," they murmured smoothly, "but our dance is far from over." Recognition sparked, a memory stirring beneath the surface. Someone known, someone trusted. Breath hitching, clarity dawned. "It's you." Silence reigned, broken by a slow, deliberate chuckle. "Took you long enough." Days later, armed with scant evidence, I confronted them. Denials crumbled under the weight of truth, guilt, and fear of exposure. They confessed, an acquaintance twisted by envy, bitterness, thirst for dominion. From the shadows they had orchestrated the nightmare, exploiting trust and access to my inner sanctum. The law intervened at last, apprehending them on a litany of charges. As the ordeal unfurled, the extent of their deception unfurled like a sinister tapestry. Months of surveillance, intrusion into my digital realm, a puppeteer manipulating from obscurity. Even after their capture, the scars endured. Betrayal cut deeper than the crimes, shattering trust and sanctity. Therapy became a lifeline, mending the tattered fragments of security. Online fortifications rose, every password altered, access to my world restricted. Time dulled the edges of terror, but the wounds lingered. Hypervigilance became my shield, wariness a silent sentinel. Yet in the depths of turmoil, resilience bloomed. They aimed to break me, but I endured. The shackles of power would never bind me again. Story 68. In the pursuit of a peaceful retreat, I sought solace in a secluded cottage, deep within the tranquil embrace of the woods. A haven far removed from the chaos of urban life, this rustic abode beckoned me with promises of serenity and seclusion. The online images painted a picture of a cozy sanctuary, with glowing testimonials extolling its charm and tranquility. Without a moment's hesitation, I secured my reservation, eager for a change of scenery. Upon my arrival, the cottage unfolded before me, just as the virtual portal had depicted. A quaint and snug dwelling, complete with a crackling fireplace casting a warm glow across the room, and expansive windows framing a breathtaking view of the dense, picturesque forest. The living space exuded a welcoming aura, adorned with antique furnishings that whispered of yesteryears past. Days meandered by in blissful tranquility, filled with leisurely strolls along meandering trails where dappled sunlight filtered through the foliage, and evenings spent nestled by the hearth, lost in the pages of a book. The enveloping silence was a balm to the soul, occasionally interrupted by the gentle rustle of leaves or the haunting hoot of an owl. It was an idyllic existence, a dream woven into reality, until the unsettling revelation that shattered the illusion of peace. One hushed afternoon, while engaged in a mundane task, a subtle glimmer caught my eye from behind the smoke detector on the ceiling. Intrigued, I felt compelled to investigate further. Retrieving a stepladder and a screwdriver, I ascended to discover a small concealed camera discreetly nestled within the smoke detector. A thin wire stealthily snaked its way into the wall, piquing my curiosity. Following the wire's trail led me to a forgotten hallway closet, where, concealed behind a stack of blankets, lay a recording device. The neat arrangement and inconspicuous placement bespoke a sinister intent to observe without being seen. A wave of dread washed over me as the realization dawned. I had been under surveillance, perhaps from the moment of my arrival. Trembling, I documented the evidence with shaky hands, capturing images of the hidden camera and the recording equipment. Shock melted into a simmering anger as I grappled with the violation of my privacy. Who had orchestrated this intrusion, and to what end? With resolve tightening my jaw, I dialed the property owner, confronting him with the unsettling truth. The owner's response wavered between denial and discomfort, his feeble attempts at explanation falling short. Rushing to the scene, his demeanor was flustered, his words failing to quell my rising unease. The sanctuary I had cherished now felt tainted. Every shadow, every creak of the floorboards imbued with a sense of foreboding. Realizing I could not bear another night in that space, I swiftly packed my belongings, ensuring nothing was left behind. Before departing, I secured the cottage and left the surveillance equipment untouched, trusting the owner to rectify the breach. As I drove away, questions swirled in my mind, each more unsettling than the last. Who had violated my sanctuary, and for what purpose? Was this an isolated incident, or part of a larger scheme? Back in the safety of my own abode, I sought recourse with the authorities, furnishing them with the evidence I had painstakingly gathered. Their promises of investigation offered little solace, the uncertainty of the situation casting a long shadow over my peace of mind. Alerting the rental platform, I endeavored to prevent others from falling prey to a similar invasion of privacy. In the aftermath, the violation lingered, a specter haunting my thoughts and dreams. The refuge that had once promised renewal now stood as a cautionary tale, reminding me of the fragility of trust and the imperative of safeguarding personal boundaries. The memory of that hidden camera remained etched in my consciousness, a silent admonition to heed my instincts and remain vigilant in an unpredictable world. The cottage, once a beacon of escape, now served as a stark reminder of how unseen threats can encroach upon even the most tranquil of sanctuaries. Story 69. In the quiet depths of a Tuesday night, a single phone call shattered the stillness. Nestled in my living room, the world around me hushed to a whisper, as if waiting with bated breath. The sharp ring of my phone pierced through the calm, pulling me from my reverie. Glancing at the screen, an unfamiliar number blinked back at me, an enigma in the late hour. Midnight had long passed, a peculiar time for a call, I thought. With a mix of curiosity and caution, I answered, my voice cutting through the silence of the room. But there was no response, only a faint static whispering from the other end. I strained to listen, but the void remained unbroken. As abruptly as it had begun, the call ended, leaving a lingering unease in its wake. The following night, as the clock struck midnight once more, the phone rang again, the same mysterious number illuminating the screen. I hesitated before answering, the weight of the previous night's silence heavy on my mind. "Hello?" I uttered into the void, met once more with an eerie stillness, only the crackle of static dancing in the air. No words, no voice, just a haunting emptiness that sent shivers down my spine. I ended the call swiftly, dismissing it as a prank or glitch. Yet the calls persisted, a nightly ritual of unanswered mysteries. Each night, at the stroke of midnight, the phone would ring, and each night I would answer to nothing but silence. The cadence of these calls grew, wrapping around me like a sinister melody, a melody I never wished to hear. Then, one fateful night, everything changed. A soft, almost whispered voice broke through the static, sending a shockwave of dread through me. "I know where you are." The words hung in the air, heavy with ominous intent, before the call abruptly ended, leaving me alone in the suffocating stillness. The room seemed to close in on me, a silent specter lurking in the shadows. Desperate for answers, I sought to trace the elusive number, only to find it vanished into thin air, a phantom in the digital realm. The weight of the unknown bore down on me, suffocating my every breath. Night after night, the whispered message haunted me, a relentless echo in the darkness. "I know where you are." Anxiety crept into every corner of my existence, casting shadows where once there was light. Sleep eluded me, replaced by a relentless torrent of questions and fears. Was I being hunted? Stalked? I fortified my home, but the feeling of being watched lingered, a ghostly presence I couldn't shake. As sleepless nights piled up, I made a decision. With trembling hands, I awaited the nightly call, determined to confront the unknown. The clock struck midnight, and the phone rang, my heart drumming in my chest. Through the static, the voice returned, whispering its chilling message once more. But this time, a faint murmur lurked beneath, a hint of distant voices or rustling papers, teasing me with cryptic clues. Seeking solace, I turned to the authorities, laying bare the harrowing tale of the calls that refused to be silenced. They vowed to investigate, to protect, but the fear clung to me like a shroud, unyielding in its grip. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, the calls ceased. Midnight passed in silence, a void where once there was dread. Relief washed over me, but with it came a new terror, the fear of the unknown. Why had the calls stopped? Had the watcher simply vanished, or had they found a new vantage point? The silence that followed was deafening, a vacuum of uncertainty that swallowed me whole. Every sound, every shadow felt like a specter of the past, a phantom reminder of what once was. The paranoia gnawed at my sanity, a relentless force that refused to be banished. The caller remained a mystery, their intentions veiled in shadow. The voice never returned, but its echoes lingered in the corners of my mind, a chilling refrain. "I know where you are." The specter of fear still haunts me, a ghostly reminder of how easily the unknown can infiltrate our lives, leaving us adrift in a sea of shadows, even in the brightest of lights. Story 70. The unexpected unveiling of the diary was a twist of fate, a hidden secret waiting to be discovered. It happened on a serene Sunday afternoon, where time meandered lazily under the golden sunlight filtering through the windows. Engaged in refinishing the weathered wooden floorboards in my living room, I diligently sanded and polished, lost in the rhythmic motion. Suddenly, a solid thud beneath one of the boards caught my attention as my screwdriver struck something beneath the surface. Intrigued, I pried the board loose, revealing a shallow cavity below. Resting within was an ancient, leather-bound diary, its cover weathered and cracked with the passage of time. The fragile binding and frayed edges hinted at years of concealment. A wave of curiosity washed over me. Who had hidden it there, and why? With cautious hands, I opened the diary, the aged pages whispering softly as I turned them. The faded ink had turned to a deep sepia hue, yet the handwriting remained distinct, elegant, and strangely purposeful. The first entry, dated October 12, 1969, detailed the writer's excitement about moving into a new home, a tranquil neighborhood brimming with possibilities. My breath caught as I read the description of the house. It was not just familiar, but eerily identical. The writer vividly depicted the layout of my living room, even mentioning the same creaky window frame I had been meaning to repair. They captured the warmth of the afternoon sunlight filtering through the bay window where I sat reading. Trembling, I continued reading. The subsequent entries chronicled everyday life, personal triumphs, awkward adolescent years, and the companionship of a cherished family pet. Yet with each turn of the page, a sense of unease crept over me. The writer's experiences mirrored mine with unsettling precision. An entry from August 14, 1975, recounted a car accident with haunting detail. The same accident I had endured. The location, the violent impact, and even the lingering pain I had felt afterward were described with eerie accuracy. It was unfathomable. I had never disclosed the specifics of that accident to anyone beyond my family. The tone of the diary shifted, delving into darker territories with each passing entry. The writer chronicled battles with paranoia, nights plagued by a relentless feeling of being watched. They described lying awake, convinced of unseen eyes fixed upon them from the shadows. My heart raced as I recollected similar sleepless nights, moments when an inexplicable sensation of being observed gripped me, defying explanation. Clutching the fragile pages, I struggled to comprehend how anyone could have known these intimate details. Then an entry dated January 2, 1980, recounted a chilling encounter at the writer's front door with a stranger who possessed unnerving knowledge. In a state of alarm, the diarist was bombarded with intrusive questions about their past, family, and life, leaving them shaken and fearful. A sharp gasp escaped my lips as I recalled a recent disconcerting encounter. An unfamiliar man outside my home, prying into my personal life. His lingering gaze and probing inquiries had unsettled me, echoing in my mind since that day. The diary continued to unveil private details that defied explanation. My relationships, fears, and innermost thoughts were meticulously documented. A crushing realization dawned upon me. Someone had been meticulously recording my life. But how, and for what purpose? Frantically flipping through the pages, I encountered scattered, disjointed entries, the handwriting growing increasingly erratic. The writer spoke of being ensnared in an endless cycle, descending into paranoia. Time felt fragmented, memories blending with dreams, and a chilling certainty emerged that they were mere pawns in another's narrative. The final entry, ominously brief, sent shivers down my spine. The shadows draw near, I sense their breath. If you found this, it's too late. The pages fell silent, leaving behind a haunting void. Frozen in place, I cradled the diary, a heavy weight in my lap. The room turned colder, the fading afternoon light retreating from the unsettling truths I had unearthed. The once familiar walls of my home now seemed to close in around me, burdened with enigmatic secrets beyond my grasp. Was my life truly my own, or a chapter in someone else's twisted tale? Had the diarist been chronicling their own life, or mine? With trembling hands, I restored the floorboard, concealing the diary once more in its cryptic sanctuary. Yet even as I secured the boards, I knew it was futile to banish the disquiet now residing within me. That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak and whisper in the old house reverberated. Every shadow seemed alive with intent. Lying awake in the darkness, my mind entangled in a web of unanswered questions. The diary had offered a glimpse into another existence, but whether it preceded mine or ran parallel remained a mystery. In the chilling silence of my room, an unsettling thought lingered. Someone was still writing, and I was the next chapter.